we are going live to you from Biel, the bilingual city of Switzerland, where the only city where German and French language are being spoken. And we are live for 59th International Biel Chess Festival. The summer is booming, the action is ongoing. We're almost 1 week into the event, and it's round 4 of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We are going to focus on that event, but first of all, I would like to introduce my beautiful host, Grandmaster Artur Snakeshin. So happy to have with you. My name is Angelika Velkova.
Thank you, Angelika. Really appreciate the kind words, and of course, all the viewers who are watching this. I have a feeling that yet another amazing day is ahead of us. The summer is so hot, it's unbelievable. It's hot here in Europe, it's hot in the United States. But what to do during these hotness, we have to play some chess. But it doesn't really disappoint, because in the previous days of the Biel Chess Festival, we saw quite a bit of action. And today, it's round 4 of the classical portion. And we have something special coming up. Angelika, let's talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a battle of the leaders. So let's pull up the leaderboard to see who is currently leading the Generations Challenge and the Masters Tournament. As we know, we have 2 classical rounds to go, so it's super important for people to try to strike in those rounds, getting 4 points for the victory. In the Generations Challenge, we have Václav Finek with 15 points, and just 1 point behind him is Marco Materia. Xiao Tong with 11.5 points, still in the reaching distance, but for Alexandra Kosteniuk, 8.5 points, Carissa Yup with 7, and Vaishali 5. They have to speed up in order to get into those finals they want to. And what about Masters, Artur?
And the Masters, we see there's essentially a 2-player race between Levona Ronian against Lim Le, who is the 3-time winner of the festival. They are going to clash today against each other. I suppose we are going to definitely talk about it a lot. And we have Aydin Soleimanli, who is still within the striking distance, 10.5 points. It might seem a lot, but once again, every victory in the classical tournament, it's worth 4 points. For Jezer Domos, Matthias Blubaum, and Jose Martinez, they really need to start to score victories, not to fall behind.
Yeah, definitely. And we are having some very different battles. In the Generations Challenge, we will have the leaders facing the bottom of the leaderboard. As you can see, Václav Finek with white pieces will take on Vaishali Ramesh Babu, the leader of the Generations Challenge, against the last spot of the Generations Challenge. So Vaishali, it's going to be a big chance today to try to strike, get those 4 points and climb higher in the leaderboard. Marco Materia, who is on the second spot, 1 point behind Václav, is going to take on Alexandra Kosteniuk. Also for Alexandra, it's very important to strike. Yesterday she had a huge opportunity, unfortunately. She couldn't do so. By the way, she's sitting there behind. And Xiao Tong will take on Carissa Yup, another exciting matchup to follow.
And in the Masters, we have, like already mentioned, the clash of the leaders, Levon versus Lim Le. I think all eyes will be on this game because the rankings might dramatically change after this encounter. Aydin Soleimanli is going to try to catch up with the leader with his white color versus Jezer Domos. Domos has yet to score a victory in the classical portion. Maybe today is the day. I suppose we are going to see. And finally, Jose Martinez versus Matthias Blubaum. Of course, yet another important game. No, not important games today, of course, because every single game is awarded with many, many points. We are essentially at the midway of the Biel Chess Festival Masters and Challengers Triathlons, and here you see this amazing venue of the festival.
And I see that only Alexandra is being seated there already, ready for her match. And Artur, as you were mentioning, of course, classical portion, there are 2 more rounds to go, super important. Getting a victory means scoring 4 points. A draw only gives 1.5 points. It's not a half of the victory. So I think many of the players who are now in the bottom of the leaderboard will try to take some risks. I see, by the way, with the look from Alexandra, she looks in a very fighting mood. But for Marco Materia, he spent so much energy yesterday converting that victory against Carissa Yup. Who knows? You know, Alexandra might strike and shake up the leaderboard.
I think she looks in good spirits. She was definitely disappointed after yesterday's result. It was quite unfortunate because there was no real huge mistakes of her missing the victory. It just somehow summed up. Missing a couple of moves, and Vaishali once again proved why she is the current World Championship challenger. But Marco, yeah, he is doing really fantastic in the tournament so far. He will definitely try to capitalize on the white color. I expect a very big clash game.
Absolutely. And for Alexandra, as you're mentioning, she is She is accepting the challenge of the generations in those tournaments. She's only one representative of the older generation. By the way, now we see at the camera players coming in. So during the Grandmaster Triathlon, it's not only about those players at the stage, but every single one who is participating at the Biel Chess Festival. We have the Amateurs Tournament, Open Tournament. We have the Masters Open Tournament. Overall, 15 events at the Biel Chess Festival. So if you'd like to join, to become part of this beautiful tradition, we are going to very happily invite you for the next edition, which is going to be already 60th anniversary. I'm looking forward. By the way, here in the middle is Arne. He's our social media manager of our page. And I see Aydin Suleiman Lee is also entering the playing hall.
Yeah, also one thing which is why I really like doing the commentary here in Biel is that we are sitting here on the first floor, and everybody who is arriving in the Biel Congress Center, they're passing us, they go up to the second floor. It's really nice to play there. The conditions are like, the temperature is pretty cool. And this year we also have an upgrade of the stage. As you can see, there's this very, very nice red, call it, some wall and
Banner,
carpet
yeah.
and everything. And I think also for the players, they definitely enjoyed to sit there. We just saw also Alexandra Kosteniuk sitting there having a smile, and everybody, of course, who arrives to play for these open tournaments in the middle of the hall. They're looking at the stage and they're thinking, I would like to be there one day.
That's definitely a huge upgrade from what we've had in the last years. So the team is constantly working on improving and meeting you for the 60th anniversary next year. By the way, as we can see, besides Marco and Alexandra, I don't see anyone sitting at the board. So players are getting a little bit late, but it's 2.5 minutes still, and they're pretty close. They live pretty close in the hotel, so I guess they're slowly arriving. Aydin Suleiman Lee, by the way, is here for his wonderful clash against Yezer Dogmuş.
Well, thank goodness there's no zero tolerance rule. I mean, there was this one time, like something like, what was it, 7 to 10 years ago, when FIDE tried to incorporate the zero tolerance in tournaments where you literally, if you miss literally seconds of the start of the round, it's immediately a loss. Players are trying not to be late. They're encouraged to do so. So here we see Lavon Aronian is approaching. Also Carissa Yip is going past us, getting ready for the game. 2 minutes until the start of the round. Players like to arrive at the last minute, but the action is going to start real soon.
Yeah, we have 1 minute 40 seconds. Players arriving. I saw Matthias Bilbao has just been seated. And more players are coming for the MTO and ATO. By the way, many boards are empty in those tournaments, so everyone is arriving around the same time. So this is really, you know, the high hour where all traffic is happening right now in the Congress Hall. Everyone is reaching here. Hundreds of players are coming. And Vaishali is, by the way, at the board, not having such a good tournament so far, but yesterday she saved, very important game. Lim led the 3-time Grandmaster Triathlon winner, ready to take on Levon Aronian with the Black Pieces. This will be a clash of the round, I'm sure. What do you think, Arturs?
I think so. We will definitely focus a lot on it. Martinez versus Matthias Bluebaum, a chance for one of them to get those precious 4 points. But again, it's so tough to defeat anyone. And I really like, once again, the tournament system, because I think this system of having 4 points versus you scored for a victory and a 1.5 for a draw, it really encourages the players to take risks.
Yeah, for sure, I agree. And we have Carissa here after yesterday's tough loss against Marco Materia. It was the only decisive game in the round, although yesterday's round was absolutely crazy, but only one decisive game, and it's Xiao Tong who is going to face her. Václav Finek, the leader of the Generations Challenge tournament, against Vaishali, who is on the last spot right now. That's also one of the matches you want to watch out for, because Vaishali has now a big chance to shake up the leaderboard by beating the leader.
Or also, it's a chance for Finek try to push away one of the closest followers, because he's ahead of Vaishali by full 10 points. Like, it's a really big difference. And again, if we speak about the format of the triathlon, so of course now we have a classical tournament. This is round 4. Tomorrow it's going to be round 5. Then the players are going to play a blitz tournament, double round robin against each other. But then finally there's going to be the final stage. By the way, the games are starting.
And we see 1C4 On the board, we have seen quite a lot of c4s, and yesterday Limle also had black pieces against Yezer Dogmush, and we also had the c4, but the different approach, he went with the c5. Today he goes with the classical way, how he would usually approach. He plays e6, and the idea is to go for the d5. And he would be always ready to go some kind of d4 openings, depending on what Aronan is going to play, and he goes for knight c3.
I have a suspicion that we are going to get some sort of a Kosput on the board. C4, knight c3 is a really smart way to get there, so white could play d4 right now. Very popular way to play this, and if black responds, for example, with knight f6, we might see c takes on d5. No, bishop e7, really smart move order.
Alatortsev defense or variation, how is it called? So the idea is here that normally you would play knight f6, but then bishop g5 is allowed. So bishop e7 is stopping this idea and forces white to play knight f3, which could be tricky in some way because you don't want to allow knight g2 development.
Yeah, this is really all about the tricks and move orders in the opening phase. We are definitely going to break it down in a moment. First, let's just observe what's happening here. Speaking about these two players, they have faced each other quite a few times. Naturally, they're experienced players. And even though they have played a lot of rapid and blitz games, both over the board and online, they have played only 2 classical games, and this happened in 2019 FIDE World Cup, which was held in Khanty-Mansiysk, and it really went quite. It was quite a tense match, and Aronian managed to defeat Limle in a tiebreak, but they definitely know each other really well.
And they played 2 draws, basically. So, yeah, 2 players, very tense and very tough battles, and that's what we expect also here. So far, as we have seen, Levon had quite solid games in the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. He was dominating the rapid portion. But for Limle, he started off with the 2 wins. Even yesterday against Yezer Dogmush, he was super tricky, trying to get the 3rd victory. I think we're going to have some real fireworks on the board, although some trades happen now on c5. We might get some IQP position.
Yeah, this is quite a trendy line, and if, again, I'm not terribly mistaken, this was one of the lines which was played in the recent FIDE Candidates tournament between Anish Giri with white against Javohir Sindarov. I think it was, like, if not exactly like this, very similar, super, super popular stuff. Knight takes on d5 immediately. All right, so the players are playing it out very quickly.
Yeah. Everyone is ready. Everyone is prepared. And if we know by experience, those are 2 players who will be definitely ready for everything. So we get IQP position and bishop d3, developing the final minor piece and getting ready to castle. So everything looks very logical. We might see Limle blitzing out the moves, but he's stopping now for a moment.
I think knight c6 is a very reasonable move here. So good players typically pause for no bishop b4 check. Okay, provoking quite to put the knight. Yeah, on d2.
Yeah, some tricks are starting now. So we see this inclusion of bishop b4, knight d2.
I think knight c6 looks reasonable here.
Now there are more ideas of pushing the d pawn in somewhere in the air, so you have to watch out for the d4. I'm not sure if it's working right away, but it's definitely somewhere there since the knight stepped away from f3.
I think we are going to get there, and then white typically responds with e4, and there's going to be quite an interesting battle because this is what happened in the game of Giri versus Sindarov, or Sindarov with his draw secured actually his victory in the FIDE Candidates tournament. Knight c6 played first, a short castle, and yeah, black is thinking about this d4, because if he doesn't do this, white at some point will simply occupy the d4 square. We're talking about most like maybe a3, rook c1, knight b3, bishop
Look at
e7.
this, bishop e7, wow.
Okay.
Oh, he's still in the prep and stepping away with the bishop, losing a tempo. First bishop took the pawn on c5, then, by the way, first bishop developed on e7, then took the pawn on c5, then gave a check on b4, and now coming back to e7. So it's already 4th move with the bishop.
All right, I think I still want to go back a bit,
Of
right?
course, let's go.
The players are playing so quickly here. And I see they already have played 12 moves. They're really in the prep, and the Armenian Super Grandmaster is thinking about his choices. So let's use this opportunity to go here and try to understand why this move order is quite popular. So with knight c3, why white is even doing this? Yeah, why knight c3? Why not d4? Why c4? I mean, it's all about avoiding some systems. For example, if Aronian will play immediately d4, let's say black plays d5, knight f3, knight f6, now you can't really get your ideal Kosped variation. Let's say white plays c takes, e takes, and bishop g5, because oddly, in these positions, black can very easily get the bishop on f5 quite quickly, something like g6, bishop f5, and pretty much solve all the opening problems. And that's why if white wants to go for the Kosped, he delays the development of the knight. He plays first knight c3, d5, d4, and here if black plays knight f6, again, I'm not a prophet, I don't know what Levon was thinking, but I suspect he wanted to give it a try and see what happens here after bishop g5. And finally, it was Lim Le who played exactly the same setup against Matthias Blum a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, absolutely. So you don't want to test your opponent in those where he already prepared for other games. So Lim Le for sure was ready since he played it with the white pieces. Yeah, and here we have bishop e7, so very interesting idea. Not allowing bishop coming to g5, because usually instead of bishop e7, knight f6 is the move that you play, but then you allow this bishop g5 pinning, and now white has to either commit to knight f3, but maybe white doesn't really want to do so. So for that reason, you're having to white to make a choice, bishop f4 or knight f3, but then later you will no longer have knight g2 ideas, maybe with pushing some e4, but of course it's a little bit deeper stuff, but yeah, bishop e7 very interesting.
Yeah, it's a tricky move order. Now bishop g5 is still possible, but it's a bit different setup because white is committed to knight f3. So bishop f4 was played instead. Should castle e3. Black definitely has a choice what to do here, but c5 is one of the most principled choices. Try to immediately challenge white center, think about some early queen a5 ideas, get to the white king. D takes, bishop c5, c takes on d5. There's definitely some other choices for the opponents as well. And I think this is how they typically played here. And the only thing I do not remember, Angelique, about this bishop b4, I think it typically goes like this. Knight c6, castles, bishop g4, h3, with an idea that black at some point plays d4, and I just blundered something. A bishop h7, probably I should have been a bit more accurate. Let's say d4, e4, bishop g4, h3, and there's quite a big discussion about this position.
Yeah, definitely. I've been checking this bishop before move. Apparently it was one of the main moves in this particular position. Was played over 100 times, so giving this check, and everything followed kind of the main moves. And bishop e7, this position was met in around 19 games, top games. One of the game of which is Jan Nepomniachtchi against Hikaru Nakamura, as well as Fabiano Caruana versus Vishwanathan Anand, Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru, Anish Giri Karakin, and so on and so on. So we have many top matches, but they've been all playing this in around 2017 and 19. So it has been really tested recently in the top matches.
Yeah, so I mean, it does make sense for a critical match. You pull up an older system, you give it a try. Everything new already has been played at some point before, and it's so difficult to remember everything. We just saw Lim Le playing queen b6, which feels reasonable. He wants to attack the pawn on b2, maybe play something like bishop f6, activate the pieces. And for Aronian, yeah, this is tricky because he does want to establish probably some kind of a blockade on d4, but how do you do it? He also has to expect that black at some point might want to trade this pawn, and he has to be probably ready to play e4. But first and foremost, the pawn on b2 is under attack.
Yeah, and also bishop is, at some point could come to f6 square and then targeting on the long diagonal. So for that reason, how do you defend the pawn? Can you offer a trade of the queens, queen b3? It's something what typically you would like to do to stop the attack on the pawn, but is it good to trade the queens in this position for white?
I think it's not a bad move, but is it enough to have an advantage? And I think this is also typically the question that the players at that caliber they're facing. They're not thinking about how do I make a good move to get after the opening and set up some good position. They're thinking about how do I make the position as complex as I can so that my opponent can possibly make mistakes. Because, I mean, let's not fool ourselves. Chess ultimately is a drawn game. Yeah? So if either the players play the perfect game, then it's just a draw. You cannot really do anything about it. And that's why, especially at the highest level, it's all about try to get to your opponent to some kind of a territory where he doesn't really know. Is it left, right, forward? Keep him guessing. So I don't really think that Levon is going to play queen b3. He might go for something spicier. How about some queen h5? Is this something worth to consider?
Definitely, I agree. I mean, just going for an attack, looking very interesting because knight is on c6 and not on f6.
Might be still some big theory here, so I could be just inventing stuff. Queen b3, definitely there's nothing wrong with this. Knight b3 might be jumping under a5, a4. Maybe there's a room for white also to play some sort of a gambit, sacrifice the pawn on b2. So at this point, I think the players are just trying to recall their prep. And Levon was here yesterday, Angelica, in the commentary studio, and I asked him, how do you even remember stuff that you have done? Yeah, like there's so much analysis. Very often what they play is just the tip of the iceberg, essentially, what they know. And yeah, and he said, I just literally sit there, try to recall some stuff, but sometimes, yeah, even I mess it up and mix it.
Definitely, and also to update on the current position, it was played only in the 2 games, and it was played firstly, Jan Nepomniachtchi faced Hikaru Nakamura, sorry, and thank you, and Alexandra Grishuk against Vishwanathan Anand. In the case of Jan Nepomniachtchi against Hikaru, it was a victory for Jan, and Grishuk versus Vishy played a draw in this position.
How did they continue?
So there are moves like knight b3 or queen c2.
Knight b3 or queen c2, not queen b3.
So they are not trading the queens. But knight b3 looks very logical because you're controlling the d4 square, and the queen c2, you're attacking the h7.
I mean, I visually don't like it, but I understand the idea. I don't like it because it jumps under a5, a4, but there must be some concrete idea. So knight b3, a5. Did anybody play this? Nobody,
No,
yeah?
no one. They went for another way. But about queen c2, maybe it's a little bit more tricky because also it's what Nepo played and he won the game. And here knight b4 was tried for Hikaru and he just took on h7. And
This was probably some rapid
queen,
game, yeah?
queen c7. Not having information here.
Yeah, because the idea to give out the pawn on h7 is understandable. The queen is under attack and black is trying to trap the bishop, but somehow I don't believe it. Like I was thinking some queen c7. No, this bishop is under attack. I just want to go back, and if you trade it, I take it. Bishop d8, now 2 pieces under attack. There might be some bishop d6. Who knows, yeah? Like, is this even a thing? It's hard to tell without any deep analysis here.
For sure, hard to tell, and it's now Levon Aronen who is taking his time in the position after queen b6, thinking how to react, how to defend the pawn on b2, or to push it, or defend with any piece. But we have so many games ongoing today and so many exciting matchups, so let's get an overview of the round number 4 of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. And here we have the positions. Arturs, I see some exciting positions already. For example, in the bottom left corner, Václav Finek against Vaishali. Some pawn is already pushed to b4. There is break in the center with the c5. What else catches your attention?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to do like a quick overview of all of them. I see a couple of Catalans, which is obviously evergreen opening. For example, Aydin Selemanli versus Yezer Domush, top middle board. Black just collected pawn on c4. By the way, quite the déjà vu from his game against Levon Aronian. Apparently, he likes these setups. It's going to be interesting to check it out. Jose Martinez against Matthias Blubaum, the top right corner. This is, I think, the Petrov, where white played an early capture on e5, retreated with the knight on d3. This is really trendy stuff. To be honest, wondering why I'm not playing myself more of this line. From the white's perspective, it feels like a very nice pressure, even though ultimately black is very solid. Václav Finek against Vaishali, lower left corner. It's yet another Catalan. I think this was the d takes on c4 early line, followed by b5, b4. And things are getting exciting very quickly. Marco Materia versus Kostenyuk. Lower middle board, it's your typical Slav with queen b3 and queen c7. I'll see if I can try to remember any theory there. I used to play this with white. And finally, then we have Shatong versus Carissa Yip, lower right corner. I think it was some sort of an offbeat Ra Lopez.
Let's go to the game of Aydin Suleimanli against Yezer Dogmush. First of all, it's a very exciting clash. We are having the young Azerbaijani grandmaster facing the youngest 2700 in the history of chess, Yezer Dogmush. I think it's an important match overall. One of these two players can become a future world champion, so this is the start of their matchups over here. But have they faced each other before coming here to Biel?
Yes, they have. I checked the database, and if I can trust the data, then they have played twice, two classical games in 2024. And it is Soleimanli who is actually ahead. He played both games with the black color, and yet he won one of the games with the black color. So, again, it was 2 years ago, when obviously Erdomush was, 13 years old, still obviously very strong. But here in the Rapid tournament, it was a draw, where you might remember, Angelika, there was this a bit crazy trefoil repetition, and the time scramble was Soleimanli apparently was winning, but yeah, it was very difficult to calculate, obviously, the winning line.
But what I remember is the Chess 960 matchup they had here at the Biel Chess Festival. Do you remember this endgame where, okay, first of all, it was all equal, then suddenly Aydin doesn't agree to a draw, pushes over in the game, then it's Yes who had an absolutely crashing position. He is winning, and then in one move, he's blundering a whole piece and losing the game. I mean, that was a very tough one for Yes.
Yeah, these things in time scramble, these things definitely tend to happen. So these players definitely have a history. I'm pretty sure they're going to play even more in the future. Now, let's go back to the starting move and see what was the choice. D4, C4, knight f3, your classical way to play the Catalan. Some people don't just try to play around it with C4, G3. They just go immediately at it. They're not afraid from the main lines, like I did.
I have a feeling that so far in the classical we had, Catalan dominating absolutely the openings choices. I think almost every round, at least a few games have been played. What do you think, Artur?
Yeah, Catalan is definitely one of the most popular openings here, at least in this year's Biel edition. So also including this game. Black early accepted the pawn on c4. Here he has many combinations. He can play a6, b5. He can play knight c6, rook b8. He decided to play with black, bishop b4 check, bishop b2, a5, a3, try to hold on to the pawn. And I think that the way he played it out, it probably makes sense to hold on to it. Because, for example, if he goes in these positions, let's say without any real deep knowledge, something like queen c2, let's say c5, d takes, bishop takes on c5, and queen c4, even though we have a symmetrical pawn structure on the board, very commonly in these positions, black is somehow suffering because of this, as I call it, the bad Catalan bishop on c8.
Yeah, that's a bad one. You would like to try to trade it, but it's not so easy. I mean, you have to include some plans of playing maybe something like rook a7, pushing the pawn and playing bishop b7. But now it's a big question for Yes, Erdogmush in this position. What do you do with the bishop? Do you trade it or do you step backwards? Because now he's thinking for quite some time already. As we see 7 minutes, by the way, we have a very cool feature here, dear viewers, at the broadcast. You can see in the top left corner which move it is and how much time has a player thought about. And it's 7 minutes right now. So it means this is the time where he's out of preparation. He has to find a way to continue. Will he step away or trade the bishops? What would you personally choose, Arturs?
I very vaguely remember this because this is not my main combination with white or black. I think that black can play like this. Take on d2 and play b5. Hold on to the pawn. And it would look quite similar to the game Aronian versus Erdomush. White can play a4. I think something like c6. Maybe at the right time to play knight e5, attack the pawn on c6. Or also I was thinking there could be the right moment to play some b3. Again, how do you do it? Let's say here, bishop b7, and part of my inaccuracies. This also could be some kind of a position that Suleimanli would love to test. Like he's down a pawn, but at least he has a very easy game at a queen side. And typically, this is one of the big discussions of this particular setup in the Catalan.
Yeah, absolutely. And but another question is that he has in his mind. Probably he wants to calculate his game. He wants to make it more complicated to keep the bishops on the board. But by keeping the bishops on the board, you're losing time. You're stepping away. That's extra tempo for white. So if bishop goes, let's say on e7, right? If you step away with the bishop, where do you go? Bishop e7.
Yeah, probably bishop e7, yeah.
Then white has extra tempo either to castle or to
I could even take the pawn.
take a pawn. Okay.
Yeah, I think that I don't even need to reinvent the bicycle here. I just collect the pawn. And yeah, maybe you try to solve the problem of the Catalan bishop like this. But it feels that black is just tiny bit worse. Like should castle, some bishop f4, knight c3. And I think that also in some of the main lines of the Catalan, white is in similar positions committed to a4 and not a3, which weakens the b4 square. So my money would be on bishop d2. Let's say bishop takes on d2, knight takes on d2, and some sort of b5. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, those are two main continuations, either to take on d2 or not to take. But for sure we know Aydin Suleimanli is right now in the loop. He still knows what is going on in this position. But I suggest for us to go to the remaining, let's go to the Generations Challenge tournament straight. Let's go there to the game of Václav Finek against Vaishal Rameshbabu. It's in the bottom left corner because it's a leader against the last place.
And it's also a Catalan. Good call.
Yeah, another Catalan.
Another
we,
Catalan.
we love it.
Yeah, let's now see how does it fare with the other game. What's the difference? I'm going to go straight to the starting position. Knight f3, knight f6, g3, knight f6, bishop g2. So in that game, Erdomus played d takes on c4 and bishop b4 check. Like it's a very common signature. If you play bishop e7, then quite often black doesn't play d takes on c4, even though in this game he did do it. D takes on c4, queen c2, b5, a4. Yeah, this is one of the most modern ways to play for black, because black typically plays a6, a4, bishop d7, or a6, queen c4, b5, and this was played, I think it was Suleimanli versus Martinez, yeah, in the classical tournament, round 1, if I'm not terribly mistaken. That's a bit older theory, but this is something modern really here.
Yeah, pushing the pawn, and now I'm wondering, can you take the pawn on c4? Because you have to watch out for the bishop a6 ideas, because now suddenly black is getting very active.
And I don't recall, was it c5 or knight e7 on c5, but typically white doesn't want to take on c4 immediately, because this bishop is really strong. And that's why white, instead of this, is playing knight e2. But also, it's important to understand why black is playing b5, a4, and b4. He gives up the pawn on c4 voluntarily, but also makes sure that white cannot put the knight on c3, which is typically the best square for the queenside knight in the Catalan.
Yeah, that's a very annoying pawn. We have had already some of the games in Generations Challenge. I think it was Marco.
Was any more tempi after bishop a6? That's why black played bishop b7, knight takes on c4, c5. Quite often this is also a temporary pawn sacrifice, because let's say you take on c5, black is not even obliged to take on c5 immediately. He can include moves like bishop e4 or knight a6, sometimes even rook c8, and quite similarly to white. Like you did not take on c4 with the queen, you did it with the knight. Well, I could do the same.
Yeah, definitely. And now this could have been played, but what was he decided to do? Knight b to d7, so finishing the development. Now bishop is on d5. And what black says that, please, take the pawn on c5. I want to develop my pieces. I want to take on the better terms. I want to trade those pawns, but I don't want to take first. Because if black would take, then white would get extra pieces to the game. If white is taking, it's black who is bringing more active pieces to the position. But this bishop d5, is there any threat right now in the position, or is just a strong developing move?
It's probably coming with an idea to close the d file and maybe apply some pressure against the knight on c4. But I think that also Finnick is a bit surprised by this because you can also see the difference in the clock. Yeah, so white has 1 minute and 38 minutes, so 1 hour 38 minutes. So this means that he already is out of the book, and Vaishali's 1 hour and 56 minutes suggests that she is really familiar with this. So what do you do here if you're white? I don't think I want to take on c5 unless I can exploit this pin somehow with e4.
Yeah, that would be ideal, to push e4 in some way, but how can you do it? Because if you're just taking, knight takes, the problem with the control over e4, it's too much.
Yeah, both of the moves are probably reasonable. Also, rook c8, like I already mentioned before, is a move. Yeah, by the way, Angel likes rook c8.
Oh, rook c8, yeah, very logical. You bring in the rook, you're x-raying the queen at some moment, you'll recapture on c5, there'll be pin. Oh, some big questions to answer here from white's perspective.
Yeah, definitely. So d takes on c5 is a move. What other moves there might be? Very often for typical for Catalan positions, you play some sort of a knight e5. Is this the moment when you do this? Again, I don't know, because you want to open up the bishop, you want to control the c6 square, you want to play e4. e4 is a very common maneuver for the Catalan, and let's say black takes it, knight c6 could be a problem, d takes on c5 could be an issue. So if I was Václav, I would be probably mostly focused on knight e5 and maybe briefly paying some attention to d takes on c5.
And yesterday, if you recall, Václav had some big chances in the game against Tong Shao. He mysteriously decided to go for a draw after 41st move. But here is a new game, and psychologically also much easier to play if you know that you're facing someone from the bottom of the leaderboard, although the field is super strong. It doesn't matter if the player is on the low and the lowest field, but they're all very strong. But for Vaishali, maybe it's a chance to try to use the opportunity that she might be underestimated.
She already did it before. I mean, I very clearly remember how she played back in 2024, the Challengers tournament. And if I remember correctly, either she started badly or started well and finished badly.
She started amazing.
Started amazingly, yeah?
In the classical. She started, I think,
that's
with
what
a
I'm saying.
bang, winning against Donchenko, this crazy game. I think 2 or 3 victories in a row.
Yeah, Donchenko, Biel, and Samonenkov. Yeah, 3 Grandmasters defeating in a row, and that's why I think that, of course, Finnick doesn't underestimate her at all. There's no easy points in this tournament. After all, also Vaishali, of course, is a World Championship challenger, facing Ju Wenjun, the reigning world champion, at some point later this year. And as we speak, by the way, Angelica, knight f to e5 is on the board.
Exactly as you called for it, Artus. You definitely know the Catalan, and you
I'm
know
a
what.
I tend to know things.
That's a simple explanation. So yeah, knight e5 was played, and now big question, will Vaishali trade the bishops? But let's get a bird's eye view in the position and see what else is going on. We still haven't covered one of the games of the Masters. In the top right corner, it's Jose Martinez against Matthias Blumbaum, where, by the way, the queens are already over the board with the e-file fully open. We might have had, was it Petrov? I'm not so sure.
It was Petrov. I immediately recognized the structure. And now that I'm thinking, okay, who did play this against Blumbaum in the candidates? Because there was one player who played this against Matthias Blumbaum in the candidates, and he almost outplayed him.
Well, what I remember that many players played this against Matthias in the candidates, because anytime he had a chance, he went for Petrov. And then I remember in many positions, the players already, started to deviate with the knight from e4, when they were jumping, I don't remember, like somewhere to c4, there were jumps, I don't know, there were a lot of kind of different knight maneuvers. So knight from e5 jumped to c4 to d3. They tried out everything against him, but Do you recall who was it who
No, I
won
don't
last?
recall. It was obviously
But
somebody strong, but who was it? Because I remember like Matthias was trying to hold on. He got outplayed slowly. It was somebody from the leaders, and he didn't score the victory. But who was it? Pardon me. I would have to pull up the database. Maybe
maybe Jawahir
in the break.
Sindarov actually, no? Because I remember
It could be actually Sindarov.
he
Yeah.
got the winning game, but he didn't win against
It
him.
could be Sindarov. Yeah, now that you're saying that, it could be actually Sindarov. Which round it was, I don't remember. I'm going to later check it in the database. The infamous Petrov, knight of 6. I'm not really sure if these days somebody has finally managed to write a left-arm repertoire on the Petrov, on Chessable.
Yeah.
It's a super solid opening for casual chess fans. It's difficult to play because black is sort of playing for a draw, trying to be solid, but at the highest level, it's a formidable weapon. Jan Nepomniachtchi is using it. Timur Rajabov, I think, was using it. Many high-class
Peter
level.
Leko.
Peter Leko, Peter Swidler, I think, also used it. I might be inventing some names here, but Caruana definitely played it, yeah. Like there was this leak of his preparation, whichever candidates tournament was this, when his prep went outside and people on Reddit were actively discussing it. Anyway, it's a super, super solid opening, and the black is literally copying white's moves.
Yes, but then there is also a choice for the knight to jump anywhere it wants. As I was mentioning, during the candidates, the player went to c4, d3, back to f3. So there were so many choices played from everyone who faced Matthias, because anytime he had the chance, he went for the Petrov opening to stay solid, of course, to the tournament, since it was super important to do well. And well, now we have 94.
Yeah, and this is where there's a very big discussion typically here. I think it was, just a sec, let me try to recall. Queen e2, queen e7. Here, am I remembering correctly? Knight c6, knight e5, knight e4, and here we go. Yeah, this is also yet another very big branch of theory, but it's not happening today.
Yeah, definitely. And by the way, I'm watching now the moves which were played. Jawahir Sindarov did have this position against
So it was
Matthias
him.
Gulubaum or Pragnananda. So there
No,
are
I
two.
think it was Sindarov. I think it was him. Now that you say it, I remember. But Matthias decided to play c6, f3, d4. It looks a bit weird, but the players these days, they're working heavily with engines. They want to have a quieter position where they have some chances. And white is trying to play for some g4, h4, h5, g5 at the king side. The queen on e2 feels weird, but it's all about restricting black's pieces, and that's why also h5, fighting for space advantage, is completely reasonable.
You're getting more space, you're stopping g4 ideas to kick the bishop away from the f5 square, you're getting extra space on h7 for the bishop to step backwards in case you would like to. It makes perfect sense. And again, as we spoke earlier, it's a question, who will take first on e7 or on e2? Who will trade the queen first? Those person is allowing the opponent to get the pieces activated, because if you take on e7, then black is easily capturing, developing the bishop. If you take on e2, then another story. So yeah, everyone is just waiting.
Yeah, none of them really want to commit to this. Knight a6, so all right. Knight e2, knight c7. Very common way in the Petrov to bring the knight in a game like this. By the way, there was this one interesting moment. White could play queen takes on e7, bishop e7, and bishop takes on a6. Try to ruin black's pawn structure, but I think Martinez just made a judgment call that in the long run, especially because of the strong Latsko bishop, it's just very risky.
It is too risky. Yeah, definitely. The bishop pair in the position, you don't never know how open position is going to be. I would be also very worried here as white, so he doesn't go for it.
And now he was the one who traded. I think that the reason was that black was already thinking about knight e6. Knight e6, long castle, try to exploit the fact that the white king is still stuck in the center. You see white cannot easily castle either way. And this was also a signal for the Mexican grandmaster finally to trade off the queens, play knight c4, king f2, king d7, a4, and try to have some pressure. But do you know, Angelika, which opening this position reminds me?
Of course, okay. First, when I saw this position, it reminded Petro, but also at the same time, at the same time.
That's a good one, yeah. All right.
Well, it's tough to say. I mean, if the pawn would be on d5, that would be an exchange range. But the pawn is on d6, so maybe some... It cannot be Philidor, because then you would have d file open.
Okay, I'm just going to show you. Like, I don't know, for whatever reason, it looks very similar. Like, there's this also very trendy line in the Karakan right now. These days, everybody's playing this line with d3. I mean, everyone who is playing with white against the Karakan takes, bishop g4 here, black plays something like this, c3, whatever, I don't know, g6, king c2, here, a4, a5. Like,
Okay. So
yeah.
there was not, yeah.
It looks quite similar. Again,
Yes.
the king is on c2, the pawn is on c3, you have the pawn on a4, you're thinking about knight e2, knight c4, and you have the same plans. And now we have a look at this position. Like, okay, the other side is looking a bit different, but the same structure. The knight is on f4, the pawn is on h4, you're trying to play for some space advantage. Engine says it's not a big deal, but it does feel that white has at least some sort of a pressure.
The same structure, but just mirrored position, definitely. Looks like position. And I think players are also catching it up. They are understanding that there are similar plans in this position as well. But Jose Martinez is taking his time here
And you know
in this position.
What's really interesting is that this is the second game in a row his opponents are playing the Petrov against him, because yesterday Levon Aronian against Martinez played the ultimate perfection, what you could call like complete symmetrical game until the very end, until players agreed to a draw after a threefold repetition. Here, again, for the second day in a row, it must be happening for a reason. They must be sensing that perhaps Martinez's repertoire versus the Petrov, at least for them, is not so convincing, and that's why they think that why don't I try to play the Petrov and easily equalize? Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe they're a bit underestimating, but in this case, Jose Martinez is, he's having the white pieces. So still, spending a lot of time now. 1 hour 37 minutes right now for Jose in this position. Where will he remove the bishop? We'll find out in quite some time, but I suggest to pull up the bird's view and see what else is going on in the Masters and Generations Challenge, round 4 already of the classical portion, because we have many exciting battles. So let's get an overview.
Yeah, we could do just that, or I could also simply select another game.
Let's go to Marca Materia against Alexandra Kostenuk, because that's where I feel the action is happening. We have another Carlsbad pawn structure, and we have white getting ready for the e4 push. And I see that Marco already committed to the long side castle. Arturs, what is going on in this position?
Kostenuk misplayed things. I already can sense it, because I think she just mixed up the opening here. I know this line because there was a moment when I was playing some of the d4 stuff myself, and naturally the Slav setup is one of the most principal choices, what you can do. So now let's go back to the beginning. The Slav, of course, super solid stuff. e3, one of my absolute favorite setups from the white's perspective. A white defense, the pawn on c4. The other direction is to play knight c3, black plays d6 and c4, you play e4, black plays b5. Completely different direction. White plays e3, he imprisons his dark square bishop on c1, but says it doesn't really matter. Black brings out the light square bishop to f5, plays e6, and since black is very close to equalize the game with h6, this is why white typically plays knight h4 and the bishop pair advantage.
Yeah, now the question is, where do you go with the bishop? You want to try probably to provoke some weaknesses by playing bishop g4, bishop e4 to get some f3, but normally also white wants to maybe push this f3 potentially later to get the e4 pawn break when you get the Carlsbad pawn structure.
Yeah, this is a provocation. I like how you said it, Angelika, because if white takes it, knight e4, you see this knight is under attack, and black immediately equalizes the game. With bishop b4 check, knight e2, and is it either queen a5 or is it knight x on d2 immediately, but black has no issues because white loses his biggest trump, which is the bishop pair advantage. And that's why here white does commit to f3, bishop g6, white plays bishop d2, queen. I think actually the main continuation is immediately queen b3, then bishop d2, but I think that Marco is playing tricks here with the move others. Queen b3, we go for the same position, and after c takes on d5, I think that you have to take. Wait a second, I think she mixed up something here. Wait. Because I remember this line, let me try to recall what I remember. So queen b3, queen c7, bishop d2. I think that black is supposed to play bishop e7 here. Attack the knight, think about the short castle, and if white plays for the long castle, very commonly in these positions, black very typically plays d takes on c4, black plays b5, black plays a6, c5, and has a rich counterplay at the queen side.
Yeah,
But
because white committed to the long side castle. You have to be ready for it to strike in the center and open up the files.
right, precisely. That's the big idea. So that's why very often what white does after bishop e7, white takes on d5 first. And I know for a fact that e takes on d5 Engine doesn't like, because we're going to see what's happening in the game. And after c takes on d5, you see what's happening here is black is not committed to knight d7, and also bishop d6 is not under a possible fork attack. And white still here plays knight takes on g6, h takes on g6, long castle, puts the king on e1, tries to play e4. You castle short side, it's incredibly risky. White plays h4, g4, h5, so black has to know quite a bit of stuff here. So I think, Angelique, what happened here is that with this move order, Kosteniuk just mixed up the opening.
Yeah, because now whenever white would take on d5, you cannot recapture, as you were pointing out, with the pawn on the c6, because there will be knight d5 jump.
Precisely.
This looks very convincing, yeah, of course. And then she would have to take with a knight or
Maybe
with a
with
pawn.
the knight. This was already the lesser evil, to be honest. But then, I mean, white immediately can just take on g6, or maybe castle short, play e4, have some solid space advantage. So this bishop d6 was inaccurate, and maybe bishop e7 was the necessary move here. The Frenchman immediately exploited this move. He took on d5. E takes on d5, as you can see, black just made another inaccuracy. Long castle. And now the threat for white is to take on g6 and play e4, e5, have a monstrous center which is backed by the bishop pair.
Well, that would be absolutely stunning, because you're capturing the light squared bishop for white, but you're not giving up any of your bishops, because this push of the pawn to e4 is very strong when you still have the dark squared bishop in the position. And this is what Marco is trying to do, but queen b6 have been played, losing a tempo, but offering the trade of the queens in the position now from Alexandra. By the way, she didn't spend so much time. Do you think she still thinks that she is in a preparation, but maybe mixed up some lines? What do you think going on?
Maybe. You know, I actually had this one funny moment here I could tell you about. So this was a World Chess Olympiad, whichever it was. I already don't remember. I have played in 7 of them. And I was playing against one Italian grandmaster. I prepare for the game with black, and I'm playing the game, and I'm following my prep. You know, I'm playing very quickly. Everything is good. I'm in control. Literally, I radiate
The confidence.
You know, I'm so in the prep. And my opponent is, oh yeah, he's in the prep. So I played and I played, and at some point I'm like, something is not right, you know. But no, this is the prep. So I continue playing confidently, and I make a draw effortlessly. And after the game, I discussed with my opponent. He's asking something about the game, and I say, no, it was prep. He said, yeah, prep. Yeah, it was prep. Stockfish fully supports me. I go home, I switch on the engine. Engine says, everything is very bad, because I just mixed up the prep. And this could happen. So it's also very important you have the confidence, the way you played out the move. So I don't know if this is happening here, but to be honest, I think Alexander's position from strategical perspective is a bit suspicious.
I mean, Marco Matera right now is probably sitting thinking, well, I didn't look at this variation, but Alexandra, you know, is so confident, so probably she prepared, probably she knows she's backed by the stockfish, she knows everything, but in reality, she's not, and this is the case where you have this, you know, dissimilarity with what is actually going on. But I think Marco, as we have seen yesterday, he was pushing a lot, he understands, and probably since at some moment he will start understanding, okay, this is not what I prepared, this is not the best way to continue with black, it would be his time to shine in this round as well. Oh, and some attack.
I could imagine the game easily going somewhere here because I recall some of the ideas from the white's perspective. So what you want to do, you want to eliminate the Latsko bishop. I don't know when. Do you take it immediately or you push e4? I don't know. Like I would have to think. Probably black is going to ruin your pawn structure here. My threat is to play e5. You have to react. Probably you have to take it. Now I take on g6 because if I don't, by the way, maybe I can even just take it. Oh, wait, I don't even need to take on g6. Because I thought that in this position, the big idea, like typically, is to play knight x on g6, take on e4, and quite often for the Slav, you sacrifice a pawn. You play some bishop c4, rook h1, organize some counterplay. But now that I'm looking at this position, I'm realizing, wait a second, you can just take it. F takes on e4, because knight e4 is never happening because of the pin at the e file.
Yeah, and also you're ready to grab the bishop on g6 at any moment. Probably you have to look and watch out for the bishop h5, but then just rook e1.
Yeah, just rook e1.
And e5 is a big threat in the position.
Very big threat. It's a monstrous threat. And I think precisely for this reason the bishop stands here on e7, not on d6. And I think Marco is slowing down here because he doesn't recognize this position. But clearly, I think he should know that c takes, e takes, according to an engine, is not very good because you take on g6, you play e4, but now he's sitting there and trying to figure things out. And the question is, does Alexandra realize that something is not quite right? I do not think this is the prep. I think she just mixed up.
I mean, Arthurs, if we look right now at Alexandra, at her body language, she's just, sitting like this, crossing her arms, and she's like, well, I'm playing my prep, what do you want? Just look at how confident she is sitting there, just watching around. She's like everything in control. And yeah, that confidence actually means a lot, and that would be always good to be confident, because then when you start to realize, oh, wait a second, it was not what I prepared, then when games can go wrong.
I mean, it also could be like some sort of resignation. Oh my goodness, I messed up this one. I have done this so many times that I'm not even going to count. Like you play an opening, you think you're in the prep, you're like, wait, this is not the prep, I messed up. Then you're looking there, you're a little laughing at yourself. So I know this stuff. I know that you got to put the bishop on e7. So I cannot really read the facial expressions of Alexandra. She does not look very happy to me, but I don't know. What do you think?
But she looks confident, I don't know, crossing hands, looking like this, but we're going to find out it sooner or later. When will she realize, or will Marco realize? Those are all the questions that you want to answer. But the answers we'll find out after our next hydration break, as we took this tradition from the FIFA World Cup. The games are just spicing up at the round 4 of the classical portion of Grandmaster Triathlon. We have top matches. Dear viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll continue with more action from Biel after the break.
What makes Biel special for me is, first of all, look at the playing hall where we're playing. It's a really gorgeous building from an era where people experimented, and you can see that this is a really nice example of an experiment that worked, but also is very good, and it's very pleasant to see the amateurs and to see the good players all together in one hall and all together trying to play the best moves. So, second of all, it's a tournament that takes place in a city that is duolingual. That's kind of rare. You normally have most of the cities in Europe have one language, and here you have two, and you even hear it in different parts. And since I've never played in Biel, I wanted to come and see it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I love architecture.
Welcome back, everyone. We have the round 4 of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Everyone is in action. All the games are ongoing. We have quite some updates from the boards. But Arturs, what would be your highlight of the pairing for this round?
Probably the matchup we just saw during the break, where Levon Aronian is facing the Vietnamese Grandmaster and the 3-time winner of the Biel Festival, Lim Le. Unfortunately, I have good news and bad news to you. The good news is the game is going to wrap up very quickly. The bad news is it's not super exciting, because if we go now to the overview of all the other games, you can see the top left corner, Rodian versus Lim Le. This game is fizzling out to a quick draw, and I'm not really sure if this was the plan of Aronian. I don't think so. He definitely wanted to try something, but the very precise play of the Vietnamese Grandmaster probably has convinced him, okay, nothing is going to happen in this game. So you just saw Bishop f5 being played by the Armenian player, and a lot of pieces that are going to disappear from the board in the coming moves.
But also, when you have two top players playing against each other and playing the game perfectly, that's the result you expect, the draw. It doesn't mean that they didn't try for something, it just happens. And the both of them will get 1.5 points, which also great for our overall rankings, because whoever wins in the Masters will have more chances to get up all the way to the leaderboard. I think this is one of the clashes we are really excited about. Aydin Suleimanli against Yezer Dogmush in the top middle board. As we have discussed, 95 is played, but Yes is still up a pawn in the position.
Yeah, also notice that White did not take on d2 with the knight, but the queen. We will check that game. Anything else? Jose Martinez versus Matthias Blubaum. I think it's a very interesting middle game. Queens are off the board in a Petrov where both of the players are trying to fight for the victory. Maybe Matthias is a bit ambitious here because he thinks, okay, I have no problems in this position. Why don't I become ambitious on the queen side? We have another Catalan in the game of Václav Fidek versus Vaishali. After knight fe5, I think we saw this move about 20 minutes ago. Nothing really has happened ever since Vaishali is in a deep think. Marco Materia versus Alexander Kostanyuk. He didn't play e4. That's the lower middle board. That is pretty surprising turn of events.
Oh, he's preparing e4 without the pawn sacrifice. Oh.
Probably.
That's very smart, because after e4 you cannot take on h2 because it'll be e5.
Well, I have my own opinion about it, but well, Marco didn't really trust the e4 push idea. We will check, of course, that position as well. And Xiaotong versus Carissa Yip, lower right corner. This is the offbeat for Lopez. By the way, we have not even seen it today, so maybe that's also the position we could check right now.
Yeah, let's go there. Tong Xiao against Carissa Yip. Oh, what opening is this? So it should have been some kind of Rui Lopez.
Yeah, just to show the opening moves.
Just to see what was happening.
Rook e1, b5, d6, c3, knight a5, c5, and instead of the d4, d3.
d3, and yeah, being a bit more flexible, not pushing for the d4, remaneuvering the pieces. Bishop goes to g5 now in the position.
And knight e3. Was black not supposed to include h6 in these positions? Here, I think the common idea is to play h6, rook e8, bishop f8, g6, bishop g7, or maybe h6, rook e8, bishop f8, and at some point push d5. But now that black played rook e8, bishop g5 is a possibility.
Bishop g5 definitely can be played in this position. And we see knight e3 is on the board, so the idea is to getting this very nice square on the e3 with the knight, covering the d5, f5, potentially also g4, c4 squares. And is knight ready to jump somewhere in this position? Somewhere on d5, but you have to be careful.
Yeah, maybe take could have 6 at the right moment. Play bishop b3. I know that White played bishop c2 earlier, but now you have some clear plan. Fight for these weekend squares. According to an engine, it's not a big deal. Like, black could play something like h6, take at f6, bishop b3, g6, and even if you get this outpost on d5, black at some point will be able to smoke out this knight. Maybe
Arturs, let's go to the game of Levon Aronian against Limle because I think we're having the final moves in the position and
Let's go.
the draw will be a grid.
Wow.
Okay, I think they're trying to claim the threefold repetition handshake is on the board, trading all the pieces possible. The first result of the round number 4 of the classical portion of the two leaders. How important is it for the overall tournament?
I think that they are pretty happy with the result. As you can see, they don't really seem unhappy. And of course, Limele, facing such a dangerous opponent with the black color and drawing effortlessly, seems to be in good spirits. But also, Aronian is smiling. He is enjoying the atmosphere here in Biel. Like yesterday, he was here in the commentary studio and he said, you know, last year I won 2 freestyle tournaments. Right now, I'm just trying to enjoy my life, playing the tournaments where I have never played before. That's why here he's in Biel, having some good time and draw. Apparently, it's a good result for both of them.
Very good result for sure. And as you were mentioning that he wants to be, now he's a chess tourist, as he was telling. Very interesting term considering, you know, such a top player. Because to me, being chess tourist, meaning like just, you know, just traveling the world, playing the chess tournaments, but not really achieving anything, but he has been achieving so much. He's a 2-time World Cup winner, multiple winner of the Olympiad, chess Olympiad for Armenia. By the way, this year he'll be playing for USA, and Limle will be the not the captain, but the coach of the women's team for the US for the Olympiad. So definitely they'll also be together on some of the occasions there.
And also, it's a long tournament for both of them because there's still one more classical round tomorrow. There's going to be a long day of blitz. The players going to have a rest day, most likely at the final stage. And I think at the current pace, it's safe to say that both of them, they're going to make it there, and then they will fight it out in the final stage. And this is also a good chance for everyone else who are staying behind a bit to the leaders to catch up with these two gentlemen.
Yeah, now everyone is happy. Aydin, yes, now they see this result, they know, well, there is a chance to get those 4 extra points for Jose, for Matthias. So let's get an overview of what is going on right now in the round number 4 Grandmaster Triathlon. We see other games are ongoing. And what do we see? Do we see some updates? For example, Aydin Suleimanli against Yezer Dogmush. 95 was played, but what a surprising move, 96, sacrificing or giving up a pawn back?
Yeah, it's definitely a common maneuver. I will show you some very similar lines, and you're going to understand why this is so popular. Then in the right corner of the top row, Martinez versus Matthias Blubaum. It's a bit of a quieter game. None of the players have any weaknesses. I would say it's probably heading to something peaceful, but maybe it's early to tell. Václav Finek versus Vaishali, the lower left corner. Another Catalan. We just saw the World Championship challenger Vaishali trading the last bishops and playing Queen c8. The engine, by the way, quite doesn't like it. By the way, there is this common joke. The longer you think, the more the quality of your thought process decreases. I'm not really sure I can agree with that, but like sometimes, yeah, when I'm also spending myself 20, 30 minutes per move, I might not make the best one. Jokes aside, Marco Materia versus Alexander Kostanyuk. The Frenchman missed a good opportunity to seize an opening advantage. That's the lower middle board. Kostanyuk is back in business after bishop b4, and we just saw Tonshao versus Karisayip, lower right corner, where we have a battle for some of the central squares in the offbeat Ryan Lopez.
I suggest to go to the game of Václav Finek against Vaishali Ramesh Babu, because there we had quite some thought by the Indian superstar, and finally she traded the bishops, but I see evaluation board doesn't quite like it. So I suggest to go there, you know, and just see what just played in the last couple of moves.
This is the current position. Black play Queen c8. Looks reasonable to me. You want to play Queen b7, Rook c8, Rook d8, take on d4. And yet, the engine doesn't like it. It's our job to figure out why.
Okay, so first of all, Do we want to see the moves, the bishop g2? Okay, bishop g2, first of all, it was, we were expecting it, right? Bishop.
I yeah, I also thought that bishop g2 was illogical, but let me now check that dearest engine. According to an engine, black had to make the only move to have an equal position, which was rook c8.
The same move we were discussing earlier, right? There was one of the positions where rook c8 was a great move.
But I play e4, and I want to play d5. Let's say you walk away, you play d5.
d5.
Yeah, it looks really unpleasant. And black apparently has to take on c4. Queen c4 or knight c4, both moves are good. And like takes. I don't know. Like, oh, maybe Vaishali saw the sequence and she did not like it. I do see
Maybe.
Limle standing there
Definitely,
looking at us.
and that's why, dear viewers, we're going for the very, very short break because we are going to have a special guest in the studio. So don't go anywhere. Just in 2 minutes, we'll be back.
Okay. And we're back live from Biel Congress Center where the 59th International Biel Chess Festival is taking place. As you can see, Angelika is gone. And now I have a very special guest with us here, Lim Le, the three-time winner of the Biel Chess Festival and also one of the leaders of the Masters Tournament. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
So, Liam, maybe before we jump into the games, we could talk about Biel. How special the tournament it is for you, and what's your current activity, what are you doing right now in the past year, because we do know that Webster University's program has been discontinued, and where your focus is in chess right now.
Sure. So, Biel is a very special place for me, not only because I won 3 times in a row, but also because I feel like I play really good chess here, and I have always won the classical portion of the event, and I probably play many nice games here as well, so I'm really happy about that. And so far in this tournament, I think I have been playing very good chess as well. So something about Biel always motivates me and brings the best in me in classical chess. As for the last year, as you said, the Webster University decided to end their chess program, which is an unfortunate for the university. But all the students are taken care of, and as for me, I'm trying to focus more on playing more chess this year. After this tournament, I have the Esports World Cup, and also focusing more on coaching. I have been recently selected as the trainer of the US women's team, so I'm looking forward to that. As well as I have a few private students as well, so I'm trying to help them become the best players they can be. Um, of course, it's hard to balance between coaching and playing, but so far I have been enjoying doing both, and hoping I can gain some rating here and play some good chess here.
I mean, yeah, so far I think you're doing really great in Classical tournament. You started tournament with 2 victories. If we go back to the very beginning of the triathlon, we could feel that you were a bit struggling. Were there some difficulties to get in the rhythm? Were you a bit tired from your previous tournament in Lyon, or what happened?
Yeah, in Lyon I also did not do very well. I lost in the final match. I guess my rapid, my form in rapid chess has not been so good recently. It's a little difficult to adjust between rapid classical and blitz, of course. But the triathlon is a long tournament, and it will show who is the best players who can adapt to different type of formats and time controls. So the first 2 days in this tournament, I played really badly in both the 960 and the rapid. Missed a lot of chances. But then I felt like in classical, I should be okay. I should try to push for my chances. And I feel like it's important to get to the top 4 as soon as I could, because then it's a little easier, because the later rounds maybe people play a little more cautiously and they want to make draws. And if I'm already in the top 4, like right now, I good at my drawing like today. But let's say if I was in the last place, then I could have to try to win with black, and that would be even more risky, because I may lose and it may end the tournament. That's why I said in the first round that I feel like I kind of was in a must-win situation, especially against players also not too experienced in this tournament. So I feel like the first 2 rounds I used the best chances I could. So yesterday I also play very long game, very fighting chess, and I think we both play a pretty accurate game. So even though I had some pressure yesterday, I couldn't win the game. So for today, I thought I should try to be solid with black. No more g5 like in the first game. That's a bit too crazy, maybe not suitable for this game. And so I chose a very, very solid lie, and I thought Levon, he also probably didn't want to take too much risk in this game.
Yeah, so maybe we could very quickly check that game. It finished pretty quickly, so let me pull it up on the screen. You can stop me whenever you feel there's something really to add.
Yeah, so it is theory for like 15 moves or so. So if you just keep going until, yeah, this is on theory. I knew this slide quite well. Yeah, this is on castle, bishop e7. Yeah, so there are 2 moves for white here, rook c1 and a3. A3, I think I have to go bishop f6. But rook c1, I think queen b6 is the correct move, which is what I play. Because if rook c1, bishop f6, then he has knight f3, and I cannot take on b2 because of bishop h7. So, so I think, yeah, queen c2, queen b2, and white is slightly better here. So what I did was correct queen b6, attacking b2, and then I think it's very easy to play for black. I basically just have to centralize my 2 rooks, and then at some point when I play d4, it should be simplifying to a draw. Just one quick moment I wanted to check after d4, so keep going a few more moves. After I played d4, I was wondering about rook d2. What is happening here after rook d2?
Rook d2.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what to do here. I was going to take some time to think, but there are several options, like maybe h6 or g6. Let's say g6, yeah, looks very logical. And then e takes d4. Knight takes, I think rook c8 may be a problem. Follow, probably still okay. Yeah, knight takes d4, yeah, let's say.
Yeah.
Rook takes c8.
There might be some discovered attack.
Yeah, rook takes c8, then there might be bishop e3 or something.
Yeah.
So could be a bit tricky. So I didn't want to calculate too much, but I only calculated ED, and No, no, I mean one move before. Yeah, for white.
Yeah.
So I only calculated what he played and something like rook c2. Rook, yeah,
First
instead of
here,
knight
yeah?
d4. No, no, rook ec2 right away.
Yeah, rook c2.
No, c, not
Rook
d.
c-
Yeah, it's rook ec2, ec2. Yeah.
e c2, yeah.
But here I saw that I have bishop takes b3, very important move. A b d e, and here I think probably I'm better. Bishop e3, queen b3, and white just doesn't have any tricks here. So I think rook d2 is the most precise move, and I saw that in the worst case scenario I probably can take de, bishop e3, queen c7, or queen b4. I'm not sure where, but here may be some pressure with knight c5. So I was a little concerned here, but my feeling was that this should be okay for black if I don't take right away. But I wasn't sure how exactly I should play.
Yeah. What about bishop b4?
Bishop b4, then rook c2.
And I thought I could try to somehow exploit
Yeah,
it.
but the queen is moving next move, so
Maybe, yeah. Takes, and there's
bishop
no
e3.
way.
Yeah, there's nothing here.
Okay.
So I wanted to check with your engine what it says.
Oh,
after
yeah,
rook
we
d2.
can do that.
Yeah.
We can do that.
No, I'm sure black is fine. Just have to be maybe bishop
right.
f6 or something.
G6, bishop b4. By the way, engine also says it's okay.
Everything is okay, yeah?
Everything is okay. Yeah.
So let's say
G6,
g6, yeah, ed. This is what I have been calculating, ed.
ED, and now include.
Bishop f6 or something, right? bishop.
No, just take on b3.
Just take on b3 now.
Just
AB.
take on b3 and play bishop b4
Like this.
and probably queen d4.
Queen takes d4. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And black is fine. Yeah.
Black is fine. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. I had a feeling something like that would work, but I didn't calculate too much. I was like, let me see if he play it, and then I'll calculate. But I saw this line, and I just wanted to make sure that there's no danger here for black, and yeah, we just traded everything.
Yeah. What did you discuss after the game? Immediately we saw you were like in pretty positive mood, sharing some thoughts.
Yeah, we were discussing that exact moment. He mentioned rook ec2, but then I told him I could take on b3, take on e3, and black is fine. And then I told him rook d2 may be the only chance. He didn't consider that. He said he was happy with the draw, and it was his goal to make it to the top 4, which is also my goal. So I didn't object to the draw objectively.
All right. Okay. So now maybe we can go to the overview of the other games, and I'm gonna use the opportunity while you're here, Liam, and ask your opinion if you see something really exciting in all the other games. We have 2 of the Masters games. Also, we have some Catalans on the board. Which game would you like to check?
Let's check the Catalan game. Looks interesting.
So it's Finnick versus Vaishali, or Aydin versus.
Oh, there are 2 Catalans, yeah?
They also have
yeah,
Catalans.
yes, yes.
2 of them.
Maybe, yeah, this one first, maybe.
All right.
Okay, so this line I'm not too familiar with. Looks good for white, but how much is the question?
There was this moment in the opening phase when black played a5, a3, and it seemed that this move surprised Erdomush.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is still theory, of course. Take queen d2. The main line is c6, a4, b5,
c6.
and so on. Yeah, yeah.
a4, b5, yeah.
Yeah, but what he played, I think, is not the best for sure. Yeah, yeah. This must be good for white. Yeah, take rook c1. Okay, castle. Sorry. So black is thinking, right?
Yeah, he's thinking right now, already half an hour behind.
I don't like black position at all. It's suffering for sure here. Like you have too many witnesses.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe queen d6.
Queen d6 to play some c5, protect
Yeah,
the
rook
pawn.
d8, rook d8, e5 or c5 at some point. But rook c1, yeah, looks quite dangerous.
Bishop a6 maybe, hold on to the
But
pawn.
then you lose a5. You can take d4. I'm not so sure how it goes here. Yeah.
Well, engine likes it.
Yeah. Maybe not queen a5 right away. Maybe you should play
Like this.
knight c3. Could be.
There could be some counterplay.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe not rook c1. If we go back one move, maybe instead of rook c1, we can go queen c3, maybe.
Probably
bishop
anyway.
a6, then I go knight d2, rook fd8,
Mhm.
e3, maybe e5. Yeah, looks okay for black now.
Takes. Yeah, black should be
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I mean, and this is probably also
Also fine, yeah.
somehow.
I mean, black is suffering a little bit, but should be okay. Should be holdable. So maybe it's not so bad for black, but it doesn't look great. Yeah.
Yeah, so he is not playing for the win here.
No, definitely not. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to stay to that game, or you want to move on?
Let's move on to the next one.
Okay, we can check maybe the
The
other
Petrov.
masters. Yeah, the Petrov.
Very solid. This should be a draw because it's very symmetrical. Eventually, white will play knight e3, trade everything. I don't see how either side can play for more than a draw here. So, yeah, I'll say it's a draw for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Not
And
much to
then-
see here.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Maybe in the challengers more.
Yeah, the challenges could be a bit more complicated. And here,
Yes.
the thing what I couldn't quite understand, we saw this at the stage that bishop takes on g2 apparently was a mistake, and queen c8 engine favors white's position, and rook c1 was just played.
Okay. So yeah, white is definitely pushing a little bit here, and black has to be always careful about ideas like knight c6 at some point. So like, for example, if you take cd, I think maybe knight a5 can be dangerous. Going to c6.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that can be really tricky. Knight c6, bishop, rook e8, rook d4.
Yeah, white is just
This is,
dominating.
yeah, this is very dangerous. So black shouldn't take on d4 probably, and question is where to put the queen. Maybe b7 or a6. Let's say queen b7, f3, rook ac8 or fc8, ac8. Yeah, let's say.
Oh, wait, there's
Something is
97
not
already.
right. Yeah,
Yeah?
97, 97, 96.
Something. No, engine doesn't like it, but it
No,
feels
because
a bit
bishop
suspicious.
takes and cd. So you have to.
CD. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to play.
Oh, sorry, I'm just going to show it for the audience. Doesn't work.
Oh, maybe it does. Maybe white is still better after queen d2 or something. No,
Yeah.
but then rook c1, rook c8, black should hold, yeah. Maybe not. Take queen
Oh,
d4,
sorry.
yeah.
How would you play this position? So from the black's perspective, do you play any
Yeah.
Catalan yourself from black?
I do, yeah. I play that for both sides. So always in Catalan, you gotta be careful. Like if you open the center too quickly, the white can be very active, and rooks can come to the c and d file like this. So I mean, black has to stabilize and try to trade some pieces. That's the main thing for sure. So I would consider maybe knight takes e5 here for black. The e knight d5 feels like kind of okay because you are slowing down white a little bit, and then you have time for queen c6, rook d8. So I'm not worried about de. Maybe bishop takes e5 or knight e5. Now let's say knight e5. I have maybe queen b7 check, and now f3, rook c8. Now feels better for black than what we saw previously. So now this is also kind of stabilizing, although you're not threatening anything. Like cd, there's still knight c6. So maybe here, black still has to be careful. Let's say white goes e4. You still don't have cd, but you can play something like rook d8 or h6, maybe h6 first, yeah. But it does look a little bit scary for black, but I think black should be fine. For example, if queen c4, you probably need to play a6, because queen b5 is a very important, a very serious threat. So, and black is kind of holding here, I think. Eventually,
Even d5. D5
yeah,
maybe
d5
doesn't
take
work. Yeah.
and bishop d6, or rook, bishop d6, yeah, knight c6. I mean, it goes on, right?
Yeah.
No, but there's bishop f4 and knight d5. So yeah, so tactically it's working out for black here, but it's very dangerous. So knight e5, I would consider bishop e5 maybe the main line, main try for white. Now check, yeah, b7, f3, f3 or king g1, I don't know. Because f3 weakens e3 a little bit, so let's say rook a c8. Do we worry about bishop f6 or no? Take g takes, and then probably okay for black.
Can I play d5?
ed, knight e3, oh, d4. No, I think this is too risky for you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I just love the knights too much.
Yeah, it's nice, but I don't. I think it doesn't fully compensate.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, white can try something else here. e4, let's say, but here it feels kind of okay for black. Yeah, ed, yeah.
Or rook d4, yeah.
Yeah, rook d4, knight d7. No, here black is okay. Yeah. So I think with some accurate move, black should be able to hold here, but it can go wrong pretty easily. So maybe the next 3 moves will be very important.
Yeah,
in
it
this
seems
game.
that Vaishali committed to a mistake here. This was the position
Right.
after 95, and there was this one line. Maybe I'm going to switch on the engine. I don't know how human it is. I'll leave it up to you. So to play rook c8.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, this is the analysis I saw when I was waiting for
yeah.
you. So what is happening here? CD?
Takes,
No,
take.
CD knight c6.
Yeah, but that's what the engine was saying. That here's the move e5.
E5, I see. Oh yeah, that's that's the key move for the entire lie. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Without that move, black would be in serious trouble. Yeah,
Black is in
yeah.
trouble. Okay, technically, I think also here, knight x on e5 is a move. D takes on e5, knight e7.
But it looks very dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, you just take like a few moves to get out of this. Yeah, rook c7, queen c8,
Yeah.
and you'll be okay.
And knight b6.
Yeah,
Yeah. But
yeah.
this is probably what Vaishali didn't like. That's why she took on g2, like queen c8, avoiding this line. And now, yeah, as you say, she's slightly worse, but probably the accurate play surviving.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Okay, maybe let's go for another game. So Vaishali, we checked. We could go to Marco Materia versus Alexandra Kostanyuk. I have a question to you, Liam. So this is the current position, and we are discussing. That was my assumption. I thought that there was a bit of a mix-up. So this main line of the Slav,
Right.
after bishop d2, queen c7, I thought that typically white plays queen b3, then plays bishop d2, or it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think you're right. Usually, if you want queen b3, you go here.
Yeah.
If you want if you want bishop d2, usually that goes with queen c2 at some point, like
Right.
bishop d2, knight g6, and then queen c2.
Yeah.
But maybe just a transposition here, bishop d2, like queen b3, queen c7, bishop d2. But bishop d6 must be a mistake. Usually
Yeah.
they put the bishop on e7.
Yeah, we also thought so. We were trying to figure out that after bishop e7, if I place c takes
CD,
on
then you
d4.
can take with c pawn. Yeah,
Yeah, knight
yeah.
c6 is very
Yeah,
important
yeah.
idea.
Yeah, that's the reason why you should keep the bishop on e7.
Yeah, and she played bishop d6, e takes on
Right.
d5, because now c takes on d5.
But then she has to take with the knight.
Yeah.
Taking with the pawn is very bad. Yeah.
Yeah, we also thought so. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very bad. But she played it very quickly. I would have thought, like, has this happened ever to you? Like, you think you're playing according to the prep, you project a lot of confidence, but somehow deep inside you feel something is off. Has it ever happened?
Sometimes for sure. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, this was played by Alexandra.
Right.
Long castle, queen b6, and
Okay.
here the Frenchman decided not to play e4, which actually we originally also missed it. We thought that knight g6
Right.
and e4.
Right. Looks very strong, right?
Yeah.
Is there something wrong with it?
No, but there's something better apparently, because I can play e4 immediately. Because
Oh, and you don't
can't-
need to take. Yeah.
you don't even
need
give the
to- yes.
counterplay at
Yes,
e5.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so queen b3 takes,
Yeah.
takes.
Yeah. Black cannot take on e4, so black is in serious trouble here.
Yeah, and well, it was missed.
Okay.
It was missed by the young Frenchman. Takes, e4 did not happen.
Yeah, e4 here is not so clear because d, e, f, e, knight g4, right? And maybe
Knight g4.
maybe he was worried about something like
Yeah, even though e5. Yeah.
e5, knight f2, ed. Yeah, you just sack the knight h1.
Well, these are not my pieces, so. So
No, but how do you trap the knight? Is it knight e4 or is it bishop e3? No, it's just h. No. Bishop c4
Can I
also.
play for
Yeah, bishop
activity?
c4 also possible. knight f2, check, king f8, rook
And
e7. Yeah,
yeah,
looks
looks
very good.
monstrous.
Yeah.
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 Okay, so this is the refutation of the lie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So e4 definitely should be played. But after bishop e2, now black is kind of back in the game, right?
Yeah.
But not with the move knight a6 that she played. I really don't like putting your pawn structure in danger like this. Because like own end games with bishop a6, knight a4 is just much better for white.
Mm-hmm. Some
Yeah,
weaknesses
here
here, yeah.
just suffering. So I don't know why she does that. Probably knight bd7 or castle would have been more logical.
Yeah.
Because here e4 is not as good, right? e4 you have, I guess, d f. Oh, you can take c3 and take e4.
Oh, you're just winning a pawn, yeah?
Yeah, I mean white gets it back, but yeah, black is okay.
Takes here
F5.
f5, yeah.
No, but white is still better. Yeah, rook e4, rook c4. Ah, you go there, but then
So very concrete chess.
yeah. Maybe black is still not so bad here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe I should show the line until the
Knight
very end.
f6, yeah.
There's no g4, probably because of king g8 something.
Rook e7, rook h2 or something. Yeah, but I can see why black is scared of this line. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Looks very dangerous.
Looks really dangerous. And yeah, knight a6, that's why she played it. So if you were white, you would play bishop a6, knight a4?
Or e4, I have to think. But e4, I'm not liking it because let's say black castle, e5, knight e7, something like this. Now, if I don't take on a6, then the knight is coming to c7, e6, and black is kind of okay. Even though, no, this h4, h5 is very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe castle shock is not the best plan for black.
Mm-hmm. But e4 was not yet played, yeah? No, he's thinking actually after knight a6.
He's thinking. No, because e4 is a very reasonable move as well. Because the problem for black is knight c7 doesn't work because of ed. And then bishop a6.
Ah.
But it's just a pawn. Let's say you take on d5, yeah? Knight f d5. Knight d5, bishop d2. Yeah, let's say bishop d2 first.
Well,
Okay,
Stockfish says it's not
yeah.
a big deal, yeah?
Yeah, it's just a pawn, yeah.
Just a pawn.
No, but you get it back also. That's the problem. Yeah, b3. So knight c7 is a good move. Yeah. So that makes me think that we have to take a6 now because after e4 knight c7. If e4 knight c7, e5 knight d7, and I think black is certainly back in the game here, because let's say you go f4, or then I can even try f5. Let's say f5. No, but here there's again bishop a6 problem.
Yeah.
So maybe not f5 right away, but let's say I castle long or something. Yeah, and then let's say you go, I don't know, king c2. Let's just make a move like that. Then I think f5, and then black is okay here. Knight's coming to e6, everything is protected. So either you have to cash in your advantage with the bishop pair, like to trade for the better pawn structure, or you have to open the position trying to win material. You cannot just play slowly for white here.
Yeah.
So
By the way, yeah, we also see that Marco spends quite a bit of time here, and maybe question to you, Liam, would be about the time control. How does it feel to play this time control? Because it's 2 hours for 40 moves with no increment, and then you get after move 40 extra half an hour and also the increment. Is it a bit difficult to adjust, like playing with no increment and suddenly you have to play a different time control?
no, I don't mind this time control at all. I actually like it because we have a lot of time to think when necessary. Like in my first game against Jose, I think at some point when I played this sequence with bishop e3, rook d2, rook c6, I spent like 30 minutes there to calculate. And if I didn't have the time, if it was, let's say, a fast classical time control game, then it's very hard to calculate all that move correctly. So I like being able to calculate. Classical is now my favorite time control now. So usually I don't get into time trouble. So having the increments on move 1 or move 41 or move 61 doesn't matter too much to me. I think in previous years we even had a longer time control here, hours for the first 40 minutes, then 1 hour for the next 20 minutes, and then 15 minutes for the rest of the game with 30 seconds increment from move 61. That is even longer than what we have now, and I like it too. So I don't mind playing long games.
Your hot take. Just a couple of days ago, FIDE announced that they're going to change the time control of the FIDE World Cup. Now it's essentially fast classical chess. What do you feel? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I have a mixed feelings. Hard to say because I have never played fast classical time control, so I don't know how it will work out. I probably need more practice. Regarding the changes in general, I'm kind of neutral. I see the reasons for both sides, both arguments. It's a big change, and it's kind of sudden for the chess world to see that. So that's a little unusual for us. But I think chess players will be able to adapt, and we should be able to do well. But my main concern is just we are reducing the quality of classical chess if we shorten the time too much.
All right, thank you. That's a great answer. Maybe we have one more game to check. I don't think we have not seen it yet. On Shao versus Carissa Yip. This is some sort of a Raul Lopez. I maybe could very quickly show it from the very beginning where you feel
Sure.
I have to stop.
Okay, yeah. This is on...
And D3.
Oh, D3, yeah. Usually people go D4 there, but I'm guessing White tries to play a slower game, so let's keep going.
Some sort of Italian game, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, so... Yeah, this is all normal, nothing special here. Knight G4, okay.
Actually, that's the position.
Okay, so I think Black is doing quite well so far. It's an equal position. Black even has a little more space now. So let me see, what are the lines that we need to calculate? Of course, rook e3 is the most natural. The other one is bishop d8, knight d1, bishop c7, knight b2, bishop d6, but then there's knight d3, I think.
Oh, that's really important.
Yes. Or rook d8 first, I don't know.
Or rook
Probably
d8,
doesn't
yeah.
matter. No, but why should be more precise? Instead of bishop d6, maybe rook eb1. Bishop c7, knight b2,
Yeah.
and then rook eb1. So now what is happening? This is very interesting question. Because if knight a4, I think that is probably better for white. After bishop a4 and rook b6, black pawns are very weak. So I feel like this can be dangerous for black. So if not knight a4, then rook c8 or even knight d3 first, it's hard to say. Yeah, but let's say rook ac8, bishop d6, knight d3, bishop d3, rook e d8. Black is okay here, yeah. Bishop b5, but white is up a pawn, I suppose. Bishop c5, maybe bishop c4, yeah. Okay, this should be holdable for black, but that's just a funny line that maybe is interesting. So the other option for white is to go for rook takes e3, queen or rook takes e7, and then maybe d4. Because if you don't play d4, I don't see how you're gonna do anything there. But bishop g4 is a problem. So maybe h3 first, and then d5 maybe. ed, bishop d5.
Okay, have some pressure,
And
yeah?
queen e2, rook e1, yeah. So maybe black doesn't have to play d5. Black can go maybe queen f6 also. Just stopping d4 for now. And then it's a very slow game, I guess. Queen d2, rook a d8, rook a e1 maybe. So it will, the question is just about who is gonna play d4 or d5 first, right? If black can play d5 and control the center, then black is better. If white play d4, probably at some point they just take everything, simplify.
What would you do?
Bishop d8, I think.
Yeah, at least some chances.
Yeah, at least you're pawn up.
Some excitement,
Yes,
yeah?
yes.
After bishop d8.
And I think black has to be a bit more precise in that line. Yeah.
Yeah. So here the Chinese Grandmaster is thinking about that. All right, I think we reviewed your games, all the games. Anything else you would like to add so far? I mean, we have essentially reached the equator of the tournament. It does feel that you have gotten into the rhythm. What do you expect from the coming rounds?
So tomorrow I have whites against Suleimani. He's in third place now, I think, and I have white, so maybe I'll try a little bit to see what happens. Usually I like to fight, so with white, of course, you can try a little bit, and then in the blitz, if I don't mess up, I will probably make it to the top 4 and get to play the second stage. So things are going well so far. I just have to keep the good form and stay solid, play objective chess, and see what happens.
Any plans for the upcoming rest day after the Blitz?
Oh, I haven't thought that far yet. I'll think after the blitz. Yeah.
Are you watching football? So who is going to win the FIFA World Cup final? Argentina or Spain?
It's really an exciting match. I will watch it for sure. When is it happening?
This Sunday?
This Sunday. Okay. Yeah, I will watch. I think both teams are very strong, and we'll see. Yeah.
All right, thank you. This was Super Grandmaster Lim Le here in the studio, the 3-time winner of the Biel Chess Festival. But dear viewers, don't go anywhere. We're going for a very short break. Angelica will be back here with me in the studio, and we'll follow the action live here from the 59th International Biel Chess Festival. Stay tuned.
For nearly 60 years, the Biel International Chess Festival has brought together the best chess players and chess lovers from all the continents. Next year, we celebrate our 60th anniversary. Help us make it unforgettable. With your contribution, you can help us make the 60th anniversary of the Biel Chess Festival truly special, to invite one of the dream guests to Biel and have some surprises.
See you next year.
Welcome back. We just had the three-time Grandmaster Triathlon Limle in the studio with Arthurs. Arthurs, probably you enjoyed so much his presence, but now I'm here, unfortunately.
My elo has literally increased by 50 points because when you get to talk with a super GM, yeah, you feel like you absorb a lot of ideas.
And that was one of the game which finished in a draw. By the way, we have another result in the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters draw between Jose Martinez and Matthias Blubaum has just finished in a peaceful result. But we have other games still happening, still ongoing. One game in the Masters in the top middle board. It's Aydin Suleimanli against Yezer Dogmuş. We see there are triple pawns on the c-file, but Yes is breaking the center with the final c5 move.
And this is obviously the position we also discussed with Liam here in the studio. He said that Black did not play the most principled continuation, this short castle with knight c6. We're going to delve into that action in a moment, but Black probably is holding. Giving you an update of the other games, Václav Finek versus Vaishali, lower left corner. It's some Catalan on the board where White has some pressure, but Black probably with an accurate play should be able to get out. There is a change of the pawn structure in the game of Marco Materia versus Alexander Kosteniuk. Bishop takes on a6, ruining Black's pawn structure. Just happened. That's the lower middle board. And then finally we have Ton Shao's game versus Carissa Yip on the lower right corner, where the Chinese Grandmaster is really tempted to take on d8 and go for some complications.
Yeah, will he trade the queens or keep those on the board? Those are big questions right now to answer. Arthurs, where would you like to head on to next? Because we have quite some games where White is putting pressure on Black. I'm talking about Václav Finek against Vaishali and Marco Materia against Alexander Kosteniuk. Shall we go to one of those games?
Yeah, we can do that. We can go to Alexander Kosteniuk's game versus Marco Materia, where I think that White has some significant pressure at the queen side. There are some weaknesses to explore. The pawn on a6 is a weakness. The pawn on c6 doesn't feel so well. There is an outpost on c5, and White can play stuff like king c2, rook a1, and I just do not like Black's position here.
Stepping backwards on a7, you have those weaknesses, Arthurs, as you're mentioning, but also White has weaknesses on the b file. Is it easier to defend those? What's the difference in the position? Because we see such a big evaluation bar coming up, so it means clearly better position for White.
I think the biggest difference between those weaknesses is that for White it's easier to defend the pawn on b3 rather than for Black to defend the pawn on a6. And let's say White plays something like king c2. I think this could be one of the most reasonable choices for White immediately here. And if Black tries to play a long castle, to get a king on b7, protect those weaknesses, the Black rook no longer is going to be attacking the pawn on b3. I would say maybe rook a1, king b7, perhaps b4. I want to double the rooks, put this rook here. Don't forget about the pawn on h2, play h3, rook a2, rook a1, knight c5. It just feels that this pawn is gone.
It does feel so, Arthurs. Yeah, would be very tough to hold it for Alexandra. Do you think she realized already that something went wrong with her preparation some moment earlier?
I mean, this game is a bit of a mystery because maybe Kosteniuk is a bit influenced by the yesterday's result, and it would make a lot of sense because she was playing a wonderful game yesterday against Vaishali, managed to outplay the World Championship challenger. Just a beautiful strategic game, and then messed things up in a time scramble. And today she's playing a lot faster. Yeah, it's like she's trying to play easy chess, simple chess, but the decisions she has done, I don't think they were the best ones. And also we had the Vietnamese Grandmaster here in the studio who said that bishop d6. Yeah, this must be a mistake, yeah, because people don't play like this in this position. But she still has extra 26 minutes on the clock, but the position leaves much to be desired.
Definitely, it's much more confident to play here with white pieces because e4 is coming anytime soon. You have to be ready for it. Then White was going to have a very strong center, again, as you were mentioning before, the weak pawns on the queen side, which White is going to start harassing. But The big question is here how to proceed and what is a concrete move order from this position. So you're mentioning the move king c2. It looks logical because you defend the pawn on b3 and also you bring the rook to the a file, getting ready for it. Are there any other candidate moves in the starting position?
That's a good question. Maybe you could start with b4 and knight c5, but then again, I think this is something you can always do. How about e4? Is this something
e4.
you want to do?
Immediately getting all the center. We see computer doesn't quite like it, but looks very logical. Breaking e4 is something that you wanted to do. You have a center, you control it fully. You control c5, d5, e5. Long castle attacking the pawn, but you can just defend it by playing bishop e3.
Bishop c3, yeah? Bishop e3.
Bishop c3, sorry, yes.
Yeah, bishop e3 is going to drop the pawn. I don't know. I don't like this position for white. Like, okay, if there's nothing better, I'm going to go here, but I don't like pushing the central pawns for the sake of having central pawns. And this is also one thing, by the way, I have noticed a lot with some chess fans who are not professionals and talking about, why don't I play e4? I mean, I'm going to have two central pawns. It's got to be great, right? But very often there's a bit confusion between having two central pawns in the opening phase and having two central pawns in the middle game or in the end game. That's a major difference because early on in the opening you want to have two central pawns. For what reason? So that you can fight for privileges, you get space, you get better positioning of your pieces, but you don't want to have two central pawns just because they're there. And these pawns, I have a feeling, Angelika, might just become a liability for white.
They can become just the hanging pawns. By the way, the move has been played from Marco. He went for the b4, highlighting those weaknesses on c6, a6, a7. Now this pawn is super strong, also covering the c5 square. You were mentioning, by the way, b4 move in one of your lines when you get the knight to the c5. Also, that's another threat which can happen in the position. Do you love it, b4?
Well, I slightly don't understand it, why he chose b4 over king c2. Maybe he was concerned that c5 could be an issue in some lines, but really? Or maybe he didn't like that black's going to play rook b8, stopping your b4 idea. And then after, let's say, rook e1, play knight d7 and push c5. Maybe he saw this line and he thought, well, maybe it's not so clear, so why don't I start with the move b4, then I'm going to play king c2, rook a1, make sure there's no a5 on c5, and if you play rook b8, I just play knight c5 and we probably get to the same position.
Just fixing the weaknesses, not allowing black to stop the b4 push. So it makes perfect sense if this was the logic, but a5, if you try to break it, you can't simply take on a5.
Yeah, I can, but I have no idea if this extra pawn even matters.
Rook b5, b4.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, rook b, that's a very good point, of course. Yeah, you have b4, but let's say even in this position, I'm going to play, I don't know if this is important right now, but let's say knight e7.
Probably b4.
Let's say b4 and a6. We have something like this. So how important is this extra pawn? That's what I try to figure out. It doesn't really go anywhere. And if you're going to give me enough time to get the knight on b5 through, I don't know, how do you get there? e7, e6, c7, so knight f8.
f8,
Here,
yeah.
here, knight b5. Just, it's not there, this pawn. That's why I would have played king c2, but Marco definitely spent a bit more time on the position than me, and he's happy with the choice he has done.
But maybe later in those positions with the pawn before, he wants to push b5, you know, in some pawn endgames and just win by promoting to the pawn, one of the pawns. But I don't know. Rook b8 looks like a very valid move because now it's a big question. What do you do about your pawn? The only way to defend it is to put the knight on c5, as we were just discussing.
Unless you give it up. Unless you want to play king c2. And but this is really questionable. Why would you play for compensation when you are trying to win a pawn? Yeah, so that's, even though Engine, by the way, likes it anyway. Yeah, so all of this is still reasonable. So I would say rook b8, knight c5, a5. It's forcing, yeah, it's a forcing line. Takes.
It is.
Takes. You have to watch out for some opening of the position, so maybe Black can play
I mean, knight d7 looks logical, but okay.
knight d7, but it also invites e4. Yeah, knight d7, e4, that's what I'm afraid of.
Oh, yeah.
Could be. Okay, apparently according to engine it's not a big deal, but I thought maybe castles. You play bishop c3. Now I go for something like this. I think Castagnuc has to go here. Otherwise, the prospects for her position don't look really promising. If she doesn't go rook b8, knight c5, what else she can do? What's going to go here? Let's say, what do you do actually here?
Yeah, she has to start asking some questions.
Yeah.
What about pushing a5 and c5 here? No, in the position which you're discussing. So, here, a5 and c5. Trying to open up.
It's just an extra pawn, I think, for white. No compensation.
Okay, so then it feels like almost 100% that you have to try to
I think so.
attack.
I think
with the
so.
rook
She
b8.
has to. She has to do this because what else? Because let's say you play long castle, you want to protect those weaknesses. I play king c2. You play king b7. I play, let's say, rook a1. Okay, you play knight e7. I'm going to find the right moment to play knight c5. Is it the right moment right now? I don't know. It's just an idea. I want to double the rooks, play h3, collect a pawn. How do you defend? And the only idea I can think of is some sort of knight ba, but this is such a sad move, really.
No, you
defend this
cannot
pawn.
go for it.
No.
No, it's too passive. Alexandra is trying to find the best ideas right now.
Yeah, I think I'm simply going to get the pawn anyway at some point. Yeah, so you're going to drop it. So if you can give it up, then give it up under the best circumstances. And this is why grandmasters are grandmasters, because very often they don't really hold on to the material balance. They give up the pawn quite early on, and unless I'm missing something very concrete, it could be that Castagnuc simply has no choice, and she has to go for some sort of a pawn sacrifice here.
Truly well said. I mean, Artur's here. She's trying to find the best continuation, but while she does so, we have some updates on the other boards. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what have we missed on the other boards. In the bottom right corner, it's Tong Xiao, who decided finally that he will take Queen Carissa Yup, and currently, again, he plays bishop d6, so the queens are off the board in that position. As well, we have in the bottom left corner Václav Finek against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Václav is still pushing, but Vaishali is bringing the pieces in the center. And what about Masters? We have one game which is ongoing, Artur.
I have a feeling it's going to be a long game. Aydin Süleymanlı versus Yezer Domuş, where the Turkish young player is trying to survive. His position feels to be a bit unpleasant, but it should be holdable. We will check that game, but by the way, I do see a double exclam move in the game of Tong Xiao versus Carissa Yip, so I suggest to go straight there and understand why this move is spectacular and where do the complications lead us.
Let's go there. Carissa just played the brilliant move, knight takes on d3, or was it just knight d3?
It was knight takes on
That
d3.
was a pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
There was somebody applauding us. Thank you, thank
Yeah.
you. Not to us. Applaud, please, to Carissa.
Carissa played the brilliant move, not us, yeah?
So
That's
we
true.
left it here, right here. Bishop e7, knight e3. This was the moment. And Lim Le was here in the studio. We were discussing this position. Rook takes on e3 did not really feel great, because if you can't play d4 immediately, you lose control of the d4 square. You just get worse. Then also the Vietnamese grandmaster agreed that he would try to play bishop d8, knight d1, and bishop c7, try to collect the pawn, and maybe trap the black knight on d1. Takes.
And that's what he did. But after knight takes on b2,
Yeah, rook b1.
rook b1. Okay, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we were discussing exactly this line. I think I suggested rook a to c8, not rook e to c8, but maybe it's not really big of a deal, because we thought that knight a4, bishop a4, b takes on a4, rook b6, black would have some problems. even though according to an engine, there are no problems. But here, black played very accurate rook c8. White has no choice. Bishop b6 is not a4, and you're just down a pawn for no good reason. So you have to take it. And now the very important accurate move, knight x on d3. I think actually also rook d8 is good.
Yeah, so
bishop
the
d5.
idea, so if...
Yeah. Sorry, interrupted
Yeah,
you.
so the idea is, of course, that the bishops are located on the same file, and then there'll be the rook d8 followed up. So, because I was just wondering, she gives up a piece. She has to be very careful.
Yeah, there might be some more complications here, and that's why this very accurate move order, knight x on d3, was played.
The
Not
bishop
to,
takes,
yeah, not to allow white to take any of the pawns. You have to take it. Rook d8, very accurate. And we saw this line where bishop takes on b5, a takes on b5, bishop takes on c5. We saw it actually here. This was the position where I suggested rook c8, bishop d6, knight d3, bishop d3, rook d8, bishop b5, takes on b5, bishop takes on b5, bishop c4, and we concluded that probably black has a lot of compensation. But now you see Carissa played even better.
She didn't spend time from the rook c8, so she went straight for the...
Keeping the rook here.
Yeah.
Really great.
Yeah, because now the pawn on a6 is defended. And if you take on b5, the a file suddenly is getting opened.
And you take the pawn on a2.
Yeah, that's amazing choice. I mean, Carissa is calculating very well. And one more time, by the way, for Carissa in this tournament, she started off with a loss in the first round. And then she managed to score a very important victory. And third round, she lost again. So it would be so good for her to strike back and get those 4 points that she needs. For Tong Xiao, it was all about the draws so far in the tournament. It's very interesting to have them face against each other. Tong Xiao with all draws, while Carissa have all decisive results.
Yeah, look at his body language. He's like trying to calculate some things. I remember this gesture. You know, have you seen Queen's Gambit?
Yes.
Of course, the Netflix TV
Of
series.
course.
Everybody has seen it. The critical stage when she's facing the world champion Borgov. Elizabeth Harman is staring at the ceiling and trying to calculate some lines. This scene is quite famous, and I mean, very often professionals are doing like this. So you see, Tong Xiao is not looking at the audience. It's a very common thing. You try to take off your mind off the board, because once you start to calculate things, the pieces that are present in front of you, they mess up your calculation. So that's why it's a better idea. You take your eyesight left, right. Okay, Elizabeth Harman was staring at the ceiling. Hikaru Nakamura likes to stare at the ceiling. But sometimes it's a good idea just to close your eyes and try to picture the position in your mind. And by the way, playing blindfold chess at this level, the ability to calculate the lines it's a very important skill.
And that's why also players are walking when they are playing the game. So it's also very useful. You just stand up from the game. You just need another perspective. You just, walk, but you have a position in your mind, in your head. You're still thinking about your next move or your opponent's next move, but it's very important to get a fresh view, because that's how you can get also the understanding from the position. But we have still so many games which are happening right now, and do we have some updates, Arturs?
Yeah, I think we definitely do, and there is the move knight c3 played in the game of Aydin Suleimanli versus Yezer Domush. I suggest we go there. That's the only game in the Masters section that is still being played, because the other games between Levon Aronian versus Lim Le and Jose Martinez versus Aydin Suleimanli, sorry, Matthias Blubam, my apologies, it finished in a draw, and yeah, this is the only one being played right now.
Yeah, we have two youngsters facing each other. Super tough match for both of them, and definitely, as you were mentioning earlier, there is a history before this match, so it's also playing some role. But look at this, so we have some mistakes incoming in the position. By the way, clock situation, yes, has slightly above half an hour. For Aydin Suleimanli, it's 1 hour 19 minutes right now on the clock. And last move was e5, opening the file, the diagonal for the bishop to get out, to be developed But for some reason, computer marks it as an accuracy. Is there some knight d5 idea, or what is the issue here?
Yeah, by the way, now that you're saying 95 is looking really interesting because black just weakened the control of the d5 square. I also see rook c4. There might be also rook a4. But let's go. Yeah, let's go with this 95 idea. Why not? It looks fun because it's an intermezzo move. After takes, you're hitting this pawn, and black might be having some problems.
How do we defend the a5? Okay, e5 is not yet under attack, but there is some pressure. So you push a4 and queen c3, yeah, attacking the pawn on e5. Do you defend it with f6?
Yeah, probably f6 and some rook c5.
Yeah, some big pressure. You know, every move which we see now with white is coming with some threat in the position.
And this does not work. Obviously, queen b2 is queen c5, but takes.
Takes, and win.
And black is just losing material. So 95. I guess you have to take, because do you really do anything else?
Yeah, if you step away, you are going either to allow doubling of the pawns, or you will let knight take on c7.
Maybe you have to do this. Maybe you have to allow the doubling of the pawns. But again, like, this position feels very nice for white.
But also you have rook h4, queen h5.
Very good idea. Yeah, I love it. Rook h4, queen h6.
Queen h6, yes.
Yeah, bishop e4, rook c1. A lot of easy moves. That's a weakness. So Aaron Nimzovich 100 years ago said, to beat your opponent, you have to create a second weakness, and there you go.
The second weakness, yeah. That's
There's even
it.
more.
The third, fourth, fifth, also h7. But yeah, many weaknesses in the position. Okay, so let's start slowly. Knight e5. As you were mentioning, if
No,
queen
it's your
c5
idea. You were mentioning. I'm just following your lead, Angelica.
But okay, we were discussing the queen c5. Yeah, queen c5 doesn't really work because of the take and rook h4. What else do we see? Queen d8. Are there any jumps with the knight in the position?
So what's the difference between knight e5, queen d5, and maybe the difference is a tempo. Like, if I take on d5, rook d5, I don't understand, to be honest. Like, what's the difference? So knight f6, queen f6, rook d5, it still feels to be more or less the same. Maybe the difference is some queen b6, some counterplay. Because at this level, very often they're thinking about the counterplay. They're not thinking about how do I passively defend the position, where's my counterplay? But all I'm seeing is an extra pawn. Takes.
The pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, takes. Even if you don't take the pawn on e5, even this is very promising for white, but okay.
The pawn is a pawn. Let's
Pawn's
take
a
it.
pawn. I mean, black is not lost, but his position is really difficult. And how did we get here? Let's check the opening phase right after the opening, and here Lemley in the studio, he said that after a3 takes, the main continuation is c6 and b5. So here, I don't know what happened. Did Yes forget the prep? Or during the game he decided to try a different idea?
We will never know because he spent so much time. It's not so easy to understand, is he still in the prep or he's out of it?
Yeah, this knight e5 is also a very common maneuver in the Catalan. And in case you, dear viewers, you're wondering about knight c6, why is black sacrificing a pawn? Let me pull up you a very famous position from the Catalan. This is from the line after, let's say, instead of d takes on c4, bishop e7, here, castles, d takes on c4. There is very big theory after knight e5. Knight e5, white is attempting to open up the bishop, capitalize on the strong Glasgow bishop. I guess what is the best move in this position? It's knight c6.
Yeah, it's the same,
Yeah.
but only with inclusion of the a pawn. That's
Yeah, there's a bit difference.
yeah, there is.
But the maneuver is the same, and I think that Yes was just looking at this position, and he was thinking, well, it's kind of the same, yeah? So it doesn't really matter. You play knight e5, I play knight c6 anyway. I don't allow you to take on c4 because the pawn on d4 will be hit. Bishop c6 in this version feels a bit risky. So knight takes on c6, and this is how they got here.
And here how we have it. So finally we see e5 push, opening up the bishop. And it looks very logical. If you look at it from the human perspective, you would like to get the pawn in the center. You would like to open up your bishop on c8. But on the other hand, I would also love to just raid that bishop on g2, just playing something like bishop b7.
And
So instead of e5, bishop b7.
yeah, instead of e5, yeah.
Yeah, why didn't Yes go for it? 'Cause it looks very logical. You want to kill the beast from g2.
Yeah, but there's also problems. I'm gonna play, let's say, rook c1. You're gonna play rook b8. I'm gonna play knight a4. And good luck equalizing this, because you know that you're gonna be suffering the entire game. Meaning this knight on a4 stands so well. He protects the pawn on b2. I'm gonna double the rooks, play rook c4. That's a weakness. That's a weakness. You play knight e5. I'm gonna play e4. There's a very good chance you're dropping the pawn anyway. And you know, I have a theory here. Maybe Yes knows this. He knows he's in trouble, and he is attempting to at least get some activity in return. So if I lose the pawn, so why don't I sell it for the right price? Let's say you go after my pawn on a4. By the way, knight e5 was just played by Soleimanli, but if you go after my pawn, perhaps I can do something on the king side.
And we have queen d6 played with a blitz speed by Yes. He's ready for this move.
Queen
And-
d6, yeah, so we didn't see this move.
But it doesn't matter because after take on f6, queen takes. So we were looking at queen d8 with the same idea.
Takes. So where is
Yeah.
the big idea?
We were looking at this exact position.
Ah, e4.
e4.
That's the
and
idea what
if
he
you're
wants.
taking bishop b7,
No, rook b2.
rook b2, the queen is attacking the b2 square. Wow.
So
Okay.
he's found a tactical way to solve his problem. So you see, after e4, he attacks the pawn on b2, disconnects the rook on d5 from the bishop on g2. Let's say I take it, rook takes on b2, there might be potential x-ray here. And this position already suddenly feels somehow black is just up a pawn.
Oh, how did it happen?
Yeah. Okay. And if I defend the pawn, the only way I can do this is rook b1, right?
Right.
Or queen c3. Queen c3 is also maybe a okay, rook b1.
Rook b1 looks logical. And then e4 pawn is hanging right now in the position. How do you defend the pawn?
Maybe bishop e6. Bishop e6. And if you take it, I had this idea. Attack the rook, which defends the pawn on b2 to play bishop a2. Then I take on b2, and I somehow have some game. But even this position, I'm not fully convinced that black is fine. Definitely have the evaluation bar, not the engine, but the evaluation bar in front
What
of me.
about rook c1, rook b2, rook c2?
You might have some background issues, I feel.
But then bishop f1, and then bishop on a2 is hanging. Okay, maybe. Oh,
Yeah.
oi.
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 That's it. Oi. And then that's it. Yeah, you
That's
can't
it.
do it. You can't do it. At least now we understand. So, wow. Actually, then what's the problem with e5? So, engine here was saying that e5 is a mistake. Mind if I say that it was actually a pretty good idea? And now let's consult us with engine. What does it say? 95 is inaccurate. 95 is such a tempting move. We were discussing this. But
But what's
apparently rook a4.
Okay, so you're starting with a rook a4 move.
Rook
and then
d8.
Queen e3.
And queen e3, play for domination. And if I take on b2,
Take on a5.
take on a5, and you're sort of happy about this position.
But what about some knight g4, rook d2 is coming, and it's not so easy.
Precisely, it's not easy. I think that the young Turkish player came up with a brilliant idea. Like, engine disagrees, says e5 is a mistake. No, I think he actually made a very good move. And like, it's all about leading your opponent to a dark forest, yeah, where 2 + 2 is 5, essentially, or you are the only one who knows the way out. This was one of the famous expressions about Michael Tal's playing style. but I think it's a great choice. And Soleimani fell for the knight e5 intermezzo move. And could it be that he's right now like, oh wait, there's e4, because
he's
now you see it.
realizing.
Now
He-
you see it.
He is realizing this at this particular moment.
Look at his
I
body
didn't
language.
see. I think he's even looking at this e5 pawn, and he realizes e4 is coming, and I have to watch out for it. And since he sees that yes is playing moves so fast, you also tend to trust your opponent on this. Most of the players, they don't have elevation bar, so they don't know what is going on right now here. And we have knight f6 on the board, so trade happens as we were discussing. And now question where to push the pawn, the rook.
Usually this hits you like a lightning bolt very often because you play knight e5, you expert a certain line. Look at him. Look at it. He's literally collapsing there on the floor. Like, is he unhappy about the choice he made? It's hard to tell. Or he's just trying to calculate really hard. But I think that right now he should finally realize that Black's idea is to play e4. There might be something else I'm missing, but the way Erdomus played, it's got to be about the counterplay against the pawn on b2 here.
For sure it is. So that's why now Aydin has to find the perfect square for the rook, where to place it. And what about some kind of rook d3, rook c3 idea? I want to.
d3.
So my idea is to block the diagonal and then attack the pawn on the c7. But maybe it's a bit too much.
No, it's maybe not too much. It's just not threatening anything. Like queen b6, black defense, everything. Now you play b3, I
B3,
attack
yeah.
it. Let's say here and here.
It's not clear at all, yeah.
No. I was more like inclined, okay, in case rook d5 doesn't work, what about rook c4? Attack something, yeah, you attack something. And now e4 might not work. We might still have the same idea of rook c3, by the way, your idea, Angelica?
Or just taking the pawn.
Which one?
That's a good question.
Which one? There's
which
three of
pawn?
them. Which one do you want to take?
Not so sure. What about, by the way, what about bishop e4 and then after rook b2? Oh, bishop c2 whereas
Watch out
rook,
for the
rook
rook.
c2.
Yeah, watch out for the rook.
I wanted to play queen d4, but no, we're getting in the same endgame.
It might be some sort of rook b1 anyway, and there's still bishop e6. Well, I think this position now is going to ask Suleimanli like 20 minutes here, because first thing I think it's, if our calculations are correct, he sees e4 right now. He might now regret with his choice playing knight e5, and now you have to calculate some very similar lines here, like very similar, where the rook goes, how do I meet it, do I take the pawn on a5, do I take the pawn on e4, so he has 35-minute advantage on the clock. I think nothing is going to happen here for like 20 minutes.
But we see from body language of Aydin Suleimanli, he understands that something is going wrong, not the way that he planned. He is surprised by the option of yes Erdoğmuş, and while Aydin is taking time to find a way how he's going to continue, I suggest to update on the game of Václav Finek against Vaishali Ramshava, because there we have some major developments on the board.
All right. So, what do we have here?
First of all, I mean, we already discussed it a bit earlier that Vaishali was under pressure, but the last move that she played is queen c5. So what's her idea? Targeting the knight on e5 and defending on b4? Or is there something else? Just doubling on the c file.
Well, it's really suspicious because even without the relation bar, like we have a complete symmetricality on the board, but the first thing I'm noticing, this queen has no business here, and I could attack it with the rook somehow. So if my queen stands on c2, it's in its way. Can I remove the queen and use some kind of a discovered attack against the black queen? So queen b1 or queen b3? I think queen b3 makes more sense, right? So we play queen b3. I want to play knight e6.
Beautiful move.
Knight e5. And Here, shame on our producer. He already spoiled me. Vic, shame on you. He says there's knight f7.
Oh,
We wanted to figure out ourselves.
yeah, we wanted to find. We're always looking forward to find. But okay, what is happening? So knight f7.
That's the big idea.
Oh, you cannot take because of knight e5. You're winning the queen. Okay. So what does it mean that after queen b3 there is already a threat of knight f7, knight e5 would not work? Do you have to remove the queen? So moving the queen again, or what is your suggestion, Arthurs? Or take the knight on e5, but if you take the knight on e5, the other knight recaptures.
So if I take it.
Maybe step away somewhere.
Yeah, but where?
Queen b6.
Queen b6. Oh, but this is like
Yeah.
the c6 square in the Catalan is one of the dream squares for white. Like you put the knight there, and it's not going back.
And look at this, there is not even the bishop on g2, but the position for white looks extremely active.
You take on d1, intermezzo check on e7 feels to be almost deciding, so maybe rook e8. No, there's no way this is good. I don't see like an immediate way to knock out black, but maybe you could play some something is asking, I don't know, maybe some e4. E4, not e4, rook d7. I was looking at this. Okay. Oh, queen f2. Sorry.
Oops, checkmate.
Silly. Yeah, I was going for some domination.
And if you win the pawn on b4 by taking on e7, bishop d6.
Ah, it's that simple, yeah?
Ah, but knight rook b7 maybe, yeah?
Rook b7. It feels like something is there, yeah? Like this pawn is falling.
You have also some queen f3 with a5 ideas, I don't know.
That's a great move, I like it. Also pinning these rooks here. a5, rook c6, monstrous threats. Like we'll have to walk a tightrope here to survive.
Super tough stuff now.
So
for
the mistake,
Vaishali.
the mistake she did here was queen c5.
So she recaptured on c5 with a queen, which maybe looked like she wanted to improve her queen to make it more active, but in reality she had to take with some minor piece. Is
Either
it the
with
bishop?
Probably with the knight, I would say. Seems reasonable, put the queen on b7. I think that's what happened here. Again, it's my guess. She thinks she's about to play knight e5 next. And after knight e7, rook d7, everything is good. The queen is versus queen. What can happen with my position? But if white finds queen b3 and knight f7, then she's in a big trouble here. Let's say knight e5, knight f7, take on f4, g takes on f4, you could have taken f7, you're dropping the queen. Are there some intermezzo moves?
What about some queen f5? I would like to capture on f4.
The rook is under attack, unfortunately.
Oh,
I
the
also missed it.
rook.
I also missed it. I got it.
So rook f8.
The knight is under attack.
Everything is under attack. Oh my god.
Yeah, maybe queen
Oh.
c6. Yeah, queen c6, king g1. Maybe here. Knight c... again, the rook. Maybe you can still find... No, but it cannot work. This cannot work. Like takes. You're just down a
Oh,
lot.
but there was a rook f8, by the way.
Queen b3 is on the board.
Wow. He found it. Václav finds the best move in the position, queen b3, with the idea of trying to get Vaishali into the trap. Will she fall into, Arthurs? What do you say? It's not so easy to see it.
One thing I have noticed in the past couple of rounds is that Vaishali is struggling in the opening phase. So, what is going on here is she's just not like in the best shape, or maybe she's guiding the prep for the upcoming World Championship match. Because you don't really want to reveal all of your cards. I mean, of course, Biel is a great event, but I would imagine for Vaishali, the tournament of the year, of course, is the upcoming World Championship match versus Juve in June. And could it be that she is playing her B openings? like she's not playing her main openings and she doesn't like feel all the nuances so well, and she's just hiding the prep, because I think the last thing you want to do before such a very important event is to literally reveal all of your cards to the opposing team.
No, you don't want to reveal all your secrets. So for that reason, it's definitely very much possible. And yeah, she. It feels so. She started the tournament also not so great in the rapid and chess 960 portion. She was one of the last spots, and she's currently also in the last position in the tournament. Václav Finek, on the contrary, feeling super confident, dominating the rapid event, and also scoring already the. If it will be the victory, he will score the second victory in the classical, getting 4 more points and extending the lead of the event. And as you were mentioning earlier, maybe eliminating some of the players for the finals, because the more distance to the first place, the more players there will be
I
eliminated.
think ideally what Václav Finek would love to do, he would love to be the only person to qualify for the finals.
Yes.
Because there's nobody to play for.
Then there
That's
is no
where
one.
it is going. Like if you have your advantage like more than 12 points ahead everybody else, this means you're the only one. That's it. Nobody else is making to the finals.
But it's so tough to
That's it.
do. We only had Saleh Salem, who I think eliminated some of the players. They were not.
I think it happened just once. Yeah, one.
Yeah.
We once had 3 players and not 4 in the final stage.
So, see, here we have the standing. So, just for our dear viewers to understand what we mean. So, we're currently having the classical portion of the event. Tomorrow it will be the final round of it. After that, there will be blitz, and then the points will be counted together. And as we can see, the 4 top players are going to qualify. But very important, of course, that there are no results yet from this round. So Levon Aronian's game against Limle and also Matthias Blübaum draw against Jose Martinez are not added. So those are extra points.
Let's speculate a bit. Let's speculate a bit about this. So let's imagine Finek wins. Let's imagine he wins this. He is on 19 points. Xiao Tong makes probably a draw. He is, what, 13? 19, 13, 6 points difference? Okay, he cannot really eliminate all of them. It's just one classical. Oh, wait, there's a Blitz tournament, of course. No,
Yeah.
everything is still possible.
So yeah, unfortunately he cannot eliminate everyone.
You got to play
But-
some games.
But for sure there could be situation, at least in Generations Challenge. I see the tendency that we might have 3 players qualifying. It is definitely possible looking at the current situation in the round. Alexandra Kosnuk is struggling, and in case she will lose today, the distance from the first, second, and third place is going to be even bigger. So there might be not even a space for her in the finals, or yeah, it will be definitely tough. But this is the current situation of the round. What I see is some updates in the game of the Tang Shao against Carissa Yip in the bottom right corner. H3 has just been played. Carissa took the pawn on E2. And by the way, in the game we have just looked at a couple of minutes ago, Aydin Sulimanli against Yezer Dogmush at the top middle board, we see that Rook A4 was indeed played, and he's giving up a pawn on B2, but he wants to get pawn on A5, and it's a very smart idea to defend the E2 pawn. But is it something that he was expecting? Those are all the good questions.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
My opinion. You know why? I think that he played it a bit too quickly. This choice. So I think it's also a good idea for us to immediately go to that game, because I felt that if you miss the intermezzo of Queen D6, and I thought that from the body language, Aydin was quite unhappy about it. You want to like cool down a bit and try to understand what's going on. So we left it here. After knight c3, e5, we're discussing that according to an engine, rook a4 is a better move. Okay, Aydin is a human being. He followed your idea, Angelika. He played knight e5. We thought it's great. But apparently here after queen e6, you could literally see in his eyes, he realized that after the knight f6, queen f6, rook d5, there's going to be e4. And so there's a lot of counterplay. And I thought that in this position, with your amount of time you have on the clock, you want to spend like 20 minutes here. Yeah, like you want to figure out, is it rook c4, e4, what happens? Is it rook a4, e4, what happens? And he literally played it in 7 minutes, rook a4.
So he realized there was something that I didn't see in the position, and also he trusted, yes, that, oh, what a great find, this e4 idea. Now it's counterattack on the b2 square, but here we have a nice move from Aydin, found rook e1. The idea is defending the pawn on e2, and after rook b2 takes, he can easily recapture the pawn on a5. Now the c2, c7 pawn on deck, but look at this, e3 has just been played by Yes, and by the way, he's blitzing out his moves very, very fast, and he wants to spoil the structure for white. What an interesting find earlier, e5, e4, e3.
Yeah, the pawn was gone anyway. Yeah, so if you have to give it up, why don't you give it for a proper price? You see, it's under attack by the bishop and the rook. The pawn on c7 is under attack, so at least you, if you give it back, then you give it with the music. He played a3, white has no choice, f takes on e3, and now black can try to figure out where his counterplay lies, but I don't even think that white has any advantage here left whatsoever, and maybe his only idea is somehow to rely on the power of this outside pass pawn, because you see the bishop here is guarding the a8 square, and maybe some chances in the endgame, but we have so many heavy pieces on the board.
And also you have to try to get that c7 pawn. It's also not so easy because black is going to defend it. So you're, I mean, in this moment, of course, you have extra pawn, but I wouldn't name those double pawns on the e-file as extra pawns. Of course, in the endgame, that would be super important. Let's say we have all pieces away from the board. We have pawn endgame. But yeah, queen b6, a quick question. How do you defend? You have to trade the queens, or how do you stop?
I don't want to, but maybe I don't have a choice.
Queen
Yeah?
c3, but then rook b3, right?
Oh, that's a great find. Yeah, attacking the pawn.
Queen e5. You have to
Queen
watch out
e5.
for f6. But no, f6 may be opening up a little bit.
You know, bishop b7 should be fine.
Yeah,
Just
looks like a
trade
great position.
g6, at some point the rook goes out. I have a feeling that, okay, I don't know how accurate is queen b6, that maybe white has to take it. A takes on b6, now white loses his trump, he still has an extra pawn. And perhaps there's still some hope for white. A pawn is a pawn. And maybe black doesn't even have to trade the queens here. He can, I mean, look at this, yeah, white's piece is standing a bit weird. Can I be a bit aggressive here if I'm black?
Yeah, maybe just to attack the pawn on e3 with something like queen e6. But then you allow e4 probably.
How about queen e7?
Queen e7. Okay, looks good.
Queen c3, yeah?
Hmm.
And you keep the pawn.
So maybe queen b6 could be an important idea, so you stop this.
Yeah.
Now queen e6, so the idea is queen c3, rook b3.
Again, your idea. Yeah, queen c3, rook b3. I thought queen e6 doesn't look logical because it blocks the bishop, it doesn't protect the pawn on c7, but chess is a very concrete game. So how do you defend this pawn? Queen c5 maybe? Yeah, but I can always play bishop e7.
You can always trade those bishops.
This is going to be a draw, I think.
Oh, still, I mean, still not over. Still, there are some chances for Aydin. He's up a pawn. Anything can happen, and also, Yes doesn't have so much time on the clock. By the way, he has right now 24 minutes for Yezer Dogmush. 19 more moves have to be made. I mean, as we mentioned already in the previous round and today as well, Yes always is in the time trouble. He constantly get there, but somehow by some miracle he's playing the best moves in the position. Oh, and my favorite part is happening when he's disturbing the camera. We can see that Yes is jumping and our camera is jumping together with him. Will we see the piano? Will he play some piano for us?
is really getting nervous when it comes to the time scramble, even though we still have 23 minutes on the clock. My money would be on Queen E6. Bishop B7 maybe is even fine. He's a bit undecided. He feels it's a very tense moment here. And also for Suleimanli, he's got to realize at this stage, I think also you can have a pretty good read from his body language that whatever chances he had, they were gone. But again, maybe it was not really a lot, and perhaps he regrets a bit. Why did I rush this knight e5 with such a fancy move? But not always the fancy moves are the good moves.
That's for sure. But and one more time, it showcases how in some situations engine can say, "Oh, this move was a mistake," but actually it was such an amazing positional find from Yes to create this counter attack and also double the pawns at the end of the line with a e3 move. And we have Queen e6 on the board.
Queen e6, I think he has figured things out. That's why he was getting this nervous, because he felt it's a pretty big move to make. He hits the pawn. You're ready, Angelika. Prepares to play bishop b7.
Rook
All
b3,
yeah. All he needs to do now is to get the bishops off the board, make a window for the king, not to blunder some back rank mate. And why I'm saying the likely outcome of this game is a draw, I mean, check out the possible position yourself. Let's say I play queen c5, I play bishop b7, takes, probably the trade is necessary. Let's say maybe white tries to, I don't know, improve the pieces somehow. Let's say rook a7, takes, maybe queen c4, whatever, king f2, g6. At some point, I'm going to push forward this c pawn. You're going to push the a pawn. And I've been around in chess for quite some long time to know that very often these pawns, they disappear. And once they disappear, it's 4 pawns versus 3 at the king side. And if you had healthy pawn structure at the king side, maybe white would have some chances. But with the double pawns, I'm afraid here for Suleimanli, it's going to be really difficult to do anything. And if he wants to complicate something, maybe now it's the chance to do it. But to be honest, I don't know how.
But Artus, to get there are so many moves that have to be played. Yes is in the time trouble situation. Aydin also has to try to find some moves. So we're getting to the most exciting part of the tournament, of the round number 4 right now, because it's going to be a huge time trouble. Dear viewers, we're taking our break right now, because after we come back, we'll see all the excitement of the players on the board. We have 2 games finished, but 4 other are still going on. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back to you after the break.
Sie wollte Orange höher im Markt positionieren und hat Partner gesucht für Werke.
The standard Swiss industry said, "Oh no, I don't want to work with you."
It's a high level of watchmaking and micromechanics.
Ich bin zwar Uhrmacher gelernt, aber man lernt in der Ausbildung nicht von null weg ein Uhrwerk zu bauen.
Noise began to build about this little company in Switzerland.
I would have told them, don't try this, it's never going to work.
At the end of the day, precision is the art.
Aber muss besser als Swiss sein. Das ist nicht wegen Arroganz, das ist die Voraussetzung. Sonst überleben wir nicht.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the live broadcast of the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon. We are at the most exciting stage where the players need the most energy that they need because we are reaching the time trouble situation.
Yeah, it's approaching rapidly. It's a classical time control today. 2 hours for 40 moves with no increment. The opening phase is long over. Some of the games already have finished. We saw 2 games in the Masters section. Levon Aronian versus Limlet, the 2 leaders of the section. They finished with a peaceful draw. Also, Jose Martinez versus Matthias Blubaum was a pretty uneventful game in the Petrov, but we have some action going on. And even though the remaining game of the Masters section between Aydin Soleimanli versus Yezer Dobosh is heading to something peaceful, in the challengers, nothing is peaceful because you do see that Václav Filip and Marco Materia doing really well against Vaishali and Kostanyuk.
And in the bottom right corner, Tong Shao is still fighting against Carissa Yup in those interesting endgame. The queens are already off the board, but definitely Arthur says you are mentioning, I mean, Václav Filip and Marco Materia, they are also in the top of the leaderboard of the Generation Challenge and have the huge chance to score victories. I suggest to go to Václav against Vaishali to see what has been changed, because the move that the Czech international master, soon to become Grandmaster, found, Queen B3, was the best option with the Knight F7 threat, which was absolutely stunning. And Vaishali found it. Vaishali didn't blunder into this crazy sacrifice.
This was this moment, right? Queen B3, when you see the black queen on C5 is under sort of attack. Knight takes an F7 with Knight E5. Discovered attack will leave the black queen hanging. That's why the Indian star had no choice but to play Knight X on E5, Knight X on E5, and walk away from the threats. And now the big question, maybe worth $1 million, maybe less, maybe it's like 10,000. How do you capitalize on it?
Definitely. I mean, there is an open C and D file. There is an idea to play something like Rook C6, but you have to calculate where the queen is going next. But Rook C6 is something that I would think about the position, because what I want to do, I would love to sacrifice on F7 at some moment. So my idea is Rook C6, queen steps away, and Knight F7. Okay, here I cannot sacrifice, unfortunately, because Rook is hanging. In ideal world, of course, if queen goes somewhere to A5, for example, then actually maybe it will be trapped by Knight C4, but also Knight F7 should be working.
Knight C4, Knight
not
F7,
Knight F7, yeah.
Many tempting ideas here, yeah. So like this and smothered mate, etc. Sure, why not? What else? What else we can do here? Maybe Queen F3, and I was about to suggest it, and it's on the board, by the way.
Queen F3, wow. Perfect move, by the way. Rook D1 cannot be played right now in the position because there will be queen takes A8. Is it the main idea of the move?
I think the idea is to somehow apply pressure at the pawn on F7, take control of the B7 square, prepare to play Knight C6. Maybe there's your idea, Rook C6, also Knight C4 looks very tempting. I think it's all about black finding the next move. And I just noticed while I was thinking, can I play Queen F3, that most likely black gonna play Knight E5 because I saw this shot, Knight F7. No, it doesn't work.
Knight F7.
This was my idea, yeah, that's what I wanted.
Bishop C7, yeah, or Bishop E3, yeah.
Yeah, but there's gonna be an intermezzo. Yeah, that's what I missed.
Oh, and then pin.
That's what I missed. So.
Doesn't work.
Knight E5.
So Knight E5. Can you play Bishop Bishop G5? There is F6. You have to watch out for it. But just Bishop E3 right now.
Bishop E3 is with a check.
Takes, and then my idea is to capture on F7.
Maybe it still works. But I don't know if this is so winning.
I have a feeling that in this position there are so many tactical ideas that the position is just blowing up here in many different directions, and many different moves are winning. That's one of the most important rules. Like, try to watch out for those tactical ideas, and we see many of them. Rook can come to C6 potential of Knight D7. But what is the move here
Oh,
after
wait,
knight
you're
e5?
just winning material. Wait, it's just knight c6. Yeah?
Oh, knight c6.
Yeah, you're just winning material. I missed it. So the point is,
Or rook d7 or rook e8.
wait, it happens only if you do it this. Yes, takes, rook e8, knight e7. You could take with e7, that's a rook.
Okay, so you have to play rook d7 or rook e8.
Maybe rook e8. And I think I saw a victory, but then again, maybe I didn't see it.
Did I see? Did you see or did you not see?
Apparently, I did not see. Maybe it's just to play for some domination, like e4, knight f4, queen f4, and rook d7. Ooh, wow.
Wow, that's a nasty move. Rook d7 coming in.
This is a monster. Bishop f8.
The monster rook.
Here, here. There's got to be a mate here.
Should be something, for sure.
It's such a knight.
There could be even a5 and queen c7 idea.
Yeah. Looks reasonable. Even though it does walk into rook c8.
It's tough to say, but knight d5 is definitely the move you want to play. You
I
want
mean,
to
what
block.
else? Because I just don't see any other good moves for black. Yeah, what do you do?
I was wondering if rook d1 will be followed up with queen a8 and then rook d8 back.
Takes. Here. There's got to be some rook c8.
Ooh,
Takes.
too many pins, yeah.
Here. Oh, knight c6.
Wow, you you sacrificed the queen for a move. Wow.
Yeah, to give a
That's
fork on
nice.
e7.
That's nice.
Yeah, and if I go here, I play knight c6. No, but black is definitely losing something here. There's knight e7, there's bishop e3, this pawn is a weakness. Like everyone who has studied Catalan, they know that if you get a knight on c6 and black cannot deal with this, that it's immediately bad news. So what I'm struggling right now is to understand if you should look for some forcing lines or instead you play for the domination. That's why I was looking for something very concrete, and when I don't see anything concrete, okay, fine. We're going to play for the domination. Maybe not 95, but what? And that's what Vaishali is trying to figure out right now.
Indeed, she is trying to do so. But yeah, unfortunately, you have to watch out for all these tactical opportunities. Yeah, like rook c6, knight c6 as well.
I just lose this again, yeah? Immediately.
Oh, immediately.
Yeah, there's a fork on e7, rook e8, knight e7, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the rook.
And if you take on d1, intermezzo check here, and at least intermezzo move. No, black is just completely toast. You can't do this.
So is it then just knight d5, which is still trying to hold everything together? But it's also a counterintuitive move because you're opening up the f file to target the f7 square.
Okay, like what I would do here if I was Vaishali with black, I'm thinking, my position is so terrible. What could I do? Rook c doesn't work, knight e5 feels suspicious, so what do? Maybe I can work it backwards. And when I'm thinking backwards, I'm thinking, what does white want? So what do I want if I'm playing with white? I want to play knight c6, right?
Yes.
So I'm thinking, instead of trying to solve my problems, which I cannot solve, could I, thinking backwards, deal with my opponent's moves? Like, how about making a move like rook c8?
Rook c8.
Yeah.
And
You play knight c6.
knight c6.
I play
Bishop
bishop
steps away.
The rook on a8 defends the pawn on a7. You play some bishop e3. I play some queen a6. Give me time to play knight e5. Maybe I still can survive this.
Wow, that is possible. And recalling yesterday's game of Vaishali, that's precisely what happened. I mean, she was under huge pressure by Alexandra Kostyniuk. She was in completely losing position. But that was the moment where Alexandra started to think more. she started to use more time, and this is what we see right now here. Václav is also taking his time, trying to find the best moves in the position, and has now 33 minutes, by the way, for 21 moves. It's move 19 at this moment. So it means that there's still an opportunity for White to mess up.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think it's so super clear, and I think that also the Czech Grandmaster, he knows he's better. Like, the one thing what you never know is how much are you better? Are you winning better? Are you winning slightly winning? Or are you completely winning? Like, this is the thing you don't know, because like there's no debate about this, that Fidek is definitely sure he's doing much better. He is maybe looking for something forcing, but maybe doesn't work. Then he's playing for domination. But is this a position where the engine would say you are +1, +1.5? Maybe it doesn't even matter. You're just trying to find the best move and see where it takes you.
No, for sure. You have to try to find the best move. But Vaishali is still taking her time in this position. And I believe it's a good moment for us to catch up on the game of Marco Materia against Alexander Kosteniuk in the bottom middle board. That's where we see the pawn structure has already changed. And the knight on c7 is defending the pawn on a6. So it means we had some trade on c5 happened before in the game.
So Kosteniuk decided to go for the passive defense, yeah. So instead of if you pull back again this position, we're thinking a5. Sorry, first I think it was rook b8, of course. Yeah, rook b8, knight c5, a5, b takes on a5, bishop c5, d takes on c5. At the right moment, play a6, put something on b5, preferably a knight.
Ideally.
Ideally, yeah, and you somehow claim that this bishop versus knight, the extra pawn doesn't feel. Alexandra played long castle, played knight. That's what she wanted.
Should we maneuver the knight to c7 to defend the pawn on a6?
Maybe it's not even passive. Yeah, maybe it's just good. Takes. Rook e8, king d3, seeking some counterplay, but White is inevitably building up the pressure here. Rook a3 or rook a1, defend the pawn first, of course. Bishop goes to g3, collect the knight on c7, win the pawn on a6. White enjoys a very lovely pressure here.
Definitely, I mean, perfectly explained the plan, because now king d3 is defending the pawn on e3, so the bishop is always free to go. So bishop e1, bishop g3, something to expect. Because if you play bishop a5 attacking the knight, knight can always jump away, and then in order to attack to the pawn, you have to step away with the bishop. There might be some repetition. So definitely you want the bishop on the
We show it actually on the screen. So it would be a very direct idea, as you said. The bishop blocks the pawn, you cannot walk away anywhere here.
But maybe you can use it, by the way. Maybe you can use bishop a5, and after knight b5, you can play bishop e1. So you're using the fact that now it's coming with a tempo. I'm attacking the pawn on a6. You want to step backwards, and bishop g3 is coming with another tempo.
Yeah, it's definitely an idea. So I think first White's gonna defend the pawn, like play h3, so that it's never under attack. Then maybe find the right moment to double the rooks somehow. I have no idea how is he gonna do it. Is it gonna be rook a3? Is it gonna be rook a2? Is it gonna be rook a4? Maybe it doesn't even matter. Defend the pawn.
But the question is, do you even need to double the rooks? Because bishop a5 now has threatened to take the knight, and then
that's what you want. Here, here,
and now back.
and bishop e1.
But okay,
That's
king is
smart.
defending the pawn, right? So
And maybe you don't even need to play h3 because the bishop is going to defend it. That is really smart.
so maybe not playing any h3 move. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not provoking, but you know, the pawns are not going backwards, so you would like to keep them on the second rank.
No, I don't think it really matters. But yeah, I like your idea. I think it's a great idea. Let's say rook e6, bishop g3. Here I seek some counterplay. You defend. And maybe Kosteniuk's only hope here is that White will be so preoccupied with this pawn on e3 that you won't have the time to build your counterplay at, not the counterplay, but the pressure at a file.
But you could also go with h4, bishop f4, defending that one. So
Yeah, you could do that. Not over. This game is not over. I think that Kosteniuk is doing a pretty good job. after misplaying the opening. Marco already missed his advantage after the opening phase. He had the chance immediately push e4. He did not do that, and then Alexandra did play this knight a6. I think now she is a bit regretting it, but okay, what's done is done. And White is trying to crash through, but is he gonna do it? That's the question.
That's the question. I'll find it soon enough. Let's get a bird's eye view to see what is going on in round 4 at this stage. As we have just looked at the game of Václav Finek against Vaishali Ramesh Babu in the bottom left corner, there is nothing changed. Queen is still on f3. But I see some changes in the game. Aydin Suleimanli against Yezer Dogmush and Tong Shao against Carissa Yup. I suggest to go to the Masters only remaining game, because there have been some updates in the game. We've seen that the pair of rooks has been traded in this position, and White is still up a pawn, but looks like Yes is going to eliminate it on e3 very soon. And by the way, 12 minutes on the clock.
Well, I mean, Suleimanli is going for the final tricks here, meaning if Black is not careful, let's say if Black decides to take on e3, take on e3, take on e3, you might have some issues here. Even though, by the way, this position is still a dead draw, because I was thinking if you play rook b3, I play rook c7, you lose because of the back rank.
But I think the problem is you take the
You want?
cannot-
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's good. No, I was thinking there might be some. Wait, that's actually not
that's
good.
actually not good.
It's
Yeah,
actually not good. I was thinking in a similar situation.
So you just defend the pawn on c7?
Sorry, I think it was like this. Yeah, g6.
Yes.
Rook c7, and now you take it.
And the problem for White that there is no window for the king to escape. Rook will always be on the second rank and stopping the pawn.
It's just a draw. I think that's the final trick. Once again,
Wow.
queen e3, rook e3, rook c1. To maybe Black goes crazy and he forgets about b6, but g6, king f2 doesn't change anything. Rook b3, rook c5, get the king somewhere here. It's immediate draw. And if Black is not really interested to do all of this, maybe he could even play g6 immediately. I don't think it really changes anything. White cannot really take it here. There's going to be perpetual check at least for Black. And if you go king f2, I can repeat the position. You have no progress. And finally, you have to go for the pawn here on c7, and we still go for the same position. Takes, takes, takes. There's no b6 anymore. Takes, takes. White can get the pawn on b7, but you're never going to win. Maybe this is still... Nah, I don't think so. Should be still pretty trivial draw.
But Arthur, as we recall, the previous games of Yes, there were always some tricks. Like, for example, yesterday, it may have felt like not such an eventful end game, but then at some moment, we saw Lim Le was continuing on pushing for a victory, finding this insane idea to distract the knight, distract the pawn, and try to win it. And the only single move which was winning there was found by Yes in the position. And by the way, here we see h5. Is he ready to capture the pawn on e3 so that no longer there'll be back rank issues for him? I think we're heading to this line, but with improvement of getting a window on h7. But what happens if White is taking the pawn on c7?
On c7, I think it's going to be perpetual check. At least. Maybe Black can even
King
think
of
about some
one.
funny ideas. A king of 1.
King of 1 is the only move. There is no check, but maybe even some rook. I was thinking rook e6, rook f6.
Yeah,
Want to check
sure,
maybe?
why not? Yeah, rook e6, why not? Because Black could also be ambitious.
Yeah, maybe then White has to try to give some perpetual check, but yeah, you have to be very careful. as
Yeah, I
Black.
think this move h5 is like, it's a bit of ambitious touch, I know I kept a draw here, but why don't I? What if, you do something funny here because you want to play h4, expose the king, and maybe he's ambitious, actually. I mean, you never know with these youngsters. They're so good, playing every possession for the win. But I highly doubt it, that there's anything Black can do more than a draw.
But of course, it's better to defend in active defense, not in the passive, so it looks very logical.
Take, probably here. Queen e4 is going to be queen of 3, queen d2. Maybe
Rook
here,
F1. Oh, okay.
here. Your idea, by the way, Angelica.
And Rook F6 is a threat.
I could imagine the white being a bit nervous here. But even this position, like, what do you do? The best you have is a couple of checks, really. Yeah. So I will never be checkmated. You also have to watch out for your own king. Yeah, so I don't think that black could even do this. And let's say I take on h5 because I'm in h4, queen g4 is exposing the king. I think this is takes. What did I say? Yeah, this. Maybe immediately king f1. King f1, rook e5, queen f3, takes, here, check, here,
Wow.
here. You just agree to draw somewhere here, like.
Yeah. It looks like something we might see, but of course, Aydin Suleimanli is still taking his time. By the way, we have updates in the other boards. Tong Shao against Carissa Yup. They still are playing. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what is happening there. Because I think we haven't checked that game for a while, so it's in the bottom right corner. Let's head there.
Yeah, this was a pretty spicy middle game. I think that Carissa played the perfect defense. The Chinese Grandmaster played an offbeat line versus Raul Lopez, but the American player solved all the opening problems, calculated the lines precisely, and after some pretty forcing moves, there was nothing that White could do. Also, the fact that there's obstacle the bishops on the board, it doesn't really give White any reason to be an optimist. And maybe the only idea I can think of, if in this position you can somehow get the bishop on c4, like knight e2, knight c4, take it, and maybe try to get this pawn. But who says the black's going to do it after knight e2, just play bishop d3?
Just stepping away, not allowing any kind of business, and also defend the pawn on b5. So it looks like white is active, but black is fully in control of the situation. f6 was the last move played, defending the pawn on e5, so that knight on c6 is free to go wherever it wants. Yeah, what do you think, Arthur? So there are some chances for either of the sides?
Maybe if somebody has some chances, I would say it's black even, because if we talk about the pawn structures, I think black is standing a bit better. Like these pawns that limit the white knight. And I would say that maybe white will have some issues with the pawn on e4. Like if you play long enough, maybe I can activate the bishop somehow, or if I move the knight away, I could play like rook d8, rook d1, and I could cause you some problems. But with the rook on b6, I don't think it's possible. Also pay attention to the last move by Carissa. She defends the pawn so that she can move away the knight, and then activate the rook. So perhaps white already has to be a bit careful and play like bishop d6 if you walk away, get the rooks off the board, and just wrap up the game.
Yeah, tough situation right now for Tong Shao. He has to be ready for a kind of jumps and has to evaluate accordingly. King is also ready to join the battle for Carissa. And as we know from the game against Alexandra, if you let anything off guard, she can completely flip the game.
I would play with black, to be honest, here. Like, I know it's totally equal. And somehow find black's position a bit easier to play. And Tong Shao now, he wants to play for the win, but how? How do you play for the win?
Yeah, that's a big question. How do you continue playing? But yeah, f6, Carissa is trying to be ambitious, starters you are saying. But let's get the overview of the round 4, because update is in the game of Václav Finek against Vaishara Mishbabu. Some moves have been played. As anticipated, knight d5 happened on the board. Let's go straight to the game. Don't have so much time because players are also taking the time. 20 minutes now, 20 more moves to play and 17 minutes for Vaishali. So we have knight d5 on the board, and knight c6 was played as anticipated from us.
Yeah, it looks very logical. So the first and foremost thing that here Václav will do, he will look for the forced win. I don't think he's going to find it here. And then he's going to play for the domination. That's why knight c6 was played. Rook d7 doesn't feel right. I don't know why. It just doesn't. I could walk away with the bishop, maybe play e4. Where do I walk away with the bishop? I don't know. Maybe bishop e5. Play e4. The rook is under attack. It just maybe f6, e4, takes. Doesn't look good at all. That's why I think rook e8 most likely will happen. I expect e4, pushing back the knight. Another typical Catalan maneuver. I don't think black has any other choice here. There's no knight c3 because knight e7 intermezzo move. Takes, and rook d7 is a monstrous move incoming. We talked about this already, I think.
We did, yeah. The similar positions we had on the board. The problem is right now knight is dominating the position. The bishop on e7 cannot really stop the attack. Rooks are coming in. Queen on b6 is also very much limited. It's such a tough situation for Vaishali to continue playing. But by the way, she just played the move. Rook e8, stepping away. So we might see all of it on the board now.
I suggest immediately let's go to the game of Aydin Suleimanli against Yezer Domosh, because I have a feeling this game is about to wrap up. You see the queens have disappeared off the board. The players are making the moves very quickly. This is move 29. You cannot agree to a draw before move 40. We had an excellent chance to see it firsthand, like which round, whatever it was, first round or the second round, where two players agreed to a draw before move 40, and then they had to continue here. But there's just 3 pawns each at the king side, and they're simply going to go for the triple repetition. That's a requirement for you to make a draw, fastest way, and this game is going to be a draw.
Yeah, there might be already a repetition with rook c7, king g8, and then again check rook c8, king h7.
I mean, technically they can make 5-fold repetition, because I think according to FIDE rules, if there's a 5-fold repetition, that the arbiter has to step in. And yeah, the players are like, come on, it's a triple repetition.
We have to, yes, you have to play it till the 3-fold repetition is being played, or 5-fold if you want arbiter to stop yourself.
We once had this situation in the Olympiad where I think it was the Zaitsev variation in the Lopez, ladies played knight g5, knight f3, knight g5, knight f3, rook e8, rook f8, well, like 15 times.
Yeah.
Just to me, reach move 30 where you can agree to a draw. Everybody thought it was pretty funny, but actually the arbiter is also there for a reason that...
of course.
Yeah, if there's a 5-fold repetition...
They are claiming it.
Yeah.
The arbiters are doing it, and yeah, the draw was claimed, the arbiter checked. We have the kings on the board, so the draw was, not agreed, but claimed in this case. So we have Aydin Suleimanli against Yezer Domosh. So all peaceful results so far in the Masters tournament in the round 4. So it means, Arthurs, that we have 3 exciting games of the Generation Challenge to follow.
Yeah, there are still 3 more games left, and the Masters have decided to call it a short day. As you can see, all the games there are finished. Rodian versus Limle was the first one to go, shortly followed by Jose Martinez versus Matthias Blubaum. Aydin Suleimanli did have some chances versus Erdomosh, and now they're discussing there over the board what went wrong. They're discussing what could have been, and this is also usually a prime opportunity for both players to share their thoughts, as long as they're not really disturbing the opposition. But the Generation Challenge is wide open, because we have 2 games where White has a large advantage. That's Václav Finek and Marco Materia against Vaishali and Kostanyuk respectively. And I would guess that Shatong versus Carissa Yip most likely is going to finish peacefully, but who knows? Who knows? There's still enough pieces on the board.
The time trouble is approaching to the players, so for sure. And we see Yes and Aydin are still discussing the game, but I guess we'll let them do so. And let's go to the game we have not followed recently, because there was some update in the game of Marco Materia against Alexandra Kosteniuk. We saw that Marco had this plan of targeting the pawn a6, and we see that he's completely fulfilling all the ideas we were discussing earlier. But Alexandra Kosteniuk is trying to resist. She is putting as much pressure as she can on the pawn on e3. Now the idea is g5. She wants to break the king side. I mean, such a huge resistance from the former women's world champion.
Yeah, she's doing really good job so far after misplaying the opening. And I think we have to show it on the analysis screen what happens if white plays the move rook a1, attacks the pawn. It seems that, oh no, knight c7, I just take it, king c7, rook a6, but there's Angelika's idea to play g5. And the point is, if you take on a6, you see this knight on b5 defends the pawn on a7, so the knight on b5 stands actually really great, while black is going to be doing something that white is not going to like at the king side.
You have to be careful when you put your all pieces on the queen side. The opponent might do something on the king side, and that's what's happening right now. Alexandra is getting ready for the break. By the way, if you look at the clock situation, it's 19 minutes against 22, so around equal, but it's moved 28. It means 12 more moves have to be made to reach the next time control. Right now, the players are not getting any increment. They'll only start getting from move 41. And then they also get extra half an hour, which of course doesn't hurt, and it definitely will improve their thought. And rook h5, the last move that has been played, supporting the g5 break, is happening right now. How will Marco Materia stop this idea? Do you play, I mean, bishop f4 you cannot play because the pawn is hanging on h4. How do you stop this idea? Because you don't want to commit to something like crazy like f4 because your bishop is going to be broken. Yeah.
f4. Yeah, you don't do this to your dark square bishop, do you? I was thinking, like, what about bishop f2? I want to just walk away from g5, and I want to bring g4 in the mix.
Oh, you want a bust-up pawn structure. I love it.
Yeah, I want to do something there. And now it's up to white what do you do, because if you play g5, I could play g4. Like, my original idea, actually, was to take on g5 and imprison your rook. That's what I wanted. So if you play f5, there could be bishop h4, your rook is under attack, and I'm going to collect something, so you would have to go the long way around. And now I go here. And if you play knight c7, now I go here. But again, I think it's quite clear that Kostanyuk is going to give up the pawn on a6.
But I don't know. I mean, there are some ideas of targeting the pawn on f3. You can bring the rook to the h file to h2.
Precisely.
It's so tough, yeah, to find the moves. Because here, if you play king e2, defending the pawn, knight d4 is a cold shower, and you might already even losing. Like, a computer still says that white is okay. I mean, losing 2 pawns.
Funnily, yeah, like something like king f1, knight b5, king g2. But okay, people don't play like this. They do not blunder a pawn like this. So after rook h5, here Materia is thinking, yeah, like how do you properly rearrange the pieces? How do you get the rook at a1? How do you deal with g5? Do you play bishop f2, g4, bishop g3? And if your rook is gone, how do you make sure that black is not going to have his counterplay?
Too many questions and not so many answers for now. For Marco Materia, 20.5 minutes. He might now recall those moments where he can easily push for the e4. And he might think and might regret, why didn't I go for it? You know, back then he had a free way to go there. By the way, while we're talking, there are some updates in the game of Václav Finek against Vaishali Rao. If we go there straight away just to see what is new, because I feel like there was a trade on e7 and the bishop is now going to e5. So what's happening, Arthurs?
Knight e7, rook e7, and bishop e5?
We were not expecting this knight e7 coming in so quickly.
I normally would not ever do this, but I understand that he has a very concrete idea. He wants to play e4. He wants to play queen g4 and get to the pawn on g7, which you cannot defend.
Oh, and definitely there are many ideas right now. And we're going now for a very short break, because when we come back, we'll have some special guests to you. So, dear viewers, stay tuned. We're coming back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, dear viewers, and we have a special guest in the studio as the game finished between Aydin Süleymanli and Gezer Dogmuş. Well, it was a great game, great fight that you had, guys, and it's first time for you being at the Biel Chess Festival. It's your debut. So I would like to start with Aydin. You know, how exciting for you to be here. What are your impressions from the event overall?
Obviously, I was very happy to get the chance to play here, even though it was a very last moment. And yeah, so far the tournament is going quite interesting with lots of interesting games. So yeah, it's all I can say actually about the tournament. So everything is amazing here for now.
And yes, for you it's a tournament after you played in the May and the Tepe months, so a couple of months of a break. You know, tell us, share your thoughts about how is it going, how do you enjoy Biel?
Yeah, the tournament is obviously very tough, as I expected. We played 4 rounds and I couldn't win the game, so it shows how the difficult tournament is. But okay, the games that I played was like my opponents also played pretty good, so I couldn't any chance to win the game. Okay, tomorrow I have a white pieces. I will try to win again. Yeah.
But let's dive into the game which you just played. I mean, it was a draw, but it was some eventful one. Let's start from the maybe very much from beginning. You can also use the mouse if you want all the keyboard.
Okay.
And you can talk, you know, throughout like how far did you go with the preparation and interrupt whenever you want.
Yeah. Can we open the engine or?
Yes, if you would like. Because sometimes I know that the players love to analyze themselves and then.
Have you also analyzed each other? So.
You already analyzed.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah, here I actually couldn't remember this A3 move. Like what I remember was this Queen C2, Bishop D2, Queen D2. Sorry. Something like C6, A4, B5, takes, Queen G5, castle. Like this is what I remembered, but he just played A3, and I was shocked here because like I couldn't remember here, and if you don't remember this line, it's pretty hard to play.
Did you want to surprise? Yes. What is your perspective?
Yeah,
on
it
this?
was my idea to surprise him.
Yeah, because Queen C2 is the main move here, as I remember. Yeah. Okay, I thought like going Bishop D6 or Bishop E7 is just bad because just Queen A4, Queen C4, and he doesn't have any problem. So I took on D2, Queen D2. Oh, it says I have to play Bishop D7. I saw this, but yeah, this is what I saw.
Was it also the part of the preparation, these lines, or what can you address on this?
Oh, I have to play
Bishop
Queen
D7.
D7.
This one I don't even remember now.
Oh yeah, I have to play Bishop D7.
So when did your preparation exactly stop? At which moment was it already over? Or was it just A3 surprise?
I don't want to reveal.
Okay, of course, understandable, yeah. You might use later at some moment, so...
Okay, but I'm very curious about this preparation after Bishop D7 here, because Knight E5, it just doesn't work, and I go Bishop C6, I think, here. And yeah, B5. Okay, but he can go here. I didn't understand what's the point. Or maybe Queen C1.
Yeah, B5, A4, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get some secrets. Revealed.
Oh, I go Bishop D5 here. Then Knight D2, B5, A4, C6. Oh, so I have to play like this, okay.
Okay, so let's return to the game. What
Okay.
exactly happened? And go to the next critical moment.
Yeah, I think castle was a bet because after Knight E5, okay, he get like a very comfortable, pleasant position. Yeah. Oh, it says Rook B8 is wrong. Yeah, I also...
I was thinking about Queen D6, Rook
Yeah.
C1, Bishop A6, this type of stuff.
Yeah, this is the best moves.
And even I thought E3, I was not sure, but maybe C5.
C5 here?
I don't know how Indian thinks, but maybe it's just bad. But
Yeah, it's not that bad, but it says like 0.6. Okay, I wouldn't go for this. E5 is just much better here.
E5, I guess I would take and play Queen C3,
Yeah, this is the best move.
then Knight D2.
And it's very drawish, right? Like I take on C3 and then Rook B8. It seems very drawish, I think.
I mean, drawish, but I guess only white can win this kind of
Yeah,
drawish.
probably. We have to play knight g4 here, which is a tough move.
Yeah, you have to be very precise here.
Yeah. Okay, but I go knight d3. Yeah.
I mean, probably he would find all of them, but still.
Yeah, it's not that difficult. Knight g4, knight e5, and knight d3. So, yeah, I mean, after rook b8, rook c1 is just completely okay for white. I mean, he doesn't have any problem. He just gets very pleasant position. And okay, here, c5. I also saw e5 here, but I didn't like it. Yeah, knight g4. I think I calculate queen c3 here. Did you saw this line?
Yeah, but here, yeah, I think the line ended for me after queen c3. Maybe there is...
Yeah, queen c3, it says bishop e6, knight d2.
Knight d2?
Yeah, knight e5.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, the knight on the 2 is hanging.
Yeah, it was just much better. What
Let's say rook
played in the
d1.
game. Rook what? Where? D1?
Yes.
Queen f6 probably. Yeah. Okay, let me just
Knight
close this.
e4.
Yeah.
You want to close it?
Yeah, let me just close. Okay.
Okay.
So wait, sorry. Which line we were analyzing?
So it was...
Yeah.
Yeah, here e5 takes knight g4.
No, it was
No,
here.
no, after rook b8, rook c1.
Yeah, e5 is much better.
Yeah, knight d2, probably I missed knight e5 in the
Yeah, rook
calculation.
d1, queen f6, and now I also want to take on... No,
Knight
I don't want, yeah,
e4.
knight e4. And knight e4,
Queen f5, knight f5, I guess knight f3
yeah,
or
knight
knight
f3,
g4.
and, yeah. Okay, but both of them is okay, I think. But knight g4, maybe queen d4, so knight f3
No,
is...
rook a d8,
Queen d8,
queen f2, queen c5.
queen d4.
Nah.
Okay.
No
Wow,
way.
wow, wow.
Queen h5, let's say. I mean, I
H3?
can never be better here. Knight
I mean,
e5,
I'm
let's
not
say.
sure.
Knight e5. No, I can.
We continue with blindfold calculation here.
White can
Okay,
never
but
be
at least
better
I have
here.
knight f3 here. But okay, this
Yeah.
is not working.
So you went for the c5 push.
Yeah.
It looks
Which
very
is-
logical, yeah? You have
Yeah,
to
which is bad because after like this, he has a very pleasant position. Okay, I saw this e5 moves because the point is that if he goes here, I play rook d8, queen c1, queen c5, and my pieces are very active here. And this is what I saw. That's why he played knight d5, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, queen d6. Okay, he has to take this force. And now maybe instead of rook a4, some rook c4 was better here. But I'm not sure. I mean, I will go e4 again.
Yeah, e4, let's say.
Yeah, like this.
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
Probably bishop e6, rook c7 you can do, but
Yeah, bishop a2, rook e1, rook b2, queen
No,
a5. This is much better what you played in the game.
I think you would play rook d8, no? Like bishop e6.
No, actually,
c7, rook
I
f3.
remember that my idea was queen b6 here.
Okay.
Just a short question, Aydin, to you. So this move e5, what was played at the end of the line of this knight d5 and so on, was it missed for you, or have you seen this move? Because from body language, you looked very surprised at the moment.
No. I saw this idea, of course, but I thought I will have some decent options with white after this. Actually, maybe I didn't have. So
Yeah, I'm curious about this position. Knight d5 is... Oh, rook a4.
Yeah, but of course, it's very complicated to find all of these moves.
Yeah. Okay, I saw this line actually. Okay, let me close this. Rook b2. We also discussed this line. Okay, my idea was rook b3 here because now if he plays knight d5, I have rook d5. And if he plays rook e5 here, I have rook a3 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's what I saw, and I thought I should be okay here after rook b3. Yeah, but probably I'm missing something here. Maybe just queen c1, and this is also much better.
maybe queen c5.
Yeah, I was thinking queen c5, yeah?
Oh yeah, that's the best move. Wow. Okay, he says queen d6, and I have knight d5.
Wow. Blocking the d
Yeah.
file. Okay, but it's not so easy
Yeah, it's
to
not easy,
find.
like knight d5, let's say.
Takes rook a3. So here, take the knight.
Yeah,
Yeah, bishop d5. Okay,
Rook
this
b2.
looks very pleasant. Rook b2?
Probably there is lots
Yes,
of stuff.
maybe
yeah.
some rook d1 also. Queen c3 maybe because rook e2.
Bishop f7. You want to play?
Oh yeah, bishop f7. Or maybe rook d1. Yeah, this should be much better, I think, after rook b2. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe for engine it's foldable, but like for practically,
It's very tough, yeah?
It's very tough. Okay, queen c3 is the best. Oh yeah, bishop f7. And then rook d5, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, queen c1 is also good, engine says. Queen c5, oh okay, knight d1. Yeah, I think I saw this. Queen b.
If queen b5.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Because rook c4, rook d1.
Yeah.
And okay, you have to take this side.
No, it doesn't work. Yeah, bishop e6. You have to play. There is queen d8 at the end.
Which line? Sorry.
Rook c1, rook d1, queen d1. There is queen d8 at the end.
Oh yeah.
So you have to play bishop e6, I guess. But still, yeah, you take on e2.
Bishop a6.
Bishop e6. And
I
then you
take
take
on
on
e2.
e2. I mean,
Yeah,
you are
yeah.
better for sure.
Yeah, maybe not better, but at least equal. Yeah.
I'm sure you are better probably.
Okay, let me check.
I mean, if rook c7 with queen e2 for sure.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah, so he has to play queen c7 here and bishop e6. But I think I can defend this. It says 0.4, but yeah, knight e3.
Yeah, this is all hard moves.
So have you considered this rook a4 idea, or did you just focus? Because 95 looks, so forcing and logical.
Rook a4, actually, I didn't spend so much time on this because I thought queen c5 and then probably black will have a very comfortable position. So I said knight d5 and maybe it's practical, yeah?
This is a critical position, I think, after e5. Yeah, I mean, you have to see this line if you want to win the game. Because I think this after rook b3, oh, even h3, it's just much better. Okay, I don't have any threat actually, yeah. Okay, this is the line which you have to go. So after knight d5, I think he lost his advantage a bit. Yeah. Okay, it says rook c4.
Queen d6, I think it's quite important. You need queen on f6, like after
Yeah,
knight
yeah,
d5.
yeah. It was very obvious for me.
But it was such a nice idea to find this e4,
Yeah.
e4 and e3.
I find this counterplay and I luckily equalize easily here. Yeah, maybe rook d5. Yeah. The e4, it says rook b1. Okay, this is the line which we were
Bishop
discussing,
a2,
right?
rook b2, and queen e3 here, yeah? Yeah, it's
I think this is objectively equal, but...
much better version.
Yeah, much better version.
But maybe queen b6, can you do this?
Yeah, rook c5. Rook a c5. Okay, this practically looks very tough.
Yes.
Okay, he has pretty good chances here if he finds this rook d1 and rook b1. And also here, okay, he can play rook b1 also here, no? Like, I think this is transpose. Oh, it's not. Okay, rook d8. That was my idea actually.
Queen c2, I was thinking
Queen
e3, yeah?
e3, yeah. Because I cannot take this because of the queen b8 checkmate at the end. Yeah,
Oh,
unfortunately.
so you're trying checkmate, but you will be checkmated.
Yeah, I was very sad that my pawn is not on a8-6.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Okay, I have to play e3. Yeah, he takes, and then bishop f5. Yeah, I saw all of these moves. And okay.
Yeah, here I thought I don't have anything probably.
Okay, but again, this is much better what we play in the game.
Maybe.
Yeah, because after rook e1 here, I think he doesn't have any advantage. Oh, he has actually.
But okay, it's the pawns are being eliminated.
Oh, it's 0-0, yeah.
Yeah, it's just computer maybe doesn't see too much into deep.
Yeah. Oh, I can go bishop b7 immediately, but I didn't like queen c7.
I believe like how you played it was also perfectly.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
okay, queen e6.
Even this one, yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, why to allow have this extra 2 pawns position?
Yeah. Okay, I think I equalized easily here.
Yeah. And then.
So I think the critical moment was here, after rook a4. yeah, he has pretty good chances to win the game. And for me, I have to play e5 here, which is much easier than c5, I think. Because, okay, rook c4, bishop a6, that's okay for me. And this one, knight g4 immediately. And if like queen f4, queen e7, wow. Yeah, this was just much better.
Yeah, some critical moments.
Yeah.
But yeah, managed to equalize at the very end of the game. So thank you so much for showing the game. And also, I think our viewers and we as a commentators, we want to thank all of you for such beautiful games that you've played in the Chess 960, in the Rapid, also now in the Classical. So always pushing, and wish you best of luck, because tomorrow there's going to be one more final Classical round, which is very important for both of you to stay into the finals. Of course, there'll be still blitz to try to catch up. So best of luck for you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, dear viewers, we are going for the very short break before the time travel is starting here at the Biel Chess Festival. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a few moments. I'm happy to be joined by two-time World Cup winner as well as a numerous winner of the Chess Olympiad for Armenia, Levon Aronian. Levon, welcome to Biel.
Thank you.
First question that I have to you, you've participated in so many tournaments, you had such a successful career. How come that you first time coming to Biel making your debut?
Yeah, somehow I wasn't getting the invites, so I gave myself an invite, so I came.
Exactly, and you joined the party. And also you played against quite several generations of players, and young generation, they're always becoming more and more dangerous. Have today youngsters surprise you in any way?
I'm always surprised by the progress we made in chess. All over the world you'll find very strong players. So as a chess fan, yeah, I like to be part of it.
You also stood out as one of the most creative chess players. Do you think creativity can still beat the computer preparation?
Well, we're yet to find out, but you can also be creative in computer preparation.
Definitely. And people often describe you as one of the funniest personalities in chess. I would like to ask you, what is the funniest chess joke? Do you know, and could you tell it to us?
Chess joke.
Or you're better in the other jokes?
Well, there is one joke, is a husband comes back home, a famous one. Husband comes back home and the wife, very late, and he reeks of alcohol. And the wife says, "Where have you been?" He says, "Well, I've been playing chess with my friend." And she says, "Why are you smelling of alcohol?" He says, "Should I smell like chess?" So, yeah, that's not a very funny joke, but that's
the truth.
That's the truth, yeah.
Okay, now we're coming to more funny questions. If you could choose one superpower that would help you during the tournaments, but not during the games, which one would you choose?
I guess having a good memory.
Of course, well, everyone wants to have good memory, good to remember the lines. If you could borrow one chess skill from any player in this tournament, who would it be?
I think Lim, he has a skill of winning in Biel, so I would like to get that skill.
Perfect answer. What is something that chess fans would be surprised to learn about you?
Maybe the fact that I didn't really like playing chess for a long time. And I only started liking, really fell in love with the game when I was much older, maybe when I was 30.
What made you to basically fall in love with the game?
It's, you know, when you're successful and you're in a circle of tournaments and crowds, you really have to. You have high expectations.
It was so nice to have in the studio Aydin together with analyzing, looking how their bright young minds, analyzing all these variations, even some of them blindfoldly. I mean, absolutely crazy chess that we are having here, Artur. But other games are still ongoing right now in the Generations Challenge.
Yeah, and I suggest we go straight to them because there is some time scramble approaching. As you can see, 3 games, and probably the tensest game so far. It could be in Ton Shao versus Carissa Yip, where the situation is pretty balanced, and Carissa has 3 minutes. Also, Vaishali only 2 minutes to go. The position is really difficult for the World Championship challenger. And then we have E4 break in the game of Marco Materia versus Alexandra Kosteniuk. I think I'm simply going to follow your lead, Angelika.
Let's go to Marco Materia against Alexandra Kosteniuk to see this pawn break. Just to see the pawn break, because Václav still has some time to think in that position. And let's see what we have changed from the position we saw a bit earlier. So we saw there was a pressure on the A file, but what Alexandra found is break of the G5 pawn. And she managed to do it.
And also you can see White has abandoned the idea to collect the pawn on A6 and instead play for the pawn majority at king side. So if we pull the analysis screen, which was, let's say, somewhere here. Yeah, I think this is where we left it. Alexandra played rook H5, rook G1. That's what we did not see. Black is seeking the counterplay. Rook H5, rook A1, rook E8. And already here, the Frenchman decided, okay, I cannot get to the pawn on A6. Let me focus on the other side, playing for the E4 break, which, yeah, just happened.
And it is current position. So now Alexandra thinking how to react on this pawn break. But let's go actually to another game. Sorry, Artur. Václav against Vaishali, Ramesh Babu. Vaishali is down to 1 minute 45 seconds in this position. And last move, which was played, is a brilliancy by the Czech international master. Rook C5. Wow.
Knight C5 is obviously queen F7, queen takes on G7, but where's the big idea? If I walk away with a queen, queen A4, is there a forced checkmate? I'm thinking rook G5, rook takes on, let me just draw the arrows, rook G5, threaten to play rook D7, queen F6, and bishop E5. Angelika, this feels like a checkmate, but black is down to the last 1 minute with 12 moves to make.
Wow, and 10 minutes for Václav Finek. Still a lot of time for him to find the winning idea. But as you're mentioning, Artur, the rooks of black are very much pinned to the position. I think he's simply taking the pawn. Yeah. He's relaxed. He's just capturing a pawn.
Double exclamation. Oh,
the
come on,
brilliancy, of course.
Queen F7.
I think he can play still 10 more moves in this position. The brilliance is leaving the rook hanging in this position because of the F7 square.
Yeah, it's a simpler move, simply threaten to double the rooks on the 7th rank. And yeah, black's clock is ticking. I do not see any hope here for black. F5, trying to seek some counterplay, but white can just double the rooks on the 7th rank.
11 more moves have to be played in this position. And Vaishali is down 1 minute on the clock. She's trying to create something, but she's opening more and more her king. I feel like the attack is going to be unstoppable. Next move, I mean, why don't you take it? You can just capture it. Oh, that's the idea, but then can you do something else? Of course, rook C to C7 is just simple move.
Yeah.
Just bringing the rook and putting more pressure on the 7th rank.
That's the entire idea. I mean, to collect the rook on C5 so that the pawn on F7 is not hit. And that's why you play rook C7, F takes on E4, queen E4. White has a winning position, but Finek, of course, is looking for the forced win.
But
he's
playing very solid moves. I really love it. He doesn't create too much out of the position because he knows he's completely winning. He has extra material. His pieces are more active. The rooks are being doubled now on the 7th rank. No more threat in the position. B3, by the way, Vaishali played with 34 seconds on the clock.
I think at this point, Angelica, it doesn't really matter. You can collect the second pawn here, takes, either queen d5 or queen f5. The pawn on b3 is a weakness. Both players are aware what's happening here.
10 more moves have to be played right now by Vaishali with the 34 seconds. I mean, is it even possible, Arturs, would you say? 10 more moves.
To make.
10 more moves.
I think the game is going to finish before that, to be honest. Like,
Take.
takes, simple capture, queen f5, and the
Queen
black is
F5
losing
or
a lot
Queen
of material.
D5, you can do whatever you want in the position.
Queen d5 is great. Queen f5 is simply attacking the knight on d7. If the knight leaves, you play rook takes on g7. Maybe she's hoping for some rook f8, but then you play rook takes on d7, sack the queen, play rook g7, rook h7, and the other rook delivers a checkmate. And I think we're heading for this line.
Yeah, and I feel like Vaishali is spending more time than she can. I feel like she's going to resign simply because 20 seconds right now on the clock. 7 more moves.
Rook f8, you can even take it.
She stops the clock, resigns. Another loss for Vaishali, but for Václav, he is extending the lead in the Generations Challenge tournament. What an exciting run for a soon-to-be Grandmaster Václav Finek. Vaishali, another loss, and very tough for her to come back to the finals.
So I suggest we go to the game where is a potential time scramble. That's the game Tong Xiao versus Carissa Yip. It's about balanced, but there is some moves to make. Actually, just one. One move for the American player with 1 minute and 25 seconds. You can see Carissa is checking the broadcast, not our broadcast, but transmission of the board, checking if the score sheet is correct. This is probably the shared paranoia of everyone. Like, no matter how good is your handwriting, you're always doubting yourself. Is it really move 40? Did I skip a move? Because this is what happens sometimes, the viewers. You have a score sheet in front of you. After move 40, you're supposedly getting to the next time control. But if you skip a row, then you're thinking that you have made the move 40, but actually it's move 39. And historically, there have been precedents.
Yeah, there are some painful situations when you're losing on the clock. And by the way, I myself had a situation where there was a move 40 played in the position, but somehow my clock stopped and they were like zeros. And I thought, oh, maybe I forgot to write down the move, but apparently the clock was wrong in that situation. I was really scared there, but arbiters fixed everything. And yeah, here bishop c4 has just been played in the position. What can white do? What is Tong Xiao thinking about here?
Bishop e7 can be easily thwarted, I think, with... actually, with what? Yeah, just bishop e6. Bishop e6, rook b5, rook takes on c3, bishop d6. Is this the line he's calculating, trying to win a pawn?
You know, Arturs, it's tough to see where should we stay, but I suggest to move to Marco Materia against Alexander Kosniuk because Alexander just played a stunning move, f5, trying to break the center. So I suggest to go there because also there is lower time on the clock for Marco Materia. They also have to play 2 more moves, so just a couple of moves till the time control. But f5 was played. Can white go for the e5 to establish the protected passer or to go d5? What's an idea?
d5, you're going to drop the pawn on d5, I'm afraid. e5 is very tempting because you create a passed pawn, but it also hands over the control of the light squares to your opponent. I like f5 by Kostelnik because it's all about controlling those critical squares. And maybe white can afford just to play some quiet move like bishop e5, protect the pawn. I think it's also a good thing when you are in a time scramble, you try to play in a way so that everything is protected, nothing is hanging, and if you feel you're better, try to get your advantage to the next time control where you get this extra half an hour and plus 30 seconds.
Yeah, you need to get there as soon as possible. If you recall yesterday's game, that's something what missed by Alexander Kosniuk. If she get to the time control yesterday in the game against Vaishali, she would have won that game. She would have scored 4 points, but unfortunately it was not the case, and she had to end the game with a draw. But yeah, what do you do here? You take on f5? Is that your suggestion, Arturs?
I don't know. I try to figure out, and like I'm thinking takes, king e4, black's gonna play king e6, rook a6. That will be the line I would be calculating. Takes, king e4. There's also knight takes on d4, bishop e5, some intermezzo moves, knight b3. Again, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Maybe bishop e5 is the safe move.
Look how focused the players are, and indeed, they're going for your line. Take on f5 just happened on the board.
It looks pretty logical. But again, he has to make sure that he has calculated this line correctly. Kostyuk has no choice here. Like, I don't think you can physically even do anything else except if rook takes on e5, but she has a bit more time on the clock, 3 minutes, try to surprise her opponent.
But 2 more moves to be played for Alexandra. She cannot spend too much time. For Marco, it's 1 more move to be played. Oh, of course, I mean, what do you think about rook f5, king e4?
You gotta play rook f5. I mean, what else? I think what she wants to do, she wants to make series of moves, like apply some pressure. But I'm not sure if it even matters because White's next move is move 40. We could just see Marco having a quick glance at the monitor. What is the move count? Because they do see this notation that it's move 39. Extra thing to make sure that players are not writing their move number on the score sheet wrongly.
Yeah, sometimes you can just write an extra 1 move and then at this position you're toasted because if you let the time run out, so you expect some extra half an hour and you're not getting it.
Like a common trick between some experienced players is that you look at your score sheet and you're checking the score sheet of your opponent, but some of them, they're hiding it. You know, they're like putting their hand in front of it and you're like, looking there, now, what's the score sheet? What does it tell you? Because the last chance very often, if you're doing badly in terms of what's happening over the board, you want to invite your opponent to make the so-called extra move just to be safe.
Rook f5 is on the board. Indeed, Alexandra takes. And probably she's ready for king e4 to reply with it immediately, but under 1 minute, by the way, for Marco Materia in this position. He has to play final move in this game.
By the way, king
to reach
e4,
control.
knight e4 is just rook d1. Yeah, so it doesn't work. I just noticed this.
Oh,
40
okay.
seconds. I don't think he's going to flag.
He has to play a move. Okay, so king e4, is it the main move that we're considering?
It looks reasonable to me. It doesn't really spoil anything. Maybe rook d5, bishop e5. Or king e4. He's checking this line. King e4, king e6, and rook a6.
King e4 is on the board. Final move has to be played by Alexandra in this position. She has 1 minute and 44 seconds right now.
Yeah. And rook h5, probably, or g6.
By the way, someone who has to make move is Tong Xiao. Let's go to the game because move 40 has to be played. He has not yet played a move. He has 25 seconds on the clock against Carissa Yip. Look at this, 20 seconds right now. He has to play some move. He has to make the final 40th move. 15 seconds.
Bishop e7. You got to give it a try. Is it rook h6 or is it rook b7? Which one is it going to choose?
He's aiming for it.
Rook h6.
Rook h6 is on the board. And Carissa has 1 minute, 20 seconds right now to play also her final 40th move to get extra time on the clock.
Yeah, and then the players are officially in the zone of the next time control. The pawn is under attack. Obviously, black is in the drawing zone here. Simple rook c7, I think it's good enough. There could be also a way just to play e4, f takes, king e4, rook h7, and activate the pieces. But if I'm sitting black, I'm thinking, why do I need this? Why give up the pawn? Just play rook c7.
Yeah, just don't create any kind of problems. By the way, yeah, she's playing it, rook c7. But someone who hasn't played the 40th move was Alexandra. By the way, she just played her 40th move as well.
Yeah,
Oh.
we are in the officially in the next time control zone. The players are getting a bit more time.
Yeah, extra half an hour, of course, would not hurt. We see here, this is a game of Tong Xiao against Carissa Yip, where both players are still trying to play their best. It's a rook end game with the opposite colored bishop. They are getting fight. And Marco Materia against Alexandra Kostyuk. Well, that game is less balanced than this one. And the last move of Alexandra was rook h5, just to update everyone about the current position. Shall we go there, Artus? Marco Materia against Alexandra
Yeah,
Kostyuk?
sure. Yeah, we can go.
Yeah.
This position feels pretty dry.
So rook h5 has just been played by Alexandra. And we see, by the way, the players just immediately stood out as they played the 40th move, just resting a bit, hitting some refreshments, going to the bathroom, you know, just enjoying the time outside of the board, because for the last 1 hour they were practically sitting there glued to the board. And rook h5 was played.
Yeah.
What are the chances now in this endgame for white? Because I still see that the pawn on a6 is hanging. Can Marco take the pawn?
I think so. Yeah, it's a free pawn. Like rook takes, go back, play bishop e5, take it slow, don't rush anywhere.
I'm just wondering, after rook a6, if we can pull up an analysis board, rook a6, what about rook h1? My idea is that I don't want to allow your rook coming back, so you have to play something like rook a4, rook c4, rook c2 to get the rook to the game.
I don't know, I could even play d5.
Ah, you want to break
At
in
the right
center.
time. Maybe this is not the right time. Yeah, like you give me a check. I was thinking at the right time. I walk away, and if I get some chances to play c6 and to push the c pawn forward, maybe it's winning. By the way, you know, one thing I wanted to ask you, Angelika. So you're obviously also playing in tournaments, being a competitive player. I would ask you, like, when are you looking at, when you have made move 40, are you making this one extra move just to be safe so that you have not messed up with your score sheet? This is the first question. And the second question is, are you counting the seconds until your clock is expiring and really hoping that you have officially made it? Because I know I've done these things before.
Yeah, that's a good question, Artur. Definitely, like, if there I see that I can play just a safe move, just to be in the 41st move, I would most likely do it, because there are not in every tournament there is such feature that your game is broadcasted, right? So we might even have, you know, no DGT board. So, for example, our game is not broadcasted at all, and there is no connection to the clock of the board. So extra move, you know, it would not hurt, and it would save you the extra trouble if you, for example, forget and write down extra move. And as you're absolutely right. For example, when I let's say still I play the 40th move, I'm trying to make sure, okay, I have 40th move, my opponent has, I am trusting everything. But for example, I have a very complicated position, so I really need some time. Whenever there'll be like 10 seconds on the clock, I'll be like watching it to see if I really get extra time on the clock, because yeah, sometimes it doesn't happen. There are some, by the way, some clocks in chess that automatically add the 30 minutes when you played the 40th move.
That's
so
right.
you don't have to wait. So this is like the safest approach, but unfortunately not all of them have this feature. So sometimes you just have to wait for the time to, to just pass. But
You know what's my mindset? I used to do it like this before, until whoever was this, I think one of the famous coaches told me it's a wrong strategy, because then you might be committing to a move just to be safe. You might be making a mistake that you could not revert later. And for already quite some time, I have the rule that if you make move 40, you gotta trust your handwriting. You gotta trust it, and that's why you always very carefully writing it down. You check it, and my mindset is, if I made a mistake, then it's on me. Yeah, like that's what
true.
I did. I have decided this, but I still sometimes, you know, I feel like my heart is a bit stopping when the clock is going to
Yeah.
the last seconds. I mean, what if something happens? So I typically try to not to look.
But you know, my heart is mostly stopping, not when my time runs out, but when I'm watching my friends play. I don't know, then, especially in the time trouble situation, when they are letting the clock run down to 1 or 2 seconds, every time I'm getting a heart attack, because I'm afraid that the time is going to run out. But then they're casually playing the next move, and they're continuing on playing. Of course, they're grandmasters, they get used to it, having this 1 second and playing the move when they have 1 second. But still, every time there is a small heartbreak there. So definitely, I mean, as you're mentioning, you have to trust yourself. It's, if you wrote down the 40th move, you have to trust yourself. It was like this, but sometimes it depends also what match is about, and if there is a safe approach, maybe 41st move. But as there was, the saying goes that, you know, the most critical moves in the game are 40th and 41st. Because that's when the players tend to make the mistake. Not only the 40th move, because it's the final move when you have the extra, the time which you have from the beginning of the game, but also 41st move, because some players tend to play it either too quickly or they spend way too much time on it and put too much value on it, and then trying to find some hallucination. Because I've been making mistakes on move 40 and 41 really a lot.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, yeah, it's a good idea not to make this extra one move, and yeah, but it's very common. It's a very common fear among players, like this small paranoia. Going back to the chess, we just saw rook takes on a6 played by Marco. He spent about 5 minutes, and now I think we can try to brainstorm a bit, try to figure out if White is winning. We have the evaluation bar. It says he is winning, and I don't frankly think we need the evaluation bar because White has an extra pawn. His pieces are more active. Black's pawns are pretty weak, but where's the winning idea? Let's say Black plays your idea. Rook h1. How do we win this?
That's a good question. You need some break, but also at the same time the pawns on the second rank are weak.
Okay, so you want to go after the pawn here, yeah?
Maybe, but firstly the idea, I think, just not to allow rook coming to a1. That's the first thing, but definitely. And if bishop, for example, is away from f4, we can also consider some rook h2. So you have to be careful. I think White has to keep the bishop on this h2 b8 diagonal.
Okay, I propose just play bishop e5.
Yeah, bishop e5, just attacking the pawn. Looks
So
very logical.
I attack a pawn. Let's say you defend. It looks reasonable, yeah? Otherwise, I'll take it, push my g pawn forward.
King f4.
Ah, you want to go after the pawn, yeah?
Or it's a bit too much.
No, I mean, why? I think it's an idea.
Yeah, computer doesn't like. Oh, okay,
It's okay.
it's still good.
I might be able to pose you some questions. But you know what was my idea? My idea was to give up this pawn somehow.
By the way, you cannot take it because there is d5.
Yeah, that was the idea. Like takes and d5. Find the right moment.
Nice, nice. Very
Discard
beautiful.
attack, take it, somehow win it. So what was it? Once again, bishop, of course, Black is the move. Here, bishop e5, g6, and you're saying king f4. But I kind of like this king here. It protects everything, and I'm thinking I should try to bring this rook in the game.
Yeah, bring rook back, rook a4.
Rook
Or
a4.
rook a2 and push b pawn.
That's what I was thinking, yeah, rook a2 actually. Oh, wait, but that's a fork. I cannot do this.
Oops. So rook h4.
Oh, wait, what if I now play d5? And go after the pawn?
So rook e1 check.
Check. Maybe it's a bit too complicated, yeah?
Take.
My
C6.
idea was to... Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Take the
the rook is
pawn.
crazy.
Yeah, it's a mouse slip.
By the way, we have confirmation rook h1 is on the board right now.
Yeah. I think we might go to something like this, and I'm thinking c6. We do these two pass pawns. It's got to be a win. The bishop on e5 is dominating the knight. c6, rook c7, rook g7, probably winning the knight somehow. So what is the best a black can do? I mean, you got to defend the pawn, yeah? Okay, maybe you can play here.
And if you play g3 or g4, I mean g4 you cannot do, but g3.
Yeah. I mean, black is having some problems with the next move, like let's say g6. And I still might play... Why g6? Why not g5? Because I think I will win a pawn.
And now rook e1.
Rook e1. Am I missing something? Ah, maybe there's intermezzo. No. Wait, what am I missing? Ah, maybe it's this check. You're gonna play king g5, rook f5.
Rook f5 and king g4. Rook f5 still.
Rook f5, I'm gonna take on c6.
King c8 and
bishop d6, so it should be a
oh,
win.
yeah, should be
It
winning.
should be a win, but is this not a win?
c6.
Take?
Our takes, yeah.
Yeah.
c6 is a threat.
And here.
So
Stop.
no c6?
No, no, I mean, I wanted to collect the pawn on g6. Maybe it's c6. I want to take this pawn and then play c6, but maybe now my rook could be misplaced. Okay, this is not so easy, actually.
What about rook a5 here?
You want to continue this line?
Yeah, rook a5, because you activate your rook anyway.
Okay.
Okay. No, it's not easy.
No, the longer this goes, the less I'm convinced. Wait. So rook h1, yeah, you said was played, yeah? Yeah, rook
Rook
h1.
h1. This is current position, and Marco Materia has to find out the move, so I suggest to go to another game, which is still ongoing right now. It's
Okay.
Dong Xiao against Carissa Yip, and
go.
the end game, which has been balanced for quite some time, but the players are trying, and I'm not sure even at this moment who is trying what, and who is trying to push for advantage. Is it white? Is it black? Arthur's.
I think it's just a draw, to be honest. King e3. Our producer suggests to check as this line.
Some crazy line for sure. No, rook h, yeah, rook h7, rook g2. Ooh.
Oh, but
Yeah.
wait, there might be some issues. Some issues. So you go
have-
check, I play king of 5. It's
So
going to be a mate.
So you have to play a 4. Okay, but now rook h5. Because if you step on g6, I take the pawn. So check again.
Then you might lose, actually.
Ooh.
How is this a draw again? Like, I have to play but that is so scary move. Check. E4. 3-result game here. Yeah, like if
not
this
so
happens.
clear.
No, but I don't think this is going to happen. Like, it's a fun line, really. So what was it?
h4 is on the board.
Yeah, h4. What was the line again? I already closed it. h4. King of 6, was it?
Yeah. Stepping away.
No,
But you
what was
also
the
have
line?
to-
I don't remember.
But you also have to play rook d7
Rook d7, yeah?
and
Rook d7, yeah?
I think you have the moves also there. So in the analysis. So you
Ah,
can just-
they're saved, yeah? King e3, rook g7, rook h6.
But why
Ah.
do we play king d3? We don't maybe have to do it.
Of course. Now, the question is who is playing for what? Like, I'm pretty sure if white wants to draw, he just plays immediately like this, and this. Yeah, like,
By the way, we're not going to see this line because bishop d5 has just been played by Carissa Yup. So she is trying to keep an eye on the c3 pawn. So the bishop cannot play away. And now rook f7 is a threat in the position. By the way, rook f7, how do you stop it?
what about I give you a check here?
The check and now king f5. Rook b6.
No, I was thinking give another check and just claim a draw. You want to play rook d6, but
Rook b6 I wanted, but okay.
rook b, or it's the same, it doesn't matter.
Same, yeah.
It's the same, yeah. You play bishop c4.
So-
It's obstacle of bishops. There's no weaknesses for either sides. I think this is how the game could finish. Maybe bishop d5 is an invitation to a draw. And we see the players are playing it pretty quickly. Rook h6, king f5. I think this game is wrapping up because how is white even supposed to ask any questions? I mean, bishop d6, you drop the pawn on c3. I was thinking maybe there's an idea to play bishop d6, a double attack, play rook h5, here hit this pawn, but then you give black this pawn on c3, outside pass pawn. No need to risk it.
And here a question is, do you play rook h5 check, and can black continue pushing, or black is just going to have to repeat?
I don't see how black can play this.
So if rook
like
h5.
rook h5, king f4 is asking for some trouble, like c4, some bishop d2 checkmate ideas. Like, okay, maybe like chess is again very concrete. Like rook h5, king f4, bishop d6, and suddenly No, he plays king e3.
King e3 is on the board, and now the threat, or I don't know if we can call it the threat, but rook h5, and I guess we might see some perpetual check and repetition very soon in the game. Meanwhile, Marco Materia against Alexandra Kostyniuk. Alexandra is defending the pawn. Let's update on the game what was the last move, because she did go for this bishop e5, attacking the pawn on g7, and g6 has just been played as we were discussing.
Yeah, this game might continue for quite a while because White is probably technically winning, but we already saw that Marco's technique is really good. He played yesterday against Carissa, yep, a long game, and again today he has to show his technique, and typically youngsters at this age, they're sometimes failing, but not Marco. He's playing really well so far, knowing when to spend extra time. And I think right now he's trying to figure out a couple of things. First, do I get my king to the pawn on g6? Second, do I keep the rook on a6? That's the thing what I think he wants to figure out. Do I find a way somehow activate this rook? Question is how, obviously. Like rook a2, b4, rook f2, rook f6, whatever. Get to the pawn on g6. Or I go for the d5 push.
Artus, you know what I realized? That Alexandra has played so far in the classical portion the longest games, almost every round. I remember starting from round 1, where she scored the victory against Carissa Yup. Then the other round where she lost to Václav Finek. She was defending till the very last breath, so we remember this game. In the third round, where she almost scored a victory against Vaishali, it was also a very long day, a long game for her. Marco Materia, by the way, yesterday he was playing the longest game, but okay, earlier has some shorter games, shorter results, this short draw, what we remember from the first round. But yeah, the players are still feeling energetic, and Alexandra still feels like she has a lot of energy to defend this endgame.
Well, some people just like to play long games, yeah.
Do you think it's a choice? Or?
No, I mean, I'm like half serious. I'm thinking the first name who comes to my mind is David Howell, yeah, our fellow commentator. And if somebody likes to play these long games, it's definitely David. I think he's also the world record holder of recently playing. I mean, depends how recent it was, like 5 years ago maybe, a 250 game for no good reason. Yeah, just because he's good. And also, I had a chance to play against David myself. This was in Filigrane Swiss 2021. We played a 8-hour game, 160 moves, something. And some people just like to do it because chess is a sport. It's a long game, and some of the opponents don't break easily after 40, 50 moves, so you play the long game, play on the stamina, and who knows, maybe at the very end they're going to break.
You know, Artus, that's what my coach keeps on telling me, that, you know, Angelica, you are, keep on the game going. Even like when I have some completely, you know, crashing positions, winning chances, yeah, I always give my opponent some chance, you know. I just want the game to keep going. Of course, it's not intentional. It's just, yeah, it's just somewhere in the, like, under, in subconscious, if we can say so. And yeah, that indeed happens sometimes, where you just cannot stop playing. You just keep on doing, keep on playing the moves and giving your opponent some chances. Like also in this game, I think Marco Materia, after the opening, the advantage which he got, I think that he could have gotten even more out of it while pushing e4 immediately. Now in the game, what we see right now, following this endgame, is that I have a feeling that he is, yeah, he might regret some of the choices, because now his tasks are much more difficult than they were before. What do you think?
I don't know, like, does he even think about his previous choices at this stage? Definitely he did it at some point. Like, he definitely maybe regretted not pushing e4, then he regretted some other things. But now, okay, his focus is on what's at hand here, right now. And this is, how do you bring the rook? And I was thinking, your idea, king e4, king g5. I kind of like it. Then I'm thinking, can I give up the pawn on b2 somehow? which is how? Can I play g4? g4, king f4, king g5? Can I play d5? Actually, I would like to a bit check one idea, which maybe is silly enough. So I'm going to pull up the analysis screen, and I'm going to try to forget that.
King
King 4 is on the
f4
board.
was played. He's going for the pawn on g6. Okay.
I wanted to play b4, give up the pawn on b4 so that I can try to somehow walk around and activate the rook. But now the king is already in the way.
But you know what? If you play something like b4, you have to always watch out for the knight c3. So I think what Marco is trying to do, he wants to keep the pawn on b2, that the knight is restricted, so there are no knight c3 jumps. And whenever knight jumps somewhere, bishop can snatch it, like whenever needed. So bishop on b5, it looks fine because it's targeting the d4 square, but I mean, if we look closer to it, it doesn't really have a single square where it can go to, because all of them are bad, and either you're losing a piece or you're losing some material on a7. So it's a bit trapped.
Well, I kind of like the bishop, though. I mean, it limits the knight here. And it's all about the pawn on g6, but I get your point. Yeah, that it is on the color of all of white's pawns, mostly. Here, by the way, Engine quite doesn't like this move, and I'm going to consult with it. What is the reason? So there's one move that black has to find. Everything else is lost.
Okay.
So the move is rook b1, and I wonder why. Rook b1.
Okay, it makes a lot of sense because you want that pawn gone so the knight can jump easily from
Ah.
the b5.
Yeah, rook a2, king e6, king d5. Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
So that's
okay.
why this is when the king is activated. So now we go for the d5 idea. You see the bishop protects the pawn. I give you a check. Again, strictly the only choice of the engine. This is not me, not my brains. King. Engine is thinking. King e3, king g3, king g3. Only move c takes on d5. Rook takes on g6. Only move immediately, not losing the spot, rook c1. And b4.
Okay, it's very tough to pick it up, Arthurs. You have to follow, you know, this line all the way till here, and the many only moves in the position. Do you think Alexandra can find it? I mean,
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
rook
she
b1?
did play rook h1 to go for some counterplay. Yeah? Like, let's say I go here. Now, this is not the top choice of the engine. And now white ignores this pawn and plays king f3. Or what if I play, d4? Ah, d4 is bishop d4, not e4, and rook d6.
Okay.
So I'm thinking black could have some counterplay here with a d pawn. No, but visually, I'm looking at this, Angelica, and it's not very clear if this is a win or not.
Not at all, and also material is getting limited. But Arthurs, the pace has come slower and slower. I guess it's a perfect moment for us to take another final, I think, break for today. We have 2 more games still ongoing. Marco Materia against Alexandra. Will he manage to score a victory? Tong Shao against Carissa Yub. Will we see some fireworks there? Find out after the break. See you in a few minutes. And we're back for the final game that's still ongoing right now in the Grandmaster Triathlon or the Biel Chess Festival. We have seen and followed live that the Tongshao game against Carissa Yip finished in a draw last moments, but we still have one more game. Arturs, I think we should pull up the results and see what have we had today witnessed.
It's been a pretty quiet day overall, and it's perfectly normal. These things happen. Sometimes you have super big excitement, like yesterday we had some fireworks going on. Today it was pretty much a quieter day for Levon Aroni versus Limle. They played a pretty much uneventful draw. Adinsele Manley had some chances versus Jezer Domoš, but ultimately Black solved all of his opening problems. Jose Martinez versus Matthias Blumann finished even before that. It was uneventful game in the Petrov. Václav Finek so far scored the only win of the round by defeating Vaishali after the Indian player misplayed the Catalan. We just saw Xiao Tong versus Carissa Yip playing a balanced game in Real Lopez, where the Chinese player was trying to get the game going, but ultimately the American was very accurate. And then we have the final game between Marco Batera versus Alexander Kosenyuk. And actually, we have a pretty big update to you, dear viewers, because apparently Marco just made a mistake, and I think I know why.
Wow, what has just happened? King G4?
Yeah. It's a very human move.
But it looks very logical. You want to keep the king on the g file. You don't want to allow any check.
Sure. So first, I think we have to understand what's the idea. The point is you can't really play king g5. Meaning you play king g5, you drop a piece. This is pretty clear. If you go back with a king e3, it's going to be rook e1, and the position repeats. The engine says it's king g3. So again, it's not my brain, so I'm just showing you what the engine says. And where's the idea? Remember, we talked about this sequence. C takes on d5, white takes the pawn on g6, white wants to play c6, c6, c7, promote the pawn. So far, this is clear. White is being stopped with the move rook c1. The pawn on c5 is hit. You play b4. And now we're discussing what happens if black seeks counterplay with d4, d3, d2. You remember, right? White plays bishop takes on d4, knight takes on d4, and rook d6. What wins? Now, stay with me, because what happens in the game? White played king g4. And why it's a mistake? Because now, in this line, after c takes on d5, rook takes on g6, black plays rook c1, again attacking the pawn, b4, d4, and here bishop takes on d4 is not working because of rook c4.
Wow. There is a pin on the bishop and the king. I mean, insane line. How many moves in advance? I mean, it looks like some 5 moves. You have to calculate it.
Yep.
That's why it's pretty logical that, I mean, you may not pick it up. But he has been thinking for quite a while. He should have thought it. But I think the biggest question right now is if Alexandra sees it and finds this idea. What do you say, Arturs? Can she do it?
Yeah, then she has excellent chances to save the game, because then this pawn is running forward and things get a bit out of control for the Frenchman, because if you can't take it, what do? I mean, the pawn is going forward. Let's say you play king f5, again, top engine line. Black plays d3, bishop f4, rook c2, and wait a second. I mean, what's happening here? Because white is having this extra pawn on g2, but black is threatening d2, black is threatening knight e4, and I think here for white, things get suddenly not so clear. Maybe, Angelika, your idea here was to play c6. Here we discussed this briefly before, but again, I'm not sure if this works. c6, king c8, rook a5. There was this rook f5 idea.
Yeah, very nasty idea. Now attacking the bishop, and suddenly the pawns are equal on the side. We can see that 3 against 3 for white and black, and the knight could actually be activated.
So I guess you have to take it. You have to take this pawn. Rook c1. I mean, black.
How do you defend?
Black should get here out of lack of alternatives, because maybe white can still try to play c6. By the way, this is also another sequence I want to check. c6 takes here and play for some domination. King f5, g4, g5, g6, g7. You have an outside pass pawn. Black probably could not trade the knights. Like knight d6, most likely white is winning this pawn endgame because of the outside pass pawn. There's also a very good chance something like this could happen.
But maybe this is what Marco is thinking, and he cannot believe that that endgame would not be winning, because in that one, where bishop is completely dominating the knight, you cannot believe that it's not winning. But Alexandra, she has time now to figure out this idea.
I don't think so. I think that he simply missed the sequence. He missed the move d4, and because king g4 is much more natural move rather than king g3. Like, you keep your king closer to the pawn on g6, but again, in this sequence, that is the difference. Yeah, takes, rook c1, d4. I think he simply missed from afar. And again, it's quite understandable because they're human beings. It's been a pretty long tournament. This is which round already? Round 4. Marco yesterday played like almost 5+ hours game. Today again it's the same. And sometimes you just make this assumption. Like, I love this quote by Levon Aronian on his Twitter page. I should have actually asked him yesterday when he was here. That his title on his Twitter page, pardon, X page, says the assumption is the mother of all screw-ups. Yeah, like in a very simple way. Like, you tend to assume, and then you make mistakes. So once again, I know we're repeating this stuff all over again, but chess is such a concrete game.
And that's how it is in chess, indeed. Like, you have to be very concrete. Every line in chess is a very concrete game. And, well, what a nasty idea to use the 4th rank for the pin in that line. And she's going for it. She is taking the pawn on d5.
No choice.
No
I
choice.
think she has to find this because, I mean, out of the lack of alternatives, the pawn on c6 was under attack. You have to take it. And I think right now Marco sees this. By now he should see, because very often I don't think there's even some kind of a scientific explanation how it works. I mean, Angelique, you've been in this situation so many times. You make a move, it's a thunderbolt. You see the move. Like, you immediately see what's wrong with your move. And I could give you like countless examples. I'm thinking, for example, about a very beautiful combination. I spent there for like 20 minutes. As soon as I make the move, bam, I immediately see it's not working because of this. The question is, why didn't I see this 10 seconds ago? Nobody knows.
Yeah, this is also from very recent tournament, if you remember, Chess Cup, where Noderbek, touches his king in that endgame, and he already realized he doesn't have to make a move. He just needs to touch a king, and then he realized that his rook was under attack. In his calculation, he wanted to step away with the rook and then move the king, but something went wrong, and hand played by itself and touched the king, and then you realize, well, you lost, and then he completely resigned in the equal position. So that's what we might see here. Also looking from body language of Marco, he's very focused. He tries to squeeze the victory here because he knows the leader of the tournament has scored the victory against Vaishali. It means he's even more points to reach him, and he has to try to make this distance less and less, and only by winning the game against Alexandra, he can do so. But will he be able if she finds this idea? I don't think so. Will rook g6 will play? By the way, Arturs, what do you think?
No,
Rook
he
g6?
definitely will go there. Like, I think they're on the same page right now. There's no need for Marco right now to play the poker face, because when you do a lot of work for your opponent, you ask yourself what I would do if I was black. Obviously, after rook takes on g6, the c pawn is going forward. I will play rook c1. He sees b4. He sees now d4, and now he regrets. I mean, that he did put the king on g4, that he did not put the king on g5. What's done is done. And this acceptance actually can be pretty hard, because once you know you just made a mistake, you are in a pretty vulnerable state, because you think, oh, like, I was working really hard here for 4.5 hours. I just made this one assumption move and that's it. But you got to continue to work on. And now I guess this is also where the training kicks in for the young Frenchman, because you are trained for these situations and you just have to make a choice. And again, I think we're going to go here. Rook takes on rook g6, rook c1, b4, d4, and he's right now choosing, not b4, he's right now choosing, can he afford to go for this endgame with d4, or he should try to play c6, takes, king f5, where he has no risk, but potentially his winning advantage might be gone.
But Artus, look at the body language of the players that we have. Marco is so focused, leaning towards the board. While for Alexandra, I mean, look at her body language. She's completely relaxed now. I don't see the pressure which she had a few moves before. Remember when she was sitting, the same pose that Marco at the board was trying to find out the moves? And we have c6.
c6.
So he doesn't take the pawn on g6. Probably he realized that would not work because of the idea you showed. But then how do you include the rook into the game here? You need to bring the rook to the game from a6.
Now that is a bit of a surprise. And I thought we did cover this line. King c8. So let's try to understand Marco's thought process. Does he want to play c7?
King c8 has just been played. It's on the board.
Is this what he wants? Knight c7, rook c6. And then take the pawn on g6.
But cannot you defend with rook f7 after knight c7, rook c6?
Maybe. Yeah, like you can try to do this, like takes here.
Rook f7.
Very good point.
Because if you go to the pawn endgame, the d pawn will just march and black will win.
Right. But what is the... So the other idea I can think of is rook a5, but again, the only move is rook f5. But it's enough.
I think we had actually exactly the same line.
Yeah.
Exactly this line we were discussing, that on rook a5 there is rook f5 targeting the bishop. So the point is, if you step away, there is d4. Very important, defending the knight on b5. Can Alexandra see it? Does Alexandra see this line? Looking at Marco, I think he just realized that this is something what she can do.
I'm a bit surprised. Like, he's so unhappy probably about his king g4, but Alexander has to find this. Out of the lack of alternatives, again, king c8 is played. And again, the pause. This is not a good sign. Because very often, when you play the next move, your opponent responds literally with the only move you can possibly respond, and there's no next move, which means you're doubting yourself. Like there's something, again, you didn't really take into account, and could it be that again? I don't think so. He definitely saw something here, but it's a bit strange. Like I would have thought, Angelika, that he had to still try this sequence. Takes on g6, rook c1. And okay, I understand that b4, d4 feels a bit risky because black has some counterplay, but I think that this position, definitely you wanted to check a bit further, like king f5, d4 is going to be king e4, you collect the pawn, black gonna do this, maybe black can play king d7, now I'm playing g4, g5, g6, according to an engine it's still a draw, but no, I would want to check this still.
I mean, it looks like it is a. I mean, computer says it's a draw, but it looks very dangerous in that end game. But okay, king c8 is on the board. What will Marco do? By the way, time is ticking. 6 minutes right now for the French international master. For Alexandra is more than twice the time. She has 14.5 minutes. So, looking at it, pretty confident for Alexandra, and I think also if we may say it would be fair if she holds this game, because if we recall how dominant was she winning yesterday against Vaishali, she was in complete control whole game, pressing, pushing, squeezing the victory, getting to the winning position, but at the very end, due to the time trouble, she unfortunately had to repeat the position and didn't find continuation. So if she managed to survive, could we call it, Artur, that it's fair that she survived?
It's a bit too early to tell, but I think one thing is clear. Materi is just unhappy here. He doesn't look happy to me because he missed one move, king g4. He knows it was a mistake by now, and it's in your mind. Now, after c6, king c8, could it be like, again, he missed the move, rook f5? And again, the move is not happening here. The clock is ticking. And accepting this thought that you might have just missed a victory is sometimes pretty hard, but I'm thinking since you already have committed mistakes and you're in this position, maybe it's just the right thing to just get out of here. Like rook a5, rook f5, rook takes on b5, rook takes on e5, and go for this rook endgame. Maybe have some minor chances, but ultimately it's a draw. But it's so hard to do this. Like when you're this close, playing the perfect game, the clock is ticking.
He was having advantage his whole game. He was so close to get to closer and closer to Václav Finek, who is leading the Generations Challenge tournament, by the way. This is ultimately the goal. You want to score the first place, so you need to score as many points as you can. But we have c7 on the board. Will Alexander take it with a knight?
There's actually many moves now for black. So I have the engine on. As you said, Angelica, knight takes on c7, rook f7. It's completely fine, which is, by the way, not even the top choice of the engine. It's fine. Yeah, like you can do this. Knight c7. Okay, rook a7, knight b5. The game continues, but let's say rook c6, rook f7.
You cannot take on c7 because the endgame will be lost.
Yeah, you can try to go to the rook endgame, of course. Takes, rook takes on g6, and it's probably a draw anyway. So black can safely take it. But I think that also Kostyuk here can be a bit ambitious. And you can try to make some moves like, for example, how about rook e1?
Rook e1, what's your idea?
I want to push back the bishop and collect the pawn for free.
So bishop f4.
Let's say bishop f4. Yeah, it's probably the same. Now, again, these are engine lines. Rook e2. g3. Take on b2. Take it here.
And probably
again,
you can take on c7.
Again, I take it. And suddenly it's not so simple.
And now black is the one who has an extra pawn. I mean, this is insane how the endgame continues.
There's some lines where you can still calculate stuff. Okay, probably white is not risking here anything, but here Kostyuk has a choice, and maybe, when you're sitting there from the black's perspective for so long, thinking, can I be ambitious here?
Yeah, can she try to be ambitious? That's a good question.
Because also Alexandra must feel that white has gone a bit off the rails in this game. With the c5, c6, c7, she has an extra pawn. Her position was pretty terrible pretty much the entire game. And now, maybe there's a chance. Because also, let's say another human idea would be, can I push forward the d pawn forward? Like, can I do this? I want to check.
That's possible.
d4. Rook takes.
You have to watch out for rook g8.
Rook f8. I don't know. Probably without the rook, it's not going to go anywhere, yeah?
Probably.
This is also playable, but it's somehow better for
Can
white.
you play rook f6? Oh, no, you cannot. You cannot.
I at least can trade. Take on c7. I think that probably Alexandra is going to spend here like a couple of minutes thinking, does she have some chances here?
Because she is now up on the clock. She has 11 and a half minutes, so she's in full control here. She understood that something went off for the French international master, and she has some chances now to hold the game.
Yeah, can I play rook f5 and d4, d3, d2? I'm thinking about that. Like, okay, let's put some maybe human moves on the board. Let's say I go here. Oh, that's actually a big mistake. Rook f5, bishop f4. Yeah, because now you take the pawn, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we can't do this. Let's say another engine choice is going here. g3, rook e2, bishop f4. Yeah, that's, I think, more or less the same line. Takes.
It's the same as we were discussing, and then take on c7, yeah?
Yeah, but even here, by the way, king b7 still is a move. Rook c6, king c8, a repetition. I go here. Knight takes on c7, rook b7, rook c2. Let's go.
Here we have the pawns running, and black is the one who has an extra pawn. Of course, you have to watch out also for the g pawn, but I think black shouldn't be worried in this position at all. 10 minutes for Alexandra now. against 4 minutes and 40 seconds for Marco Materia, who's probably now very upset, very disappointed. What has happened? How did he end up in this situation where, yeah, he's going to simply be having equal material because he was up a pawn the whole time.
Yeah, needless to say, of course, this game could have major implications to the overall rankings because had Marco converted the advantage, he would have been like, wow, utterly 18 points. Yeah, and let's say the unthinkable happens here and something goes wrong in a time scramble, then suddenly Alexandra is like within the striking distance. Yeah, so it's a very, very big game, and I suppose we're going to see our answer in the next move. A very big decision for Kosteniuk. She feels that she's very experienced here. If you want just to be solid, you take the pawn on c7, and again, you make sure you're not losing some pawn race. If you're ambitious, then you make a rook move.
Yeah, but you know, Arthurs, for Alexandra, it's so important. I mean, as you're mentioning, she's in the striking business, but we have knight c7 on the board. She calculates it. She goes for it. She's not scared of any rook c6. What I was about to say, you know, Arthur, is that for Alexandra, it's so important to scoring points right now, to get higher and higher on the leaderboard, to be able to get into the finals, because also, of course, there will be final round and there will be blitz day, but yeah, she cannot just rely on that because right now she's not where she would love to be.
And here you can see rook takes on a7. Yeah, that was the move we didn't really discuss, but again, here black has a couple of very good opportunities.
Yeah, just stepping away with a knight.
Knight b5, same idea, rook f5, secures black at least an equal position. Black can also play knight e6. Technically, white has an outside pass pawn, again, but this knight is so tricky, so knight b5, rook f5.
Knight b5, d4 is coming. You have to watch out for the d pawn as well as white.
Maybe this, sorry, I'm going to pull up the analysis board once again here. So this is the current live board, knight b5. Let's try to have something here with rook g7.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah, fun. Yeah, fun is good. d4. I don't think white can do this. Takes. Here. You play bishop before. It's an oopsie.
And you cannot stop it. Rook d6, knight is going to take it. Wow.
Yeah,
insane.
You just give a couple of checks and I escape from the checks.
You have to be very careful here as white already. So it's not that just white is not winning here anymore, but white is the one who has to control the situation, because anytime Marco is losing the control, it's black who will push. And as you're mentioning, Arthur's like, the things can go not so well, and then suddenly the d pawn is super dangerous.
I mean, okay, like white can always, of course, take on d4, but then we have no illusions here.
Yeah, and then we're going to play 400 more moves.
You think?
This end game.
Maybe, maybe Alexander will play a bit.
But we have knight e8 on the board. A bit interesting approach. I wouldn't put the knight backwards.
No, it's also a decent move. You just want to play rook f5. By the way, yeah, knight e8 is a great move. Why go for complications? You just play knight e8, rook f5. Also, by the way, there's the sequence of the moves. Rook f5, rook a5, rook f5. You could take it here. There's going to be a fork.
Very nice tactical idea. Watch out for the knight. Very dangerous piece. And finally, you know, knight is getting away from this knight from the b5 square. The knight was on b5 for quite some time, and then suddenly it's getting back into the game, getting back into the business.
You got to push the b pawn somehow forward to have any chances. I mean, rook a8, king d7, king e6 doesn't do anything. Black wants to play rook f5, at least knight f6. There's no king g5 because of rook f5. You can't do this. It looks like the game is getting to a draw, but of course anything can happen at the time scramble. Maybe Marco is still going to fight back. It doesn't look very likely at this stage because also Kosteniuk has got a lot of confidence that the worst is behind her. And also I think this is the feeling that anybody has when you've been suffering the entire game and you're like mentally thinking, I'm lost in this game, and now suddenly I have a chance to save the game, yeah? So you feel invincible.
Rook a6 has just been played. He's targeting the pawn on g6, but one more time. Rook f5, targeting the bishop. Targeting the bishop, and next idea to jump with a knight forward. Or what is the plan here, Arthurs?
Win a pawn. I simply missed this move.
Rook f5.
Rook f5 anyway, yeah? But how you're going to defend the pawn on g6?
And bishop d4, so there is no rook f2.
It's a great find, by the way. Rook a6. Very logical. And if I do some attacking move, rook e1.
Rook e1, yes. Rook
There's
e1
no bishop d4.
Rook e1, bishop has to move somewhere, maybe c3. But then there is
Yeah.
d4. d4.
Don't forget your rook,
Ah,
Angelica.
yeah, okay. But okay, you can give it check. Wait, we'll have it. Rook e1 is on the board.
Yeah,
Just
this-
now played by Alexandra. Rook e1.
That's a-
Bishop c3 immediately. That's the line we were just looking at.
It's still getting a bit tricky.
4 minutes
Maybe
for
here?
Marco.
d4, d3, d2.
And winning.
Yeah.
Why not rook e4 check, or it doesn't work?
A rook e4 check again is going to be king g5.
King g5.
Ah, wait. d4, yeah?
Yes.
d4, d3, d2. Wait, okay. I'll play king f3.
Maybe now g5, g4.
I go here.
Have to be very careful, very precise. There is rook f5, d4 idea.
There's many moves. Yeah, like definitely players can misplay this still. Maybe white still has a bit of a practical chances here. And maybe I praised the 98 a bit too early, but
Yeah, that's why I
Everything's still within
didn't
the
really
balance,
like knight coming backwards, because knight on b5 was covering so many squares, and what very nice piece. And threatening this d4 push. That was very important to have this counter idea of pushing the d pawn, because that's a dangerous pawn that black has and can be easily pushed forward. By the way, rook d2, but okay, rook e2 is just king f3, yeah?
rook e2, yeah, king,
King
f3.
f3.
Precisely. Rook d1, d4, d3, d2 looks pretty logical, but it does cost the pawn on g6. Again, it's a pretty scary line. Let's say here, I take the pawn, d4, and let's say I play like bishop a5. I'm thinking I'm pushing the pawn on d3, and let's see white approaches with a king. Like, are you sure? d2 here?
Rook
Are
b1.
you sure? That's the kind of position you don't want to get with black, yeah?
I have an interesting idea from the current position. So if we play rook e7, my idea is after rook g6, I want to play d4. And my rook will be behind.
What about king g5?
King g5. But maybe here rook d7, then pawn is marching forward.
Bishop d4? Okay, apparently there was something better, yeah, like even rook g6. No, I mean, Marco found a nice idea, rook a6.
But somehow rook e7 was even... It was even okay for a computer. Like when we played rook e7,
Yeah?
like no, it's saying
No, he
it's a
doesn't
bit,
like
okay,
it.
doesn't
He
like
doesn't like. Okay, maybe it doesn't really matter. Everything up to 0.5, it's ultimately a draw. It doesn't really matter at this stage. Rook d1, rook g1. These are the moves. I think Alexandra is not sure about this sequence. Rook d1, rook takes on g6, d4, bishop a5, and she's looking at this and not entirely sure if this is a draw. How do you continue? You want to get the knight of the game, but it's so out of the game. And you want to push for the pawn. The white king is advancing. This actually feels like a risk-free position for white, even though legend says everything is a draw.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And
Maybe in knight d8. So what was the big difference? I was so focused on knight b5 here, right here. After knight b5 here, yes, then you push the d4 pawn.
yeah, then there is a pawn
That
coming.
was quite a big difference.
Maybe Alexandra committed to this knight e8 move quite too early. But she's playing
Even this
rook
line
e4 check. Rook e4 is on the board, giving a check.
makes sense. King g5 is going to be met with d4, but white can play king f3. How do you protect the pawn here? No, I think it's a mistake.
King f3. Eve's
What do you
played.
do now? I don't like this.
Can you play rook c4 with d4 idea?
Yeah, but then you're just down a pawn. Like
What about g5?
g5, rook g6. We talked about this.
Rook, yeah. g5 is on the board, by the way.
Yeah, rook g6. Black is still fine. She wants to play rook f4, rook f5 maybe.
This was what we were discussing also.
Yeah, but black is still suffering a bit. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard.
But after rook f5, rook f4, rook f5, there will be king g4 at some moment.
Yes.
So you have to watch out.
Yes, that's the idea. I think Alexandra's problem started with this 98, which I thought was a good idea. Alexander thought it's a good idea, but Marcus rook a6.
What about
was able-
rook f4 and d4?
We might see that actually
D4.
happening. King g3.
But you have to be worried because rook g5 could be intermezzo.
I think that black needs to find a way to bring the knight to the game. It's standing on e8 for too long, but how do you do it? There's no time for that.
No time for bringing the knight. So here a question is, in case of d4, rook g4 probably is a move. So you cannot really
D4
push
what?
d4, rook g5.
Yeah, but why complicate? Why not bishop d2? You want to go
just
for
a-
fancy stuff. Takes and c2 and rook c5. Yeah.
What does it mean? That black has to play rook f5 here?
Rook
But
f5
then
is king
king g4.
Again, yeah. According to an engine, rook c4 and d4. But then it's very clear that white is still pushing for the win.
Then it means that something went wrong here.
Still within the balance, though.
Well, it's maybe a balance for the engine, for our almighty computer, but it's not so clear.
I already gave up. I just switched on the engine, yeah, because then we can, in real time, immediately deliver the best moves for the opponents. I usually do this only in a time scramble.
King g3 has been played. Alexandra is under 4 minutes right now on the clock. We can feel she's nervous right now. She's trying to find the best move, and probably now she realized that knight is an issue, but he's going for it. She's going for it. Rook c4,
That's the best
d4.
move. That is the best move. Rook takes on g5 is going to be d4 and rook c2. You want to eliminate as many pawns as you can. Oh no, I'm afraid this is going rook and bishop versus rook. Like, if this happens, rook takes on g5, d4, bishop walks away, rook c2, black wins the pawn on b2, white wins the pawn on d4. White will be left with rook and bishop and a pawn versus rook and the knight, which means most likely black will give up the knight for the remaining white pawn, and then we have the infamous rook and bishop versus rook if things go as they're going right now.
I hope they will not, to be honest.
Nah, but
Because,
at this level, I think it should be a pretty trivial draw. But I mean, when you're playing the game for the 6 hours,
anything can happen.
anything can happen. yeah.
Mistakes can kick in, and as you're mentioning, mistakes are coming in pairs, so that's what we can do. And rook g8, pinning the knight, not yet taking the pawn.
I like
So
this.
King hit d7.
He wants to take on g5 so that he can give on d5 a check. That's a very human move. Like king d7.
But after rook takes, you have to play king e6.
Maybe
then,
there's
huh?
also rook e4, by the way, here.
Rook e4.
According to an engine, king d7 is the only move. Yeah. Rook e4, rook g5, d4. Angelica, there's
f3.
going to be your king f3, I have a feeling.
Yeah, king f3. Very annoying.
Oh wait, king f3, rook e3, king f2, direction c3, takes. Yeah, it should be good.
At the end of the line, rook is stopping that pawn. Absolutely insane things happen.
3 minutes for black. No more third time control. It's just 30 seconds per move.
30 seconds increment. Can Marco do it? Can he play on that increment? And also, can Alexandra hold this position? What
Yeah.
do you say, Artus? Can she do it?
I don't know. I don't know. But it's been a pretty tense game, and it's all going to come down to the stamina, which Alexandra has. We saw that she was, by the way, running sprint in the Museum of Omega during the rest day, being in good shape. But she already played a tough game yesterday, missing a win against Vaishali.
Yeah, and as you're mentioning, she has been playing so far the longest games in the rounds. Her first round, I mean, she also finished the last, winning against Carissa Yip, and we have her in this next round. She was the last one to finish, losing the game against Václav Finek. Yesterday was also quite a long game against Vaishali, so she has been playing so far and delivering so far the longest games at the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon. We also used to have some the school feature earlier to see which player spent the most time at the board. I think we might also safely say it for sure. Alexandra is in the top of the players.
But that Mark also played pretty long yesterday, no?
But the first day there was a
Not so much, yeah?
pretty short draw.
Not so much, yeah. Okay, my memory only goes back to the yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday his game lasted the longest for sure, but first 2 rounds not so much.
All right.
But yeah, definitely. There are some questions to answer here. And by the way, Alexandra, 1 minute 20 seconds right now. She has to make up her mind. She has to go on here. She has to do so. So, big question now. Will she play King G7 or will she go for Rook E4? And King D7 is on the board. Rook G5 instantly played by Marco.
He is again up a pawn. Now, I don't think you can play d4 because of rook d5 check. That was the whole idea of playing rook g8 so that the black king is on the d file. And I would say something like knight c7. By the way, yeah, threatened to play knight b5. You want to eliminate this bishop as quickly as possible. Finally, the knight is in the game, but white has an extra pawn.
And now rook g4, offering a trade of the rooks. You don't want to do that, especially in this position where white has a bishop. And here we have it. There is no d4. I mean, Alexandra wanted to go for d4. She's down a pawn in this endgame. 1.5 minutes on the clock. She has to make up her mind. She plays rook c5, still keeping the pawn defended. But how will white continue pushing the pawn?
Knight b5, big threat, or maybe actually knight e6. Yeah, knight e6, you want to put the rook here, play d4. I actually love it. It's a great choice by Alexandra. Maybe the knight on e6 feels even better because it might slow down the g-pawn. You're preparing to play d4. Another tricky intermezzo check. King, don't blunder.
King e6,
Don't
king
blunder.
c6. King e6 is played by Alexandra. Let's follow the real board because they're playing so quickly. 2 minutes right now for Alexandra. 4 minutes and 50 seconds right now for Marco. But you cannot leave it all for the last moments of the game. So you have to still keeping some time. But how do you push here? How do you continue here as white? Alexandra so far playing amazing. Knight b5 is a threat in the position. She wants to push for the d4. Will she be able to do so?
I guess you want to get the rooks off the board. But how? I also suppose you don't want to go to a rook endgame unless you really have no choice. And on top of that, you want to push forward your pawns. This, I think, part is pretty clear. So I'm thinking, can I play some king f4 here? Activate the king so that the g-pawn goes forward, but this is going to give black the time to play rook c4, knight b5, etc. And yeah, this knight is really tricky. Still, it's within the drawing margin, but in a time scramble, anything can happen.
Less and less time for Marco here. By the way, what I just realized, Alexandra has some very nice chess shirt. Some black and...
Is it? I can't see it from here.
Yeah.
There's a board in front.
There are some checkered if you look on the right. Yeah, some checkered
Right.
shirt. The chess queen, as we know her. She also used she used to stream for quite some time during the pandemic.
She's no longer streaming?
Not so sure. I mean, not in the recent year that I remember, but from time to time, yeah, probably.
Yeah, there's the. Thank you, Bic, for removing the board for us. King of 3, by the way, was just played by the young Frenchman, opening up the path for the g-pawn. g4, g5, that's what you want to do. But I think now black can play knight b5, which was blitzed out instantly by the former world champion.
3.5 minutes for Marco Materia. Less and less time on the clock. Has to try to play faster here. Time is running, and time is everything in this endgame. Where will he put the bishop, by the way? Where is it going? Because if you go to the second rank, rook c2 is coming. Bishop b4, rook c2.
Or rook c4, or rook c2. Yeah, like these are great choices. On top of that, this knight is tricky. It's starting to give you some checks. Rook c2, knight e4, etc. With every passing move, I somehow start to think that Materia won't be able to win this. Black is just too active here. Of course, the game still continues. If you really want Engine's honest assessment, rook g6 gives white 0.04 advantage. Bishop
whatever
e1
it means.
gives black 0.12 advantage. So whatever, everything is equal here.
Everything looks equal in this game, and she already found the pace, how to defend. She is trying. She understood. And I think Marco is about to see it and accept, but of course he has to still try to put Alexandra through some tests with the next moves.
Maybe there's this line he's calculating: rook g6, king f7, rook f6, king e7, bishop e5, d4. And he's trying to figure out, is my bishop not hanging on e5, king e4, d3. Let's maybe pull up the analysis screen.
Look at Marco. He's almost touching the pieces with his glasses there, with his body language.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's super. Oh, wait, a blunder, bishop b4. Wait, there's some tricks here. Bishop b4
Don't blunder.
There might be some
So
ideas.
king e8 you have to play?
No, actually, no. It's king
Okay, we have a move on the
g8.
board. Bishop e1 has just been played.
Okay, scratch
Bishop
that.
e1 is on the board. A rook c2 looks like logical move, attacking the pawn on b2. How do you defend it?
Knight e4 is also a move, by the way.
What's the idea? Knight
do you put the king?
e4.
Where do you put the king? That's my idea.
Oh, knight f5 with some threats.
So knight e4 and rook c2 feels very good. You can't put the king on e3, that's a fork. If you put the king on a4, it's going to be rook c2.
Rook
bishop
c2
c3,
has
knight
just
e2.
been played by Alexandra, very logical move.
That's good.
Rook c2. Attacking
good.
the pawn on b2. How do you defend it?
You don't. I think b4 starts to feel really risky. Knight e4 check. Do you still play this for the win with b4? If you don't, the
Not
pawn
so
is gone.
sure.
And it's just a draw immediately.
Not sure anymore. So Marco has to try to keep the pawn. Will he be able to? 1 minute and 30 seconds right now for the French international master. He's trying his best. He was pushing the whole game. b4 is on the board, defending the pawn. How do you win it? How will Alexandra take the pawn? Will she play knight d4 here? Or what is an idea? There are some moves in the position. Some knight d4. There is probably also d4, d3, d2, some threats in the position. But no, she goes for knight d4, attacking the king, giving a check.
Actually, it is possible to play king e3 here, walking into a fork, because after king e3, knight f5, there's going to be king d3. Feels a bit scary, to be honest, to play like this.
Rook c1 after that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if you want to play for the win, you got to get a try, and he does try it. He does walk into a fork.
So now Alexandra could be a little bit surprised, but then she realized it's, of course, not that she wants. And knight f5, king d3, maybe rook c1? Just attacking the bishop.
Yes, and bishop d2. Yeah, so the sequence actually continues. And white does keep the extra pawn. So I was thinking more like maybe I can try to eliminate the pawn on b4 somehow. Rook c4, knight c2. Rook c4 comes with an idea to protect the knight, threaten to play knight f5, and I want to play knight c2, knight b4 here. Let's say rook c4, king d3. Oh wait, then just knight c2, yeah?
Knight c2.
And that's it. You immediately get the pawn.
Will Alexandra
And it's on
find
the
it?
board.
She goes for it. Rook c4. Wow.
Very precise.
Super precise by the former women's world champion. Rook c4. Now knight f5 is a huge threat in the position. How do you stop the fork? The other fork is knight c2. You cannot stop from both threats at the same time. You cannot.
Maybe king f2. King f2, knight c2, and play b5. If this happens. But I think after king f2, black can even repeat the position. And I don't think you want to push your king so far from guarding the pawn on d4. What else? Yeah, there's also a suggestion from our producer, rook b7. Yeah, rook b7. Check. King d2. I think at this stage, black could even go for the rook king game.
Yeah, the king is very close to hold everything.
Anyway, we are approaching the final phase of the game because you can see Marco Matera is down to the last minute. Actually, 45 seconds for him, plus 30 seconds per move. Rook b7, he keeps trying. Really big fighting spirit here.
Yeah, he defends the move right now. The move of our producer has been played. Big thank you for suggestion. Knight c2. Now attacking the pawn, attacking the bishop. You have to defend it. King f2 is on the board. Exactly the line, Artus, as you were mentioning. And now will we see the rook endgame?
I think so. It should be pretty clean. Knight e1, king e1, and rook c2. Cut off the king. I don't see any chances here for white. The king is disconnected. Black is marching forward. If those couple of pawns are getting traded, we just get a standard drawing position. But maybe Alexandra is not sure about this and she wants to keep the knight on the board. There could be also rook f4, rook e4 moves. She has a bit more time. Because, you know, when you're a professional, you're trained, like even, you think that you always, in these positions, you play for a draw, you're down a pawn. But I've seen players go playing for the win in most unimaginable situations. Yeah, when they sense the opponent is a bit in a time scramble, they have the slightest chance, they go for it.
1.5 minutes for Alexandra right now. Will she go for it? I mean, she has to make sure this is the equality there. There is a draw there. She has to make sure that it works. Calculate all the mines, double, triple, quadruple, check, you know, what is happening there in those variations. Because once she traded the knight for the bishop, she's going to the rook endgame, and it can be tricky in that moment. We know, because the engine knows, and that's why we know that everything is good and under control, and she go for it. But no, she plays rook f4 check, giving a check in the position, and now playing rook e4, attacking the bishop. Where do you go with the bishop?
Rook e4, yeah?
So bishop d2.
Ah, so she wants to make an internal attack on the bishop. Okay, bishop d2, rook d4, bishop c3, rook c4, bishop d2, rook d4. Why not?
Ah, and whenever bishop steps away, she's just capturing the pawn on b4. What a smart idea now here.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure she saw that the rook endgame is just drawing. I think the rook endgame was drawing. I don't think that white had any chances there whatsoever. So very, very accurate play until the very end. Bishop d2, I think. Oh, they just shake hands, and it's...
Marco offered a draw with the bishop d2. He realized this idea. A draw, hard fought for Alexandra Kosteniuk, the chess queen. That was a very surprising outcome of that game because the Marco Matera was pushing throughout the whole game, getting the winning chances. But Alexandra Kosteniuk, the former women's world champion, found a way when Marco made a mistake and did save it. Arturs, what are your impressions from this one?
It was a great fighting game, and Kosteniuk fought back, even though Marco had some winning chances at some point. Like he did his best. Even at the very end, he found this rook a6, and we thought that, okay, there's no real chances there. He proved us wrong. He found some ideas, and at least it's great to see that he's still remaining in good spirits. And right now they're discussing a couple of things. They could have done. Like maybe Marco is saying right now, why did I play this king g4? Should I play king g3 and whatever? But it was a really great game.
Amazing game, and it concludes the round number 4 of the classical portion Grandmaster Triathlon here at the Biel Chess Festival. We have all draws in the Masters tournament. Limle against Levon Aronian, the game which finished the earliest on, was not so eventful, but it was Aydin Suleimanli who put some pressure on Yezer Dogmush, who had to equalize the position, and Jose Martinez against Matthias Blübaum, another draw. So all draws in the Masters, but in the Generation Challenge, there was big drama.
Yeah, well, we just saw the game finished in the 5th hour between Marco Batera versus Alexander Kostanyuk, where the Frenchman missed some winning chances. We also were following the game of Xiaotong versus Carissa Yip, which was pretty balanced from the start. Neither of the players had any realistic chances to score a victory. And finally, the only deciding game of today's was the tournament leaders, Václav Finek's victory over Vaishali, allowing him to extend his lead to already quite a big margin.
Yeah, he has now 19 points. And as we can see, Marco Materia is 15.5 points behind him. 3.5 points are separating first and the second place in Generations Challenge. Xiaotong with 13 points, Alexander Kostanyuk 10 points right now, Carissa Yip with 8.5, and on the last spot is Vaishali Ramesh Babu. It's definitely a tough situation for Generations Challenge. They have to start winning the games in order to get to be in content and stay in the finals. But in the Masters, Arturs, what is going on there?
It's exactly the same amount of distance between each other they had it before this round, because every single game finished in a draw. Two leaders still are in charge. Levon Aronian versus Limle. They played a draw today against each other. Aydin Suleimanli is 3 points behind. Yezer Domosh, Matthias Blübaum, Jose Martinez are still looking for their first victories in the Masters tournament. But again, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we are going to have another classical round here in the Biel Chess Festival Masters and Challengers Triathlons, because this is going to be round 5, the last round of the triathlons classical portion. Then we are going to have our blitz games, a rest day, the final stage. The best part is only coming.
Arturs, we have the exciting round 4 of the Grandmaster Triathlon already in the books, but for tomorrow's final round, here are the pairings. Matthias Blübaum will take on Levon Aronian, the leader, the joint leader of the Masters. Yezer Dogmush will play against Jose Martinez, and Limle, the 3-time Grandmaster Triathlon champion, who is also leading the event right now, will face against Aydin Suleimanli. In the Generations Challenge, we have Carissa Yip facing Václav Finek. Alexander Kostanyuk will take on Xiaotong, and Vaishali Ramesh Babu will play against Marco Materia. So these are the pairings for tomorrow, and I think we're going to have very big, exciting final round. There will be one of the final chances for the players in the lower part of the leaderboard to strike back. So dear viewers, I wish you a great evening. Have a good rest, and also see you tomorrow at the same place at the same time, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time, for the final classical round of the Grandmaster Triathlon. See you tomorrow.